梁歌制作，台湾诗钞。沈光文，光文，字文开，号思安，明浙江鄞县人，南明鲁王监国，常与画匠之意。永历初，历官至太仆卿，后至闽海。
Produced by Liang Gu, Taiwan Poetry Notes. Shen Guanwen. Guanwen, courtesy name Wenkai, nicknamed Xian, a native of Yin County, Zhejiang Province in the Ming Dynasty. King Lu of the Southern Ming Dynasty supervised the country and tried the Battle of Huajiang. At the beginning of Yongli, Li Guan reached Taipuking. Later it reached the Minhai Sea.
漂泊入台已居，晚与玉台人士结诗社，名曰东引。辄有花木杂记、台湾赋、刘玉考等多种，已散佚。今所存诗，除以见范志与朱志、文从。
I drifted to live in Taiwan. In the evening, he formed a poetry club with people living in Taiwan, named Dongyin. His works include miscellaneous notes on flowers and trees, Taiwan Fu, Lu Yu Cao, etc., which have been lost. The poems that have been preserved today, except for those already found in Fan Zhi and Zhu Zhi, Wen Song.
第105种及第141种，余志所载，均不出两支范围者外。全祖望集咏上奇旧集收有31首，内19首为上述两志所未录。歌一引
Number 105 and number 141. Except for those recorded in the Yuji, which are within the scope of the 2Ji, the Yongshang Qi Jiu Ji, compiled by Quanzwang, contains 31 poems, of which 19 are not recorded in the above 2Ji. Guyin.
永乐时，有河南雍者长衣革衣，于绍兴出奔，一指一革，今已2载。岁月复相从，中原起战风，南为昔日志，未定一时踪。故国山河远。
During the Yongle period, there were servants from Hunan who often wore Ge's clothes. I also wore Ge's clothes when I traveled to Shaoxing. It has been 2 years now. As time goes by, war breaks out in the Central Plains. It is hard to go against the diary of the past, and there is no trace of it. The mountains and rivers of my motherland are far away.
他乡忧恨重，革衣宁感气，还驯虏家庸。晚定西豪，方喜廉颇老未曾，害闻其机尽归生。只因心血回天劫，会看精英作力能。瓮水潮头平怒力。
There is a lot of sorrow and hatred in a foreign country. Gu Yi would rather abandon her than a rude domestic servant. To win over the Western Marquis. Fang Shilianpa has never been old, and he was shocked to hear that Qi Ji was promoted. Just because of the exhaustion of hard work, I will look at the elite for their ability. The tide of Deng Shui rises with anger.
秣陵城外石云宁，刘将被自同埋土，暗暗重权恨较增，被上次有赤心报国字。待米于人无应者，同是穷途同作客，保得烟霞煮的食。
Outside Moling City, I saw Yunning. The remaining generals were buried with the words on their backs, and their hatred increased. The words, "Serve the country with a heart," were tattooed on their backs. Those who lend rice to others and get no response. We are both strangers on the same road, and we are full of mist and boiled stones.
但是清虚赋里存，诗寿篇多新一格。也知诗寿恰如秋，高飞秋色入吴州。苍狗浮云书变幻，劳我狂于我自修。西山上有中子在。
But if the purity is kept in the abdomen, the poems will be thin and full of new ideas. I also know that poetry is as thin as autumn, and the autumn colors fly high into Wuzhou, gray dogs and floating clouds change rapidly, and I am crazy and stupid and ashamed of myself. There are still neutrons in Shishan.
周旋应尽兴天爱，乃敬二恶千载垂，屡处寡亲亦增慨。我来避世如避秦，上下无交馈赠屯。倘能屈取为小扁，何妨白日敬交人。
You should give your all to nature and heavenly love when dealing with things, but you have been hungry for thousands of years, and when you travel with few relatives, you are even more anxious. I have come to avoid the world as I have to avoid the Qin dynasty, and there is no communication between the superiors and the inferiors. If I can be humbled and humbled, why not be so proud in the daytime?
教人者流逝所敬，不辨孝邪反孝正。大家势力正盈盈，谁向此中审究竟？昨天梦中谁赠云？醒时识得似纷纷。人间世事尚难料。
Arrogant people are respected by the world, and they do not laugh at the evil but laugh at the good. Everyone is snobbish. Who is going to judge this? Who gave me clouds in my dream yesterday? When I woke up, I seemed to have picked them up all over again. Things in the world are still unpredictable.
如何天上或相分？感此高一丝所报，木瓜何以使永好？今日又安故如何？却亦未曾除造貌。玉草勿须种东河韵，宁不怀乡国？滨州说赞句。
How to get a blessing from heaven? Thanks to this high sentiment, why does papaya always have a good future? How was your day today? But the soap hat has not been removed. Chikao, Midwinter Rhyme of 1898. Would you rather miss your hometown? Bingzhou means temporary residence.
无知空绕树，弹夹又歌语。练鼓微夷急，迎头珍稀疏。敢追无限计，悔觉昔年居。随时切不闷，而闷时难排。浪撼江空语，风翻天半埋。
There are no branches around the tree, playing the cymbals and singing fish. Refining bones is a collection of dangers and doubts, and combing the hair is cherished. Feelings of endless pursuit, regretting the past. It's not boring at any time, but it's hard to get rid of the stuffiness. The waves shake the river, the rain is in the sky, and the wind turns the sky half hazy.
热肠之未冷，晚节甚无乖。荣辱余家少，成朝又犯牌。一齐皆越绝，胜得此顽民。皎皎心如石，丝丝鬓欲饮。中山几度醒，故国13春。
If the hot intestine is not cold, be careful not to be obedient in the late season. There are few fishermen with honor and disgrace, and they ride the tide and ride the tide. The banner of righteousness is getting more and more extinct, leaving behind these stubborn people. Their hearts are as straight as stones, and their temples are as silver as silk. Zhongshan wakes up several times, and the motherland has 13 springs.
上甚须沾至，天寒夜气敏。德兴陵午夜，谁作李长元？天宝人评说，渔阳谷上轩。居寮当日馆，卧学此诗源。仆更斥于我，安然懒出门。
I look up at Ji with caution, and weep in the cold night. If the Lingwu industry is to flourish, who will be Li Changyuan? Tianbao people say that Yuyang drums are still noisy. On that day when he was in charge of Liao, Yuan was lying in the snow. My servant is even more obsessed with me, and Ran is too lazy to go out.
一字追秦后，同人在海山，官场不可毁，结义感青山。受冻贫艰苦，应双帽长颜。南阳高卧稳，往时世途间。非锦谋衣时，人间心却忙。
Since the time of the Qin dynasty, we have been together in Haishan. The crown and clothes cannot be destroyed, and the integrity dares to be lightly deleted. Frequent exposure to cold makes the bones strong, and the frost makes the face look luxuriant. Nanyang is high and stable, but I don't know that the road in the world is difficult. It's not just about food and clothing, the human heart is busy.
生莲随地意，利刃一身刚。无憾感言毕，加餐上乏粮。江河消旅夜，薄酒胜茶汤。熏名须唤耳，身是一轻舟。远寄西山尺，众将南渡游。
The sound couplet means whatever the place is, and the strength is the same as the body. I have no regrets and dare to say that I am still short of food for extra meals. Why spend the night traveling at night? A thin glass of wine is better than a cup of tea. Honors and honors are illusory, and life experience is in a light boat. I send my shame far away to the western mountains, and my important generals cross to the south.
渔樵连几岁，何属气同秋？报备劳心处，于时更觉忧。门外苍茫事，神龙且寂然。困方皆鹤短，人岂及全连？善受之真鼎，须调用作言。
How old are the fishermen and woodcutter couplets? The crops and millet weep in the same autumn. Expose the troublesome place on your back, and you will feel more leisurely. Outside the door, there is a vast space, and there are dragons and beards. If you are trapped, you will sigh and be short, so how can you borrow the spring water? If you are good at receiving knowledge, the precious cauldron needs to be used as salt.
承深圆不贯，应何与时前？不当今著述，以避白云寒。是那全留发，云安伴在言。寡亲实属履，感悟亦为闲。办事稀稀易，逢人说大烦。秋也。
I am not accustomed to showing up, so I should adapt to the times. It is not appropriate to write with caution, and the white cloud letter has been closed. It is the complete hair of the emperor, and the cloud nunnery is half on the rock. When you have no relatives, you are a traveler, and your sense of things is salty. I have been living in my heart for half my life, and I talk about ordinary things when I meet people. Chiu Yin.
爽气横飞野旷家，速回对水漫心怀。芙蓉路湿红妆冷，江海风生白浪排。敌垓身同袍则易，赵州广定弟兄柴。及今天却犹须补。
The refreshing air is flying across the field and the conditions are good. Looking back, I am excited about the water. The hibiscus dew is wet and red, the makeup is cold, and the river and sea are filled with white waves. Enmity is deep and friendship is strong, and brothers and sisters are recruited widely. That is to say, today's shortcomings must be made up for.
蜀上秋民妓女袜，寂寂笑人吟。一字丙戌成福，南来民海。或经年犯宅，或偶寄之妻，忧从中来，兴亦时有。美甲提咏，聊混居住。戊子入月。
Who is Chiu Min's stepdaughter Hua? Send a message to others. I recall that Bingshu rode on a boat and came south to the Fujian Sea. Over the years, I spent time in my house, or occasionally stayed on a branch. I felt worried and excited from time to time. Every time I chant a false title, I talk about living among the people. Wuzi entered Guangdong.
所银益多。辛卯复来借居海岛，登山问水，米不有失，有喜不合人运。虽丘壑情深，绝感激实录。金秋检阅寺中，顿生悔愧，不论闲题兼偶记。
There are many chants. Xi and Mao came back to live on the island, climbing mountains and asking about water. He had no poetry, but he especially liked walking and human rhyme. Although Chiu he has a deep love, his gratitude is always revealed. This autumn, I briefly read the book, and suddenly I felt regretful. Regardless of my leisure time, I occasionally remembered it.
西复祖龙，仲冬小窗冷坐，欲在发书漂泊情事，积神硕志，偶得正折三海泊吟，不禁勃勃不韵。然折三，余未识面也。不到10余载，犹然若故时。
Pay tribute to Zulong. Sitting in the cold in the small window in midwinter, I want to express my wandering love again, but my imagination is suffocated. I accidentally heard Jingjisan's Haiba Yin, and I can't help but get excited about the rhythm. However, Jisan, I haven't met him yet. I haven't been teaching for more than 10 years, but I still feel like the old times.
因人做事缓，怜我信天仪。燕燕春秋意，沧桑日月迟。唯兴米成感，且治水之美。分得青天在，盘桓且振居。行春衣雨歇，问月解春书。
Because people work slowly, I even doubt my faith in God. Yen yen spring and autumn are easy, and the vicissitudes of life are late. It is a feeling of excitement and stagnant water. The blue sky is there, lingering and vibrating, walking in the spring, resting on the rain, asking the moon for the spring breeze.
草就章追物，兼之经鉴书。江船岛上使，陌路漫踌躇。望水图之阁，遥江风景殊。艰难依路主，奋发奋求虚。先进激流硕，山夷子鲫鱼。
The grass blames Zhang Jue for mistake, and the Jing Jian is sparse at the same time. The history of the island will be told, and the end will be long and hesitant. Looking across the water, you will know the distance between you and the scenery of the distant river. Difficulties rely on Luzhu, and the beard is vigorous and vigorous. Immortals are near and hungry and stay in the new moon, and mountains move and children follow their foolishness.
闲欧不厌我，日共与为徒。与我应当恶，家人苦未能。平兄携旧机，旧使皆多朋。制毒同细燕，分粮厌恶增。谋身上不足，王业几时兴。
The idle gull never gets tired of me, and I will be my disciple together every day. I should be hungry, but my family should be miserable. Carrying old accumulations with you will bring you many friends. The children are disgusted with the food, and the wild geese are disgusted with the food. It's not enough to find a career, but how can Wang's industry be so popular?
烟霞岛上满，落日鬼豪亲。知命全亏骨，报仇总在心。境荒桃兴浅，袍吝泛寒深。起舞图虚事，贫年听汉音。吴政府呼吁为僧，以简济复达。
The island is full of smoke and clouds, and the ghosts of the setting sun are intruding. All my life is missing, and my heart is always filled with sorrow. The path is wild and Tao Xing is shallow, and the robe is stingy and cold. Dancing is a waste of time, and I listened to Han's music for many years. Wu Zhengfu suddenly wanted to become a monk, so he sent a poem in Cambodia to answer Dash.
当说为僧好，君今欲累元，果然撇得下，只便吾当前。但使身无累，无令事有权。是名于早定，不是爱虚远，于是名超光。徐福远，福远，字暗公。
It should be said that being a monk is a good thing, and you want to realize your fate now. As expected, you can put it aside and just realize the present. But if you don't feel tired, don't let the world have power. The name of the release is Yuzouting, not the love of the virtual circle. The name of the release is Chaoguang. Su Fuyuan. Fuyuan, whose courtesy name is Ngong.
晚号富斋，明松江华亭人，己舍六子之一。南明者，闽乡济溃，移居厦门，颇受郑成功礼遇。寻入晋永历帝，失道入安南，不得达而还。
His late name was Fuzhai. He was from Huading, Songjiang, Ming Dynasty, and one of the 6 sons of Jisha. In the southern Ming Dynasty, Zhejiang and Fujian were defeated one after another and moved to Xiamen, where they were well received by Zheng Qinggong. He went to visit Emperor Yongli, but he lost his way and entered Annan, but failed to reach it and returned.
后乃辗转止于月之饶平，完发以终。遣之中有吊黄堂存稿20卷，收古今体诗2700多首，莫附交行摘稿1卷。连横选有徐岸公诗钞。
After that, he wandered around and ended in Raoping, Guangdong, where he finished his journey. Among the works, there are 20 volumes of Dao Wangtang preserved manuscripts, which contain more than 2,700 ancient and modern poems. At the end is a volume of Jiaoxing extracted manuscripts. Lianheng selected Su Onggong's poetry notes.
一卷编入东宁三子诗录未刊，交行摘稿，以附件徐岸公先生年谱，文从第2、3种之后。东夷仍小丑，南众以专征，部落衰流。
One volume, compiled into Poems of the 3 Sons of Dongning, unpublished. Excerpts from the Bank of Communications are appended to the Chronology of Mr. Su Onggong, 123 of Wen Song. Dongyi. Dongyi is still a clown, but Nanzhong has been conquering it exclusively. The tribe declined Lu and Shi.
崩奔切处经，况闻蒙面众，皆有反歌情。一举清江、汉、河南境9经。诸子，宣帝巡游今未返，宜州游戏汉家名，一丘息壤无兴废。
The Chu Jings collapsed and ran away in fear. Moreover, they heard that the masked people were all rebelling against each other. Qing, Jiang, and Han in one fell swoop. How could it be difficult to pacify Jiujing? Scholars. Emperor Xian has not returned from his tour, and Yizhou is still named after the Han family. A hill of soil has not been prospered or destroyed.
数载高雅有佩经，兵法孙无真不义，天心沧海最多情。几人此地称于子，容目沉沉嗔喜平。皇臣以旧别感赠，年老多悲恨，途间赖有声。
For several years, Gaoye has been in awe. The art of war by Sun and Wu is not easy, and the heart of heaven is the most affectionate in the sea. Several people here call me Yuzi, and the curtain of Rome is dark and angry. Huang Chen expressed his farewell gratitude. Old age is full of sorrow and hatred, and the road is difficult and dependent on friends.
如何蓝尘履，各作艳红名。真感万方难， 莫言一别轻，几时众执手，愿而保身命。晚章定息，忽报迎星落，还怜剑遐存。飞扬真有意，功过感深论。
Like a couple of orchid and tarts, each making a wild goose call. I feel that there are so many difficulties, so don't say goodbye. Whenever I hold hands again, I wish you to protect your reputation. Save Zhang Dingxi. Suddenly the stars in the camp have fallen, but I still pity the sword box. Fei Yang is really intentional, and I dare to discuss the merits and demerits in depth.
骨肉同黄土，偏僻异己门。游魂随西月，游自向中原。牙角纵横日，驱除至未深。仓皇仍去月，感激岁头免。将帅真何事？风云在一身。
The bones and flesh are the same as the lusts, but they are different from the halberd door. The wandering soul follows the evening moon, still heading towards the central plains. The bones and flesh are the same as the lusts, but they are different from the halberd door. The wandering soul follows the evening moon, still heading towards the central plains. The teeth and horns are crisscrossing the sun, and the aspirations have not yet been expelled. The yellow color is still gone to you, so I feel grateful and go to Fujian. What's the matter with the general? The storm is all over him.
谁能勋阁上，独自画麒麟？宋张公保北伐，上载挥金钺，还兵戍赤旗。刘敏于胜略，入岳会雄师。至震龙蛇绕，应天雷雨垂。一荣拂日月。
Who can sit in the pavilion and paint a unicorn alone? Send Zhang Gongbao to the northern expedition. The Prime Minister wields a golden axe and returns the soldiers with a red flag. He retains Min Yu's winning strategy and joins the Yu Hui army. The formation is surrounded by dragons and snakes, responding to thunder and rain from the sky. An army supports the sun and moon.
群帅奉盘仪，莫独残方甚。唇为种欲衰，周时今大治，汉作不中夷。赐剑身明月，兴京后指挥。两都须奠顶，时乱带飞皮。阉割图行委。
The commander-in-chief of the group served Pansy. Mao Dun was still in ruins, and Chunwei species wanted to decline. The Zhou dynasty was now in full swing, and Hanzhou was not among the barbarians. The sword is given to make a deep sound and leap, and the star spirit is waiting to point to the subordinates. The cauldron must be laid in both places, and everything will be in chaos. The graphics of Yang'e are magnificent.
因庭作疾驰，独伤留至客。花破未能随。赠己诗清。蓟门宫阙草萋萋，犹有应人弃土泥。周鼎未还心不死，鲁歌应愤日将息。故乡何处叹龙哭。
Yin Ting's work was late, only the stranded guest was injured, and the flower spirit could not follow. As a gift to Ji Shiqing. The grass in the palace of Jimen is luxuriant, and there are still some British people talking about it. Zhou Ding has not given up yet, and Lu Gu should fight against the sun and head to the west. Where can I explore the Dragon Cave in my hometown?
碧地时闻过虎溪，数点毛斋深袖里。云峰无尽夜无题。知君身隐在吴中，棚户萧萧春草丛。子亦今期真自许，望之风骨与谁同？
I smelled Tiger Creek while taking shelter. Count the number of thatched cottages in the deep Xiu, where the clouds and peaks have no path and the crows crow at night. I know that you are deeply hidden in the endless grass, and the bushes are rustling in the spring. I sincerely promise you that you will have the same character as you.
空囊履采山中绝，远至南吹木里风。愧我携奴沧海上，年年漂泊似征鸿。沈复斋过访，不返而去。终乘车骑过蓬门，丛菊无花三径存。
Empty bags are often used to pick ferns in the mountains, but polygala cannot be blown by the wind behind the curtain. It's a shame that I carry my child across the sea, wandering like a mercenary every year. Shunfuzhai came to visit and left without a meal. When Zhongqing rode his chariot through the canopy gate, there were no flowers left among the chrysanthemums.
只得陶家酿未熟，别携玉尘向平原。亥巳，恶浪驱风小怪书，扁舟饥客胆鹰粗。不知苏坚归朝后，犹忆当年瀚海无。甘将军素有战功。
Knowing that Tao's wine is not yet ripe, don't take the jade dust to the plain. Silicon. The evil waves drive the wind, and there are little monsters, and the passengers in the boat must be brave. I wonder if Su Jian, after returning to the court, still remembers the vastness of the sea. General Gan has long-standing military exploits.
又能持党义，以公义歌之。数载横矛撼马才，出平北海又南回。孙家自有甘兴机，那得曹公问度来。得张玄著书，知兵至金山寺，复之。
He can also hold opinions and sing songs of righteousness. After several years of fighting with spears and horses, they first flattened the North Sea and then returned to the south. The Sun family was happy and prosperous, so Duke Chao asked to cross over. After getting Zhang Xian's letter, he sent troops to Jinshan Temple and wrote dash.
南方周一有声明，卿得经过铁瓮城。昔日齐王酣战处，金山江上又扬兵。谁道长风不可成？余黄激浪已先登。中山云树江头见。
Nanzhou Zhouyi is famous, and the light boat passes through Iron Wing City. In the past, where the king of Qi fought fiercely, troops were raised on the Jinshan River. Who says you can't take advantage of the wind? Xiansha Mountain has already climbed up first. See the clouds and trees at the head of the river in Zhongshan.
欲待桥边拜孝陵，望江南。袁荣连战下扬州，寝殿依然汉至秋。只有姬人品北望，10年空在海南头。赠备客，时来不觉有书能。
Pay homage to Shaoling Mausoleum by the Jade Belt Bridge. Looking south of the Yangtze River. When Yuan Rong led the army to conquer Yangzhou, the palace was still in the Han Dynasty and Autumn period. Only the prisoners often looked north, and for 10 years it was empty in Hainan. A gift to northern guests. From time to time, I suddenly realize that I have special powers.
汾河高飞以大鹏，昔日云台多义气，也应服长啸严陵。燕及军府，数载击7客，一尊风雨前，灯明其数秒，歌吹落山泉。杂作惊雄变。
Fly high and rely on the Dapeng. In the past, the cloud platform was full of energy, so you should also hold up your palms and laugh at Yanling. Yanji Military Mansion. I have been a guest for several years, standing in front of the wind and rain. The lights are shining all over the trees, and the songs are blowing down the mountain springs. Sitting in shock and eloquent.
衔杯愧长年，唯闻江楚节，醉眼望飞仙。闻有穷庐史，方当来问津。衣冠他日意，名号一时新。五原虽踌躇，王林还入尘，不知高岭上。
It's been a long time since I held the cup. I heard Jiang Chujie slightly, and looked at Fei Qian drunkenly. I heard. When I hear that there is an envoy from Qionglu, I should come to inquire about him. His clothes will change every day, and his name will be new every day. Although the soldiers were hostile to Chu, Wang Lin still went to Chen. I didn't know that I was on the high mountain.
西种为何人？北邑与客曰南行。奉身仍见策，岁岁亦和亲。犹有衣冠旧，终连玉帛新。飞扬潭上客，憔悴谷中人。愿假南宏宇，迷途不复身。难忘。
Who is Shizhong? The meeting in the north made an appointment with the guest to go south. Fengshen still advises on strategies, and discusses peace and marriage every year. The clothes are still old, but the jade and silk are new in the end. The guests at the flying altar are the haggard people in the valley. May the fake Nan Hongyu live up to his reputation. Looking south.
寂寂七荒岛，一一望斗勺。群公有百越，法成以3秒。须筑金台宴，何时玉竹调？因忧开圣主，会见奏云韶。北马千群至，资丘仍寂然。
Sitting on a deserted island in silence, I look at the bucket. There are hundreds of people in Guangdong, and the Dharma has 3 seedlings. Standing on the golden platform in vain, when will the jade candle be adjusted? Yin Yu opened the Holy Lord and met with Yun Shao. Northern horse. Thousands of horses from the north arrived, but Ziqiu remained silent.
尽诗经不出，汉过古无先。闻有交随曰：何时多累平？红旗空自拨，未许聚龙泉。其是李牧真飞将，由文手照边。此时上校桌，破敌乃称贤。
The Jin army is not out now, and the Han dynasty has no precedent in ancient times. I heard that there is a contract between Sui and Sui. When will the base be tied? The red flag airs on its own, and no drama is allowed in Longquan. That's right. Li Muzhen, a flying general, still heard of guarding the Zhao border. This fashion is clumsy, but defeating the enemy is called virtuous.
合甲当3至，应思入9渊。其勋承脱拓，饥渴且高眠。品文千余丈，不识更谁头。府主何容易，居民逼去柳。亲人真若畏，但复一兴州。
Why do you think that when 3 times arrive, you should think about entering the abyss? Chi Sun becomes a rabbit, and he sleeps high when he is a guest. Frequently heard. I often hear that jade tents have been moved, but I don't know who will move them. It's not easy for the master of the palace. The residents are forced to stay or leave. The people of Qin were really weak to Wei, but my father also prospered Zhou.
饥渴无衣者，从资复远游。冀州，岐伯虽多日，安危盼益州。那能随落叶，独自逐青瓯。赤里忽难至，吕梁未可游。古来传轶事，徐福有宜丘。
Those who are homeless and have no one to rely on can travel far away from here. Send a boat. Even though we have been moored for many days, our safety is determined by one boat. How can we follow the fallen leaves and chase the light gulls alone? The red carp calls out that it is difficult to reach Luoyang, and it is impossible to swim in Luoyang. There are anecdotes from ancient times, and Su Fu has a mound left behind.
悲悯难，人间毛雨尽，此地泪痕新。降雨虽还下， 衣冠不到秦。去来无事主，仇后总非民。宜结成如此，谁言造化人？访王愧两先生，问我将何事？
Sad for southern Fujian. The feathers of the world are gone, and the tears here are new. Although Xinjiang is still summer, the clothes and hats are not as good as those of Qin. There is no suitable master in coming and going, and hating the queen is always unkind to the people. This is the case with the orphans, who can say that God is benevolent. Interview with Mr. Wang Kuyang. Ask me what will happen to me.
同人久语为：杀身须夜疾，风静且披衣。入座无繁语，望焉当自归。相看春静好，一路草霏霏。赠曾则通，一字中台折，侨居又几春。并须眉梳发。
It's been a long time since we've been together. The sand is deep and you need to drag your leather. The wind is strong and you need to wear clothes. There are no words to say when you sit down. Just look at the smoke and go home. It seems that the spring path is beautiful, but the grass is everywhere along the way. If you give it to Zheng, it will be past. Once I left China and Taiwan, I lived abroad for many more years. The disease must be caused by Uncle May.
家四史云频，故国风尘暗，一边气则新。受禅虽各倒，同是坐不禅。宋雪松安治台湾，长日严征必波渺。云竹轻翻轻障咬，苍冥以来更向东。
The family is as poor as Shiyun. The old country is dark and dusty, but the relics are full of new energy. Even though they are on different islands, they are all acting as officials. Send Shuasong to settle in Taiwan. The long sun is scorching, the blue waves are clearing, and the clouds are chasing the light sails. They are heading eastward since the cold weather.
结束成茶和草草，一鹤孤鸣彻九高，吟吟众废徒为劳。面折无词长如杠，远游时咏屈平骚。相闻徐福有宜秋，不问禅州与豫州。
There is no rush to end the journey. A solitary crane sings all over Jiugao, and the barking of the cranes and beasts is just a labor of love. The long child sings without words, and chants Chu Ping Saw when traveling far away. I heard that Su Fu had a mound, regardless of Changzhou or Yuzhou.
土人便于安惠服，客子衣冠对海鸥。与君同里老相连，凶茶如罗不敢前。莫怪今来闭其口，交居八载作寒蝉。赠陈父服，均有长才为士瑞。
The native tenants and fishermen wear beautiful clothes, and the guests' clothes and hats face the seagulls. I live in the same place as you and have sympathy for each other for a long time, and I don't dare to go forward like Coucher Roluo. Don't blame me for shutting up now and living in the suburbs for 8 years as a cicada. Presented to Chen Fufu. If you have great talent, it is Shirui.
大庸烹烘明堂气，不非不明竟得意。有时征用变所宜，几席之间见未止。凡与分伦无足言，梁秋霄汉展其翅。旅人久坐何主林。
The big incense sticks in the Mingtang, and it is quiet and proud without being famous or singing. Sometimes the requisition is appropriate, and the position can be seen between several seats. There are no words to describe the various feathers, and the Han dynasty spreads its wings in the cool autumn sky. Travelers have been neighbors along the river for a long time.
风神虽暗情自亲，谁言年少难书心？车力相期交以身， 流水淡荡高山岑，却令重古伯牙琴。怀章悬坐，岛中名士原无几，莫亚近来更去如。
Although Fengshen is sad and in love with himself, who said that it is difficult to lose one's heart when you are young? We have already had a deep friendship with each other in carriages and hats. The flowing water is light and the mountains are high, but the drums are heavy and the boya harp is heavy. Pregnant with Zhang Xuanqi. There were not many celebrities on the island, so don't be surprised that there are even fewer celebrities here.
我已投临灾避吏，军方入海复原居。秋深大壑千层浪，蜡尽西风一纸书。泛泛扁舟何日定？师统来往可能说。寿在公先生，袖手平年百步为。
I have thrown myself into the forest to plant weeds and lychees, and now you have entered the sea to plant your flowers. In the deep autumn, there are thousands of waves in the deep gully, and the west wind blows away a piece of paper. When will the ordinary boats be settled, and the exchanges of poems be sparse? Mr. Shou Zai-gong. I have been doing nothing for hundreds of years.
图南无计赤仍垂，未须脱喜裘丹绝，且复关涛任白缁。往日夔龙归信使，凌霜松柏失征时。陈愁岂是熊皮事，耿邓何妨笑我痴。
Tunan Wuji's wings are still hanging down. There is no need to take off his clothes to seek elixirs, and he can watch the waves again and have a white mustache. In the past, Kuelong returned to history, and the pines and cypresses in the frost were at loggerheads. Isn't Chen Chou an idiot? Why don't Gung and Deng laugh at me?
指王先生杀上小斋，谋远视野。将鞋服被衬于船，先到山房里就沾。深竹盘参情未已，两头父子与依然。便辞朱底3000舍，更览沧波万里船。
Mr. Wang only went to a small studio on the sand to plan for the future. After taking the baggage into the fishing boat, he went to the mountain house to sort out the old rugs. The meal was still in full swing, and the women on both sides continued to talk. Then he resigned from Zhu's residence and moved to another house, and even took a boat thousands of miles away.
即比武陵犹绝远，相闻鸡犬又何年？即礼正清斋，使君命客不杀其，小阁流连日欲息。好友携琴寻古洞，山童河插凿丹梯，临风气石尊仍倒。
Even more distant than Wuling, how old are we when we hear about chickens and dogs? Collect Li Zhengqingzhai. The emperor ordered the guests to go to Shaki and stay in the small pavilion for several days, hoping to go west. A friend brings his harp to search for an ancient cave, a mountain boy digs a ladder with a hammer, a stone statue still falls when he is resting in the wind.
得月披金鸡不迷，联袂往来于幸在，座中犹抱紧争离。海居。 何须入海密三山，养性长如水一湾。非指渊峦朝暮见，金银宫阙有无见。
When you have the moon, you will not be confused even if you wear your lapel and clogs. We are having fun going back and forth hand in hand, and we are still reporting steamed quinoa while we are sitting. Haizhu. Why go to the sea to find 3 mountains? To nourish one's nature is always like a bay of water. The flying phoenix can be seen in the morning and evening, and the palaces of gold and silver are always there.
久居徐福留一在，暂与卢敖振与还。不识旅人今日意，绵云卧石鬓江斑。东行祖风，你将衰鬓寄东猛，频越东风不得东。 绅士何堪常做客？
I have been staying in Shifu for a long time, and I will temporarily say that Lu Ao Zhenyu will return. I don't know what the traveler is thinking today. Sleeping clouds are lying on the stone, and my temples will be stained. Eastbound blocking wind. I plan to send my faded temples to eastern Mongolia, but the east wind cannot come from the east every month. How can I be a frequent guest with my life experience?
飘摇南尽履书空，携而兼在黄牛玉，农作应追造茂翁。稍待波平阳月后，一刀须放笔流中。抒怀，昔日衣冠今渺茫，岛居一骑又牵肠。
It's hard to stop the swaying and the book is empty. The woman who carries her children and her oxen should follow the old man with a soap hat in farming. After a while, after the waves calmed down and the young month passed, a bucket of water was released into the blue stream. Shuhuai. The clothes that I wore in the past are now a dime, and I have lived on the island for a century and my clothes are still in rags.
宜家不惜相千里，种熟何嫌水一方。地理未经神语化，医书应简化驼囊。余年从此游天外，知是刘郎是阮郎。将更东方，感念围斗沃子。
Even if you move thousands of miles away from home, how can you grow rice without water? The geography was not painted by Xinyu, but the medical books should be simplified by Hua Tuanong. Since then, I have been traveling around the world for more than 1 year. Is it Lu Lang or Wan Lang? I will plow the east, and I will express my gratitude to Wei Dou and Wazi.
怆然有作，何除东海复何言？回首亲交总泪痕。囊碎英华连筵席，两军名姓各非帆。何人为起王林少？自古南招屈子魂。独立苍茫无限恨。
There is something to be said for being sad. What can I say when I hoe the East China Sea? When I look back on my close friendship, there are always tears. In the past years, when the British and Chinese jointly held a joint meeting, the names of the two gentlemen were flying. Who is the beggar Wang Linshou? Since ancient times, it has been difficult to recruit the soul of a subdued child. Independence, confusion and infinite hatred.
秀云归尽掩柴门，裴宁静及王喟两斋中。宣车西过喜王孙，忽取黄山共九尊。入调新余堪一宝，小斋明主好深论。龙无云雨神何事？
Xiuyun returned and covered Chaimen. Accompanying Ning Jingji Wang Gui Liang Zhai Dash. In the evening, the king and grandson passed by in a car, and they wore yellow shirts and drank wine together. They went fishing for new fish to satisfy their appetites, and they held a small studio with candles lit for deep discussion. What does Long Wuyun and the rain god rely on?
见落渊谈气自存，饮罢不须愁岛急，还气珍重在中原。怀长雪松，海外之海千人稀，家人散尽独居遗，孤客迭来怀抱恶，小楼作去岁华迟。
When the sword falls into the abyss, the energy will exist. There is no need to feel overwhelmed after drinking, and you should treasure it in the Central Plains. Huai Chang Shuesong. People are migrating to the overseas seas, and their families are scattered and living alone in foreign lands. Businessmen come one after another with evil intentions, and the small buildings sit in the old Huaqi.
素昔皆君心胆壮，应驱至机不相让。太分清浊宝身书，会树前死众降放。钓鱼歌，寿王先生。王夫子买舟钓鱼沧波里，水底珊瑚见长成。
In the past, I said that your heart was brave, and the eagles drove the birds to attack and refused to give in. If you were too clear and turbid to protect your body, you would forgive your death and let your wings fly. Fishing song, Mr. Shou Wang. Mr. Wang bought a boat and fished in Kangbo. The underwater corals gradually grew.
山头白雪长如尺，一年垂钓又一年，隔绝尘埃心则喜。偶然钓得盘溪黄，再钓乃是羚羊里。放鱼归去养头角，待我几何乎苍似。
The snow on the top of the mountain is always as white as teeth. Fishing year after year, isolated from the dust, my heart feels happy. Occasionally I catch the fengshi huang, and then I catch the lingyang carp. Let the fish go back to raise their horns, and wait for me to join the river and call the sky.
功成他日来相迎，指点三山千万里。出塞，久居此岛何为乎？恶溪之恶于公于，半亩稻田不可治。其中种菜300株，晨曦菊高纳得如。
I will greet you in the future after my success, and I will guide you across 3 mountains and thousands of miles. Ho vegetables. What's the point of living on this island for a long time? The evil stream is so evil and stupid that half an acre of rice field cannot be cured. If you plant 300 vegetables in the border, it will feel wet in the morning and evening because of the orange trees.
张会之语昨宵下，夜里抽经生一书。烹菜沽酒聊自味，西邻我有意可乎？只今实在在泥途，南云杳杳天路通，我欲往从伐陶图。东陵勇。
It rained heavily last night, and the stems were peeling off the leaves. Cooking vegetables, drinking wine, chatting and masturbating, my friends in the West can also call. I have only been in the mud for 10 years now, and the road to the south and the sky is open, and I want to go to the mountains and rivers. Dongming chant.
自从漂泊真资岛，隶属飞鹏18年，函谷谁占藏史气？汉家空探子清闲。土民衣服真如骨，荒与星河又一天。何处待立安于分？
It has been Feipeng's 18 years since he wandered to Jinzi Island. Who in Hangu has the historical spirit? The Han family sighs for nothing. The clothes of the native people are just as they were in ancient times, and the deserted islands and rivers are another day. He carries a hoe and a hat to protect Yufan.
草木余生任所变，陪饮复怀。问于东向意何为？吕与王侯饭酒之。素昔今七空自许，于今行迹有谁知？年衰难入曲阳梦，衣蔽常多门失时。
The vegetation is left to its own devices for the rest of its life. Drinking with you and having fun. I asked Yu Dongxiang why he drank and drank with the princes many times. I promised you that I would be empty in the past, but who knows where I am now? It is difficult to dream of driving sheep as you age, and you often find lice in your clothes when they are in tatters.
明岁土高应早发，好随桃亮共扶离。桃花，海山春色等闲来，朵朵还如人面开。千载必勤真此地，问君何必武陵回？春流，闲吟则盼弄春晖。
The soil paste should appear early next year, so that it can help Tao Liang help the plow together. Peach blossom. The spring beauty of the mountains and seas is waiting to come, and the blossoms are still as open as a human face. I have avoided Qinzhen for thousands of years. Why do you need to return to Wuling? Spring willow. I sing leisurely by the lakeside and enjoy the spring glow.
不见牵丝作绪飞，可是闽南真绝地，应无攀折送人归。海句：三山渺渺水渐渐，日月衣冠又一天。不是六鳌相主的，便留西极已多年。春望。
There are no threads flying, but the true land of southern Fujian should not be broken to send people home. Haizhu. The three mountains are misty, the water is splashing, and the sun, moon, and clothes are another day. If Liu Ao didn't support him, he would have been living in the West for many years. Spring Hope.
春光一去不重来，日日登山望九垓，暗湖水龙俱寂寞，高皇宫见几时回？怀章东升，愁云淡淡水溶溶，你挂征帆到海东，香梦迷离春树摇。
Spring is gone and never comes back again. Every day I climb the mountain and look at Jugai. The tigers on the shore, the water, and the dragons are all lonely. When will Gao Huang's bow and sword return? Huaizhang Dongsheng. The melancholy clouds are faint and the water is bright, and I plan to set sail to the east of the sea. The dream of hometown is blurred and the spring trees are gone.
天涯一别几时逢，纵酒受陈父府参军。世事方屯间，经营赖上财，小心参帷幄，大力运朝回。入座香风满，怀人凉月催，笑颜通梦寐。
When will we meet again at the end of the world? Chen Fufu joined the army during his 9th year of life. The world is tough, and management depends on the best materials. Be careful in planning and make great efforts to bring success back. When you sit down, the fragrance fills you, and you are reminded of your loved ones by the bright moon. Your laughter and words make you sleep well.
背甲履追排，须如沈悠久，元龙爽气开。旅途虽严简，高义感风雷。贫有西园赏，无于江夏栽。新逢瑶海始，心自日边来。正值龙山会。
Beiju chases and accompanies her many times. Su Ru has been depressed for a long time, and Yuanlong feels refreshed. Even though the journey is rough, she feels the wind and thunder with great righteousness. There are frequent visits to the West Garden and no summer disasters in the Yujiang River. I am glad to meet the Yao Hai envoy, and new things are coming from the sun. It's the time of Longshan meeting.
奸臣戏马台，可令南极老，黄发已邹眉。万章公父，高秋风雨落荒城，浮枕摇船天柱清。抱憾未能邀匹雁，寄湖空自有长鹰。7年大捷凌霄上。
It also has a horse stage. It can make Antarctica grow old and have yellow hair leaning on Zhou Mei. To save Zhang Gongfu. The high autumn wind and rain fell on the deserted city, and I heard that the pillars of heaven were falling in the distance. Reporting to the Han dynasty failed to invite Payan, because Hukong had his own long tassel. The 7th year of the festival is in the sky.
千载英灵四海平，闻道河门皆殉难，恰如归去复蓬影。一照苍烟北海滩，年来何意更谈关？明从黄阁真无事，心在青云起自安。
The heroic souls of thousands of years are waiting for the sea to level. Hearing the truth and closing the door, everyone was martyred, just like returning to Pengying. There is a puff of smoke on the North Beach. Why do you want to be more beautiful in the past few years? There is nothing wrong with being named Songhuang Pavilion. How can I be at peace with my heart in Qingyun?
弟子再开新霸府，诸侯皆善就登坛。不须更向君平补，欲去应接道路难。 昔日投干敝地来，员工竖起道金台。交居城父先相视。
The emperor's son opened a new domineering palace, and all the princes were good at returning to the throne. There is no need to ask Jun Ping for divination. If you want to go, you should lament that the road is difficult. In the past, I threw my pole to avoid the ground, and Yuan Gongshu Qi arrived at Jintai. The poem about living in the suburbs is shown first.
赌树行游吕许培，每忆新行之雅量，长征古市见青彩。一从门馆飘零后，欲放朝辞愧不才。卢若腾，若腾，字贤之，号睦州，名福建同安金门人。
I often accompany you on gambling and villa tours. Every time he learns new things, he knows how to be elegant, and he often collects ancient things to see the truth. As soon as I left the store, I felt ashamed of my talents even if I wanted to make a move. Lu Ruding. Ruding, whose courtesy name is Xianji and nickname is Muzhou, was born in Jinmen, Tongan, Fujian, Ming Dynasty.
南明隆武历长寿命巡抚浙江温、处、宁、台，后回闽海，与王忠孝、沈臣权、曾英、许吉景、辜朝建、徐福远、郭真一、纪许国等诸旗旧居金门，自号。
During the reign of Longwu in the southern Ming dynasty, he was ordered to patrol Wen, Chu, Ning, and Tai in Zhejiang. Later, he returned to Minhai and lived in Kinmen together with Wang Zhongxiao, Shen Chenquan, Zheng Ying, Su Jishan, Gu Chaojian, Su Fuyuan, Guizhini, Ji Shugua, and other senior citizens. He named himself
刘安，永历18年，东渡至澎湖病疾，岁末，遣命题其墓曰有名字许先生之墓。辍有方宇考、吴州节列传、刘安文集、诗集与庚唐之笔。
Luan. In the 18th year of Yongli's reign, he crossed east to Penghu and passed away. His tomb was inscribed with the title, Mr. Su's Tomb from Yuming. He is the author of Fong Yu Kao, Wuzhou Jia Lai Biography, Luan Collected Works, Poetry Collection, Yujingtang Jibi.
岛居随录、岛医师等多种，大多散佚。其岛医师已见令刊，文从第245种。已有仲夏周次钱塘，邂逅田如卷年帐，周旋数日，闻南都之变。
There are many kinds of works, such as records of living on the island and poems of the island, most of which have been lost. His Island AI poems have been published separately, 245 in Wen Song. In the middle of summer, Eo went to Qiantang by boat, met Tian Rajuniansheng, and stayed with him for several days. He heard about the changes in the southern capital.
悲而有负，奉承为别。邂逅须江足胜游，那堪忽暴怒涛鸠。连年国破修清史，此日伤心一白头。半壁称吃经在物，两经包复往同仇。
Sad but rich. Presented as a farewell. Encountering the Xujiang River is a joyful trip, but it can't be repaid by the raging autumn waves. Year after year the country has been destroyed and history has been humiliated. It is easy to grow old if you are sad today. Half of them supported each other and made mistakes again and again, and the two capitals were separated and wanted to share the same hatred.
定须江左夷吾出，高斩中兴第一丑。次运河兴安王商乱师4首。自弃新廷后，经营复所期，风声经渐改，岁月去如迟。呼我马牛造。
Dingshu Jiangzhua Iwu came out, and he was the first in ZTE. Second rhyme and Xing'an Wang Shang Wan's poems, 4 poems, dash. Since the establishment of the new pavilion, the business has failed to meet expectations. The news has gradually changed, and the years have passed by. Call me Manyozao.
望人雄虎旗，偷生成底事，懊悔转增悲。忍云袖手势，砍揽百难尽。藏石送人眼，碧轩秦氏心。风波声尽谱，物语及孤岑。何以知晨曦？
Look at the bear and tiger flag. What is the secret behind the secret life? Regret turns to sadness. It's hard to resist all obstacles. Hidden stones are hidden in the eyes of Song dynasty people, and the hearts of Qin scholars are in ruins. Storms arise near Pu, and fog and rain gather in the lonely sens. Why support the morning and evening?
沾情又补阴，夫家虽净土，错足总荒真。赖雅期难时，迂疏有不亲。岂师迷去路，翻马毁前身。常恐云台上，方宗独古人。萋萋春草长。
Fortune-telling or divination. Although the floating family is a pure land, Quozu is always barren. It is difficult to recognize a leprosy dumb wife, and it is difficult to get close to friends. The begging teacher lost his way, and the horse regretted its predecessor. I was afraid that on the cloud platform, the traces of the ancients were the only ones. The luxuriant spring grass grows.
简简王孙游，四顾梧桐泽，何方隐逸秋？天鹰中不醉，俗起暂堪愁。我亦多愁者，相逢未说愁。神物，辛卯3月朔，胡骑令河山，虽保未阳去。
Jian Jian, the king and the sun travel around, looking around. There is no common ground. How can one hide in Qiu? God should not be drunk in the end. How can the world be worthy of us for a long time? I am also a worried person, and I am afraid to express my sorrow when we meet. Shenwu. On the first day of the third lunar month of Xinmao, a barbarian rode on Heshan Mountain. Although he was full, he did not leave.
迥止苍梧湾，苍梧不可到，模糊烟霭间。援兵次第急，神物始飞还。当时水师进入月，仓促一矢无人发。若非腾蛇携物游，全岛生灵化白骨。
It refers to Zhangqiao Bay. The mountains are unreachable, blurred in the mist. Reinforcements gather one after another, and the divine mist begins to fly back. At that time, all the navy entered Guangdong, and no one fired a single shot. If it were not for the snakes carrying the mist, all the creatures on the island would have turned into bones.
岁岁给军民立空，临危偏急神务功。安得学成张凯，培优之奇术，燕然高卧海岛中。赠达宗上人，建安伯春与万功之地，原筑长林寺。
Every year, the army and the people have no power, but when in danger, they resort to Shenwukeng. Andy learns the miraculous arts of Zhang Kai and Pei Yu, and Yen Ran lies high on the island. Presented to Master Dezong. Jianan Bo Chunyu Wangong's younger brother, originally lived in Changlin Temple.
春与万公即万里，原姓张，名安，平和小溪人。崇祯间，乡绅肆虐，百姓苦之，众谋结同心，以万为姓，推安为首，率众据二都。至永历3年。
Chunyu Wangong is Wanli. His original surname is Zhang and his given name is An. He is from Pingyi Xiaoxi. During the Chongzhen period, the squire was wreaking havoc and the people were suffering, everyone conspired together, took Thuan as their surname, Tuyen was the leader, and led the people to occupy the two capitals. To only 3 years.
归正国姓，永立封建安伯。君家两郡结，义道却相谋。以尔今良法，为人为握仇。心为存选佛，古不献封侯。军旅宣田处，长林未改忧。
The surname belongs to the state of Zheng, Yongli feudal Anbua. The two heroes of the Jun family are from different walks of life, but they conspire together. With their own methods, they are the best in the world. My heart only chooses Buddha, my body does not envy the title of prince. In the hustle and bustle of the military camp, the long forest has not changed the tranquility.
丙申3月初6日，大风覆鲁。虽有千万族，不如一克风。族多而独民，岁月无终穷。风静而易敌，一克成奇功。比较前倒虚，成朝逞蒙冲。
On the 6th day of March in Bingshan, a strong wind overturned the captives. Although there are thousands of soldiers, it is not as good as a moment of wind. If there are many soldiers and poison the people, the years will be endless. If the wind is strong and the enemy is killed, a miraculous achievement will be achieved in an instant. He is cunning, lurking, riding the tide and riding the tide.
夜发损将曲，朝至为头东。鲁孝指三岛，云在无目中。斗逢血二怒，进退俱明蒙。对对竹庐街，打断四飞棚。齐换西四甲，往夜蛟龙宫。
At night, I started to sing the song of bamboo shoots in the river, heading towards the east of Wei-tu. I pointed at the 3 islands with a smile, and the clouds were in my eyes. Sudden encounter with Sun's anger, both advance and retreat are in turmoil. Team after team followed each other with boats and boats, interrupting them like flying ponchos. They all wore rhinoceros and silk armor and went to pay a visit to the Jialong Palace.
一或免眼逆，飘来沙上踪。猛兽伤入涧，鸷鸟困头笼。使之干净土，不容心会哄。孝陵者风伯，仁爱属苍穹。为宜达天意，开成坚不公。
Or to avoid drowning, a boat floats on the sand. A wild beast is injured and enters the threshold, and a bird of prey is trapped and thrown into a cage. I realize that the clean soil does not tolerate fishy and filthy soil. The one who works well is Feng Bo, whose benevolence belongs to the sky. It means that he should respond to God's will, be honest and impartial.
狗不救水火，发愤难为熊。太武山，赐丁少贺刻10月。明伯知其翠此山，玉笑望眼一击攀。幽言就是神仙窟，绝岛今为虎豹关。
If you don't save yourself from the fire, it will be difficult to become a hero if you are angry. Taiwu Mountain, The Rime of Carving Stone, by Ding Xiaohe Dash. The wonders of Mingbo Mountain make you want to climb up the mountain. Yuyan used to be the cave of gods, but the island is now Hubao Pass.
隔海骨皮游日镜，秦王羽席几时闲？山陵未厌怀柔德，应护周家故五环。北丘思洞强登山，峭壁悬崖次第攀。福贵看诗连苦韵。
Across the sea, drums and drones are still competing for days. How long does it take for Wang Yu to be diligent to have free time? The mountain spirit is not tired of being gentle and kind, and should protect the Zhou family's old belongings and return them. I am saddened by autumn thoughts and am eager to climb mountains. I climb steep cliffs one after another. I brushed the osmanthus and read the poems to pity the bitter rhyme.
逢人阔论破愁关，见猜元鹤偏阴乱，辨识实权总未闲。最喜客传朝报至，节书新自秦中还。晚正定国，公薨之日，所乘马先悲鸣跳跃而死。
When you meet people, you can talk openly and break the worries. Seeing that the monkeys and cranes are in chaos, I have never had time to know the stone spring. The most gratifying news is that a guest has arrived, and a new letter has returned from Qin dynasty. To rescue Jingdingua, on the day of his death, the horse he was riding first screamed and jumped to death.
公西读书破万卷，多得应分神断专。两榜科名称得人，文足经邦武定变。边垂杨利路一般，老宿见之经百炼，便拟兵成叶河州。
In the past, I have read more than 10,000 volumes, and I have won many talents. I have been awarded many titles. There was a group of people in the border area called Lilu. When Lao Tzu saw that he had been refined for hundreds of years, he made ice into a boat on the river.
等闲物敬天山见，北都清后南都清，大江鏖战鲁旦明，仓皇图次时真主，手扶赤日殿复经。四方熙然奉征朔，以攻一门作长城。
Wait until the fog clears the Tian Shan Mountains. The northern capital fell, and then the southern capital fell. There was a fierce battle across the river, and the captives lost their names. I met God on the road in a hurry, and held the red sun in my hand to pay tribute to the capital. The four directions are dedicated to Jingshua, and the Great Wall is built against Gong Gate.
厄运缠绵中继区，东南半壁一至清。天崩地彻心无改，书直易经避民海。一时忠义以云屯，南连岳中皆营垒。一语有必谨如唐。
Misfortune lingers, loyal plans are broken, and the southeastern half of the wall is thrown lightly. The sky collapsed and the earth fell, and the heart did not change. The righteousness of the uncle and nephew blocked the Minhai. For a while, the loyal and righteous people were stationed in the clouds, and all the camps in the south were connected to central Guangdong. The remaining arms are like those of a mantis.
义父同州乡雷乃，江右代北远闻风，飞袭横戈要谋凯。天子特加手一勋，云台为此悬香带。天未悔或是参差，往往几成忽复辉。
They are also in the same boat, and they are fighting each other. On the right side of the Yangtze River, Dai Beiyuan heard the wind and flew with his swords and swords to shine on his armor. The emperor pays special honors to the emperor, and the rank of Yuntai is suspended. Misfortunes vary widely, and they often come back suddenly.
亦有三表五耳侧，角奴之角未可迷。一骑上奢灵惊梦，宫美念极愤且悲。痛饮求罪忧难写，长歌荡哭血欲洒。阴阳遂成七情伤。
There are also 3 forms and 5 bait strategies, and the cunning slave is too cunning. In the 1st century, there was a dream about the mausoleum, and every time I thought about it, I became angry and sad. It's hard to write about drunkenness and sorrow, but when you sing a long song, you cry and want to shed blood. Yin and Yang take advantage of the 7 emotions to hurt you.
赤星茫染云城下，三呼过河不及家，指挥不武更索马。马受豢养恋主恩，知主欲行先后门。载公直抵黄龙府，历尽蠢逆星骚魂。
The red star shines beneath Yun City. He called, crossed the river 3 times but failed to reach home, so he commanded the troops to go straight to the horse. The horse was kept in love with its master, and knew that the master wanted to go. He arrived at the Huanglong mansion with his father, and his stupid and rebellious soul was gone.
生是未了死方了，正气浩然万劫见。国家义士300载，云胡目击此乾坤。谁能馈功复馈马？有恩不报劫不敦。呜呼！有恩一报劫一顿。
You will die before the trouble is over, and your righteousness will be recommended for all calamities. Yunhu, who has been a righteous man of the country for 300 years, witnessed this happening. Who can dishonor the public and dishonor the horse? Who can be dishonored without repaying kindness? Alas! If there is a favor, it is appropriate to repay the festival.
我哭宫西白昼昏，春阳山。阳山之阳不可补，补之往往逢神怒。我闻古稀有神阳，抵触能令奸邪怖。此山此阳既称神，云胡降法有差误。
I cry in the day and night. Nayang Mountain. You cannot catch the sheep of the sheep mountain, for those who catch them will often be met with the wrath of the gods. I heard that there were divine sheep in ancient times, and their conflict could frighten the evil spirits. Since this mountain and this sheep are called gods, it seems that there is a mistake in the punishment.
8月水天一色清，我是北伐山下渡，乘风扬帆急于剑，帆影咫尺3沙树。黑云一片起东北，疏忽昏霾转狂风人，浪涌涛翻倒雨墨。
In August, the water and sky were all green. Our troops were heading north to cross the mountains. We rode the wind and raised our sails as fast as an arrow. The shadows of our sails were 3 sand trees close at hand. Black clouds arose from the northeast, and suddenly the haze turned violent, wind ran, the waves rolled over the island and disappeared.
交驰跳跃天无物，大艘小艇遂四平，争归于复作秋木。商灾鲁乱15年，仗义之师几处聚。东南为我一军章，竹炉连烟势如雨。
The dragons and ducks leap in the sky. The big boats are broken into pieces, fighting to be returned to the belly of the fish to make a mound tomb. After 15 years of Shangzailu chaos, the righteous troops gathered in several places. In the southeast, I am the only one with an army, and there are many soldiers and soldiers like rain.
割毛剑几耀日光，条条西出欧野柱。神机巨炮相继发，霹雳万声似塞雾。剑儿浑身铁包裹，部署西4、6、7属，4次制敌往不摧。
Spears, swords and halberds shine in the sun, and all are smelted and forged in Europe. Magical machines and huge cannons are fired at each other, and the sound of thunderbolts fills the fog. The athlete's body is covered with iron, and he does not count the 6 or 7 rhinoceroses. It seems that he can defeat the enemy in this way.
人尽快心神合度，长年3老骨立言，此便100年稀一遇，多因缠足轻食阳，生必虽前神其土。欲接此说是耶非，一审万命起细故。
People get jealous as soon as possible. 3 old men, Li, said, "This change is expected to happen only once in 100 years. It is mostly due to greed that the soldiers ate the sheep lightly, and even though they were pious to the gods, they vomited the animal coins. Is this true or false? How can one sink 10,000 lives?"
君不见王弘浊水骂子虚，钱塘之朝平如布，又不见陈茂拔剑赤水府， 教海龙海无失错，自古精神革鬼神，不信阳山独不误。
If you don't see Wang Hong cutting the water and scolding Zishu, the tide in Qiantang will be as flat as cloth. And if you don't see Chen Mao drawing his sword and shouting at the water house, the dragons and seas will be at a loss. Since ancient times, spiritual ghosts and gods, if you don't believe in Yangshan alone, you won't realize it.
我舟虽坏可再造，我卒虽逆可再木。沿海物利任搜罗，桑榆之收在旦暮。世节忠诚喜兴山，古行而前无退步，来岁春尽南风始。
Even though my boat is broken, it can be rebuilt, and even though my soldiers are drowned, it can be raised again. Material resources along the coast can be collected at will, and the harvest of mulberries and elm trees can be done at dusk. I vow to be loyal, and march forward without any retreat. Next spring, the south wind will blow.
楼船重回阳山路，阳山之神不孝陵，纯尔要挟何足惧？直须途尽山中阳，义军人人自保补。金陵城，金陵城，秦汉以来几战争。
The building boat returns to Yangshan Road. If the god of Yangshan doesn't work, why should you be afraid of evil spirits? It is necessary to slaughter all the sheep in the mountains and feed everyone in the army to their heart's content. Jinling City. Jinling City has experienced several wars since the Qin and Han dynasties.
战胜功取有南邑，未闻不甲10万兵。闽南一屡经最境，连年破虏无奸营。貔貅3万绝经海，执一大江不流行。瓜布单图鏖战下。
It is difficult to defeat and capture. It is unheard of to say that there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The volunteer brigade in southern Fujian is at its strongest today, and has been destroying the undefended camp for many years. 30,000 Pishio extinct the Sea of Whales, leaving no trace behind the E River. Guabu and Danta fight fiercely.
江南列郡并震惊，龙盘虎踞古都会，驻看开门夹道营。一朝胡骑如云河，百战雄师土地清。金陵城，城下未歇酣歌声，芦苇丛中乱尸横。
The counties south of the Yangtze River were shocked. Dragons and tigers were in the ancient city, waiting to open the doors and greet them in the streets. Once the barbarian cavalry gathered together like clouds, the great army of hundreds of battles collapsed on the ground. In Jinling City, the singing has not stopped below the city, and corpses are scattered among the reeds.
咫尺孝陵无人拜，人意参差天意更。单就不能知彼己，犹是常谈老书生。庚子元夕，年来萧条景，无如今元夜。箫鼓哑无声，火树光华现。
There is no one to worship the Shaoling mausoleum so close by. People's opinions vary and God's will changes even more. You cannot know the fault of yourself alone, just like an old scholar who often talks about you. Gengzi Yuanxi. The scene has been bleak in the past years, but today, on the night of Yuan dynasty, the flutes and drums are mute, the lights of the fire and trees fade.
慈门伐高州，宴客缺酒制。汉荒久为虐，临不复何价？加之驻军兴，积敛无等差。丁壮及烧手，应木所高价。家家剜肉供，此力可食罢。
There is no cream porridge at the ancestral hall, and no wine for the banquet guests. Drought and famine have persisted for a long time, and the neighbors are not rich in crops. In addition, to help the army prosper, there is no equal difference in the harvest. Those who are strong and young will be asked to pay a high price for the recruitment. Every family will cut off their meat and offer it, so this is the time to stop.
汉族猛于虎，纵横任叱咤，昼而绝通衢，夜则掠庐舍。时是九啼鸡，晚登问谁见？复传满洲虏，数万分南下。狰狞喜旦星，个个惊其社。
The warriors are fiercer than tigers, and they can dominate freely and freely. They seize the thoroughfares during the day, and plunder the houses at night. 9 out of 10 rooms cry out for hunger, and ask who can borrow the bowl of lanterns. It was reported again that tens of thousands of Manchu captives were heading south. The ferocious beasts liked to eat fishy food, and each of them had his own skill in riding and shooting.
舟楫非比长，水战我所服。云狐谋去此，海来群睡驾。哀我岛上人，如兽在蛊惑。番线草无知，岂但虫煞化。上帝匪不仁，见官宁无恙。
The boat is not as long as the other, and I am convinced by the water battle. If Yunhu seeks to go here, a group of tax drivers will come from the sea. I feel sorry for the people on my island. They are like beasts wandering in the desert. I am ignorant when I turn over the grass. How can I fear that the insects will turn into sand? God is so ruthless. How can I be unsurprised when I look at it?
呵护有神机，孰得观其下？庚子5月初10日，破虏。骄戮非不剿，彼己之不真。舍戮去大海，轻信我叛人。叛人怀观望，欲前且逡巡，务比夜落河。
There is a magical secret in protecting. You have to watch it. On the 10th day of the 5th lunar month, Gingzi broke into captivity. A cunning prisoner is not cunning, and his own knowledge is not true. He abandons the land and goes to the sea, trusting me and betraying others. The traitor is on the sidelines and wants to move forward but hesitates to patrol. He will be dragged into the river by mistake.
血肉保巨鳞，其被俘获者，斧金砸前尘，断手或并足，又或剜鼻唇。纵之匍匐归，彼求见且嗔。而我贺战胜，亦当究绝因。其食水上君。
Giant scales full of flesh and blood. Those who were captured had their hands and feet cut off, or their noses and lips gouged out. Even as he crawled back, the chief gradually became angry. And when I congratulate you on victory, I should also investigate the reasons for it. At that time, there was an army on the water.
定州礁不战，敌来何飘忽？使疾若飞尘，战斗无所失，空说不顾身。时灾东南风，蓬蓬起清平，驱朝上海门，奋击似有神，遂使兔迷害。
The boat glue is weak. The enemy comes unexpectedly, and the arrows gather like flying dust. There is nothing to be done in battle, and empty talk does not care about one's own safety. At that time, the southeast wind brought fluffy green duckweeds. It drove the tide to Shanghai Gate, and it seemed to have a spirit in its attack. Then the rabbits and moose were frightened.
一鼓入提民，自是天意巧，非官人力战。我有一得余，愿与智者论。时时如敌至，此令当武身。鲁谦沿海居民，天寒日又西，难复相扶携。
A drum enters the hoof pit. It's a matter of God's will, not human effort. I am stupid and would like to discuss it with a wise person. It is like an enemy coming every time. This order should be repeated 5 times. Relocation of coastal residents. When the weather turns cold and the sun turns west, men and women support each other.
去江安市，掩面到傍题。胡积言屈浅，克日不容机。勿使滨海上，居为茂草栖。富者呼烟贫，贫者谁提丝？欲耕于无深渊，欲无广其。
Will it be comfortable to go? Cover your face and cry next to you. Hu Chi's troops were driven strictly, and the weather was extremely difficult to control. They were bound to be close to the sea, where the grass was thick and luxuriant. The rich suddenly become poor. Who cares about the poor? If you want to farm and fish, there will be no abyss. If you want to fish, there will be no vast borders.
内地忧人满，复孤英薄兮。聚众一生乱，沈为鸡所挤。文江凿长堑，治树裂骨皮。防海如防边，劳苦即冒泥。既丧乐生心，愧绝谁能敌？
When the hinterland is full of people, women and girls should go to the river. When people gather together, it is easy to cause chaos, and the rice fields are crowded by hunger. When I heard that a long moat was going to be dug, a garrison line with drums and harpoons was set up. Guarding the sea was like guarding the border, and the toil was even as old as an old man. If you lose your joy and gain your heart, who can break the bank?
鲁运当衰歇，运筹自眩迷。豪杰好从事，实在此阶梯。吴真府忽然有物，铸发为僧，歌以赠之。岛上相从多岁月，辛苦为征戍经发。
The luck of the captives should be declining, and the planning will be dizzy. Heroes are good at doing things, and this is the right time. Wu Zhenfu suddenly had enlightenment and wished him to become a monk. He sang a song as a gift. We have been with each other for many years on the island, working hard to fight for the number of stems.
近道有发便有心，谁知发长心转华。人人米爱收灌寻，个个以奇采微绝。美泉堆里夸二天，高髻城中透三窟。心不如发淡如面。
After all, as long as you have hair, you have a heart. Who knows that the hair will grow and the heart will become slippery? Everyone gathers mugwort and ferns, and every barbarian gathers weeping ferns. There are 2 days of praise in the beautiful curling team, and there are 3 caves in the city with a high bun. The heart is not as good as the hair, but as good as the face.
俄见同州分湖，曰：杨因斜策读书王，种以大儒诗礼发。发乎，发乎！今尔之功罪不掩，孰尔之罪功不没？为公为罪发何之？待发之人自糊涂。
I saw that they were in the same boat and were divided into who and you. The sheep died because they were forced to study, and their graves were decorated with great Confucian poems. Fahu, Fahu. The merits and demerits of Jing'er will not be concealed, and the deeds of your deeds will not be ignored. How can you know if you commit deeds for deeds or deeds for deeds? People who wear hair are from the falcon.
无爱无声其岸高路基，坎坷乱世遭以何？忽悟此身似幻泡，消落虚鬓寻修歇。猛力脱离生龟桶，慧谋照破干始绝。恩怨公醉了无关。
I love Wu Qing, who lives on the shore of Gaojiangi, where Shirku was in troubled times. I suddenly realized that my body was like an illusory bubble, and I cut off my beard and temples in search of rest. He violently broke away from the living turtle tube, and his wise eyes broke through the dry excrement. Grievances, merits, and crimes are irrelevant.
那有怪事庞多多。从今呼作自名僧，鲁王赐号自明，自明无名莫恍惚。绳转尽解的真如，定应头痛腹顶骨。东都行，有穴。 澎湖之东有岛。
There's something weird going on. From now on, we are called Ziming monk, the name given by King Lu to Ziming. Self-awareness of ignorance, don't be in a trance. If the ropes are completely untied, you will definitely have a headache and caress your parietal bones. Dongdu goes, in order. There's something weird going on. From now on, we are called Ziming monk, the name given by King Lu to Ziming. Self-awareness of ignorance, don't be in a trance. If the ropes are completely untied, you will definitely have a headache and caress your parietal bones. Dongdu goes, in order. There is an island to the east of Penghu.
前代未通中国，今谓之东藩。其地之耍害出名台湾，弘仪筑城贸易垂40年。晋当世率师据其全岛，亦开垦立国，先号为东都明经云。
The previous generation did not have access to China, but now it is called Dongfan. The land was known as Taiwan, and the Red Barbarians built forts and traded goods for 40 years. Recently, the party led its troops to occupy the entire island and discussed the reclamation and establishment of a country, which was first named Dongdu Mingjing.
海东有巨岛，华人就不争，南对会、朝觐，北进温麻城。弘仪服大伯来筑数至城，稍有中国人护市及经营。鲁乱10余载，中原是变更。
There is a huge island in the east of the sea, which the Chinese have never disputed. It faces Hui and Chaojing in the south, and Wenmaching in the north. A large number of red barbarians came to build several pheasant cities. There were a few Chinese people who traded markets with each other. After more than 10 years of rebellion, things changed in the Central Plains.
豪杰归宿校，雍仲设苍营，于此辟天荒，标立东都名。或自东都来，被说东都请，官司沿都去，令人恳且耕。土壤非不虞，区化非不平。
Heroes planned quick results, and supported the crowd to enter Kanjiing. This was unprecedented, and the name Eastern Capital was marked. Or they come from Dongdu, and they are ready to tell their feelings about Dongdu. The strict supervision of lawsuits makes people cultivate and cultivate. Heroes planned quick results, and supported the crowd to enter Kanjiing. This was unprecedented, and the name Eastern Capital was marked. Or they come from Dongdu, and they are ready to tell their feelings about Dongdu. The strict supervision of lawsuits makes people cultivate and cultivate. The soil is not too plump and the areas are not uneven.
灌木蔽人世，蔓草怨人行。木渺悬蛇灰，草根学离生。毒虫同寝处，杖权公任烹。病者14、5，郭尔呻吟声。况皆苦消腹，敲叉孰能情？
Shrubs obscure people's vision, and creepers walk along. Snakes and apis hang from the trees, civets live in the holes of grass roots, poisonous insects sleep in the same place, and miasma springs are used for cooking. The sick people are 14 or 5 years old, and there is a loud moaning sound. Everyone is suffering from hunger and thirst. Who can hold up a shovel?
自夏而卒秋，持土坎未成。红衣切战斗，独是火气精。城中一炮发，城下百尸横。林庆深密处，土仪更狰狞。射人每命中，逐渐铁标并。
Since summer and autumn, the land has not yet been cultivated. The red barbarians fought timidly and relied solely on their firearms. When a cannon was fired in the city, there were hundreds of corpses under the city. In the depths of Linqing, the barbarians are even more ferocious. Every time someone hits a target, bamboo arrows and iron darts are thrown together.
相期是乐土，受禅宫为盟，而今战血溅，空山林火营。吾道老乞人，听此忧穷穷，到处逢沙运，何时见西兵？天意虽然测，人谋自匪轻。
When I was in the promised land, I received a bow and became a gangster. Now the blood is spattered in the battle, and the empty mountain is full of phosphorus and fire. Lao Chi from Wudao, I feel very worried when I hear this. Everywhere is lucky to be killed. When will we see the end of the army? Although God's will is unpredictable, people's plans are self-defeating.
苟能图匡复，岂必勿远征？宋人之台湾，台湾万里外，此即是纷纭。物力耕于豫，兵威战伐秦。水滴多见日，涯远欲无云。只顾华夷河。
If you can try to recover, why do you have to go on an expedition? Taiwan as a gift. Thousands of miles away from Taiwan, things are happening. The material resources are abundant for farming and fishing, and the army is powerful and diligent in fighting. When the water is low, the sun is often seen, and when the distance is far away, there is no cloud. Refers to Gu Weihi.
归来洞听闻，蓟门人戴某，实在台湾。莲子经年别，远游良苦心。定交多侠客，留恨托波尘。烟乱人情聚，王胡天意心。从容旧有约，莫待于疏贫。
Return to hear the news. The host Dai, who was in Taiwan at the time. I have been pitiful for my son for many years, and have traveled far and wide. I have made friends with many knights, and I have always hated Tobo Chen. Return to hear the news. The host Dai, who was in Taiwan at the time. I have been pitiful for my son for many years, and have traveled far and wide. I have made friends with many knights, and I have always hated Tobo Chen. I am tired of the human drama, but the will of God is new. There is an old promise from the army, don't wait for the fish book frequency.
次运筹张玄着，明黄言。会见中兴基业新，为军屈指属其人。不教胡虏天同载，差笑楚囚泪满襟。明是精神谋海月，元勋地位配星辰。
The second rhyme is written by Zhang Xian, named Huang Yan, Meeting Zhongxing's new achievements will make him an extraordinary person for the emperor. If he doesn't teach Hu Lu and the sky to carry him, he will be ineffective and the prisoner of Chu will burst into tears. The world-famous spirit is worthy of Haiwa, and the status of a hero is worthy of the stars.
刘侯因毁少年事，立誓相从变姬秦。公瞻鲁王汉影云根时刻，峭壁新题气象尊。蛟龙活现跳天门，银河黄样多分影。玉叶微蕊自有根。
Lu Ho should regret his youthful deeds, and the strong men will attack Qin. I pay my respects to the stone carving of Haning Yun Zhen written by King Lu. The cliff is newly inscribed with a meteorological statue, and a dragon leaps to the sky gate. The Milky Way is full of shadows, and the jade leaves have their own roots.
家父勋同山古老，登临星与墨相存。玄之底定东归后，南国甘棠一样论。必分南澳，城中有虎。不信是有虎，中南却三人，而今城有虎。
Jia Fushuan is an old man from the same mountain, and he is happy with Mo Xiangsuan. After Xian Jiding returned to the east, Gontang of the Southern Kingdom made the same comment. Avoid the atmosphere in Nanao. There is a tiger in the city. If you don't believe that there are tigers in the city, you will eventually find it difficult to defeat 3 people. But now there are tigers in the city.
家家者且贫。昨日过南园，虎迹印如新。夜来众巨虎，喧灰震东林。兹岛四断绝，孤至天池滨。虎从何处堕？况乃月成阴。礼记穷思义。
Every family is frowning. Yesterday, when I passed through Nanyuan, the tiger tracks were as fresh as new. When night came, everyone rejected the tigers, and the noise of the tigers shocked the neighbors to the east. The island is cut off on all 4 sides and stands alone on the shore of Tianqi. Where can the tiger cross? Kuang is Yuqing-jun. The reason is so hard to think about.
征夷天不仁，叛人勾夷虏，蛇使故见真，猛兽复狂逞，助虐应有神。余独谓不然，勿怪匪无因。满目同舟者，肥及隔月，秦遂使雄霸旅。
It is unkind to argue. The traders seduced the barbarians, the snakes and hogs were full of vigor, the ferocious beasts went wild again, and there should be gods to assist in the abuse. You do said otherwise, things are strange and have no cause. There are many people in the same boat, but there is fat and barren land between you and Qin, so the bears stop traveling.
败虐在圈寻，乖气和志意，继而聚而圈，不借将虚逆，苦口复何陈？癸卯10月，鲁范家吴二岛，于以18日伏家抵南澳，借于城中。22日。
The defeated man is patrolling. The combination of good temperament causes differences, and you are afraid and embarrassed. If you don't stop, you will drown your child, and you will be bitter. In the 10th month of Guimao, I captured Jia and Wu Islands. On the 18th, I arrived in Nanao with my family and stayed in the city. 12th day.
做此事，已而见闻人言，守将杜辉谋叛，然未有计。11月15日，忽遇鲁差官于市，误其事已成，即窃家登舟，渡遣兵遮阻，不许出城。
Write this poem. It has been gradually heard that the Guard General Du Hui is plotting a rebellion, but there is no trace of it. On November 15th, I suddenly met a captive who sent an official to the city. I realized that what had happened was done, and I urgently took my family and boarded the boat. Du sent troops to block the way and was not allowed to leave the city.
余执大义，立与之争，更深使得袭，夜半解围。次日，诸避难在城，在州者尽被俘陷虏矣。卷2，台湾诗抄卷2，查慎行，汪继景，夏之芳，吴廷华。
I hold on to my righteousness and fight with it with all my strength. I learn more about it and understand it in the middle of the night. The next day, all those who took refuge in the city or on boats were captured and sacrificed. Volume 2. Volume 2 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Check carefully. Wang Jishui. Xia Jifang. Wu Tinghua.
钱琦，钱大新，姚鼐，查慎行。慎行，字毁于，号初白，清浙江海宁人。康熙时，官编修，有《敬业堂诗集》。文治府满福山同年恢复台湾郡县。
Qian Qi. Qian Daxin. Yao Nai. Check carefully. Xinxing, also known as Huiyu and nicknamed Shubai, was from Haining, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. During the Kangxi period, it was edited by officials. There is Jingye Tang poetry collection. In the same year, Wenzifu Monfu Mountain was restored to Taiwan counties.
持师遥贺50月，欧越提航路，宗臣戴笠蒙，10年开大府，万里继长城。地重虽有远，天高服莽清。京泥安有节，交恶尽无惊。进至台湾卷。
Chi poem congratulates 50 rhymes from afar. On the Oua ladder route, the ministers led the alliance. In 10 years, the palace was opened, and thousands of miles were sent to the Great Wall. The earth is heavy and far away, the sky is high and the clouds are clear, the whale salamander is safe and sound, and the crocodile is calm and calm. Close to Taiwan County.
仍沿海上明。荷兰出枯雪，日本继兼并，古来通中国，今方列外营。张全资汉玉，罗凤拓屯耕，母税登诸社，由千计十更。官从千转变。
Still named along the coast. It was originally a cave in the Netherlands, but was later annexed by Japan. It was connected to China in ancient times, but now it is only listed in the outer world. Zhang and Quanzi were defended, Luo and Fengtu were cultivated, Mu tax was paid to various communes, and stamps were updated 10 times. It is convenient for officials to move from one position to another.
商事去来清，守土非平险，福家冠竹营。圣朝当远遇，小舔乎前盟。侧听腰分起，悬之与西横。决出传景集，其事具狰狞，节库额焚蜀。
Businessmen regard the comings and goings lightly. Defending one's territory does not rely on risk, and the restless family is accustomed to chasing winds. The prosperous dynasty is far away, and the little shyness is suddenly cute. Listening to the evil atmosphere, I know that the feathers are flying. At the beginning, the alarm was reported, and the situation was ferocious. The treasury was robbed and the bureau was burned.
千骑遂卓影，群狐乌一河，于父虎南鹰，推斥于怀堵，藏奸绿匪耕。侠虽同属妾，贪获甚狼争。即是归经略，何言敢抗衡？大都不守则。
The flag was lifted and the camp was cut. It's easy to unite when the crowd shouts, but it's hard to win over a tiger. When you push a red tiger, it's poisonous, and when you hide a traitor, it's boiling soup. Although cunning is like a rat stealing, greedy is like a wolf fighting with others. Now that the matter has been dealt with, how can one dare to contend with it? Most of them are busy.
不易据山棚，幸可边垂棘，宁容选介生。册封萧拜书，传见小提兵。据代师中命，放专捆外征。厦门传御帐，浪岛接金征。风雨来迟骤。
It's no different than gathering in a mountain shed. Fortunately, it can be whipped, and it is better to tolerate ringworm. Withdraw the beacon night to pay homage to Shu, and spread the arrows at dawn to raise troops. When the master is killed, he will go on an expedition. Shaman will pass on the jade account, and Langdao will receive the golden sword. The wind and rain come quickly.
云雷动满营，谋游元老壮，纪律丈人业，俯角仪兼用，恩威在并行。重英州后甲，训毕界先耕，萧朔鹤争气，宣扬鹤啄声。熊皮弓必止。
The clouds are full of thunder. The elders who plan for you are old and strong, and the father-in-law is disciplined. It is appropriate to use both support and suppression, and kindness and power go hand in hand. When the insect responds to zhou hojia, the Sunday must be warned before the gung. When the phoenix is sold, the steam is burned, and the sound of hejua is spread. Xiongji is used as an arm finger.
金石贯京城，遣将扶分竹，前军木杜英，登崖持赤雉，映水在清京。余勇收藩帛，前毛破卓平，竟齿关白破，那免素纱烹。束缚骈头雉。
Sincerity in gold and stone. He sent his generals to divide the bamboos, and hid in the trees to cross the poppies. They climbed the cliffs and held red flags, reflecting the green flags in the water. Yu Yong collects the ship, but the first one is pecked and criticized. Unexpectedly, the white soul of Guan Guan is eliminated, so it is easy to avoid being cooked. Bind the parallel head to.
知无一卒，轻上足下，启降书惨淡，击困师走周趟。力荐师田鹤，无须关注经，到朝兴涤荡，奏凯日晴明。风笛儿同壁。
1 foot of Jiwu is a light step up and down. Begging for surrender is very bleak, and I am trapped and lost a few times. Immediately you see corpses filling the gully. You don't need to look at the construction of the capital. You smash the nest and wash away the fishy smell, and the sun shines brightly. Children should avoid fengdi.
胡江父老营，别真功最立，招赴版图盟。6月荣军赤，3秋贼垒平。余巡除亚反余，克日扫财枪。师贵神而肃，功为断乃成。东见夫胜则。
The fathers and elders of Hujiang welcome him. Do not screen out the officials who have done meritorious deeds, and recruit the gangsters who will restore the territory. In June, the army ordered, and in the third autumn, the bandit base was leveled. After 10 days, the Zodiac was eliminated, and the day was over, and the talented gun was swept away. The teacher values spirit and speed, and the success is achieved only by cutting off. From the east, it spreads to Shengzi.
南顾魏皇情，幽照遍藩西，疏恩委任荣。莫衰凡世事，滑滚重流清。坐卧中台节，归飘上相英。云台星象列，灵阁画图成。公自修文德。
Nangu comforted the emperor's affection. He passed the imperial edict to Fan Shi, and he was honored with special favors and appointments. Mo Sheng was in charge of matters. Hua Gun stayed with Qing again. He sat in charge of the Zhongtai festival, returned to Tong and went to Xiangying. The stars were arranged in Yuntai, and the Lin Pavilion drew pictures. The public cultivates literary virtues by himself.
人皆贺五英，谁操宴许笔，好乐鼎钟鸣。汪季景，季景，字卓云，号田村，清浙江秀水人。雍正4年，任巡台御史，抵台阳，奉命梯航赴远征。
Everyone congratulates Wu Ying. Whoever uses Yinshu's pen will be inscribed with a bell on the tripod. Wang Jishui. Jishin, courtesy name Zhuiyun and nickname Tiansuan, was born in Xiushui, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. In the 4th year of Yongjing's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. Arriving in Taiyang, I was ordered to go on an expedition with Lai Hangfu.
吴多倩从吕囊清，乘风有愿追宗阙，积极无劳献祖生。万里田波通共道，9天使节众专程。水城亦有游千报，历遍众营11更。下脂方，脂方。
If you don't have much to do, you will have a light bag. If you ride on the wind, you will pursue your ancestors. If you strike, you will have no trouble and you will envy your ancestors. Thousands of miles of Tianhua pass through the tribute road, and the city is dedicated to the Nine Angels Festival. There are also postage stamps in Shuicheng, which have been updated for 11 times in Chongqing. Xia Jifang. Jifang.
字云庄，号立元，清江南高邮人。雍正6年任巡台御史，作有台湾杂咏百韵，但未见其全。刘志文从第74种，载其台湾巡行诗38首。
The courtesy name is Zhenzwang and the nickname is Li Yuan. He was born in Gaoyu, Jiangnan, Qing dynasty. In the 6th year of Yongzheng's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. He wrote Taiwan miscellaneous odes and 100 rhymes, but the complete version is not available. Lu Ji, 74 in Wen Song, contains 38 of his Taiwan tour poems.
余志所录较少，均不出刘志范围，似为其中之一部分。阮云集《淮海英灵集》收22首，内有4首与范至台湾巡行诗同，阮集均有著。
There are few records recorded by Yu Ji, and none of them fall outside the scope of Lu Ji, which seems to be part of it. The collection of Huaihai heroes, compiled by Wan Yun, contains 22 poems, 4 of which are the same as Fan Ji and Taiwan tour poems. Wan Ji has annotated both.
尤为可贵，台湾杂咏百韵录22首，红毛百雉半颓垣，双榜迷离海气昏，共指贺兰一旧迹，树楼空有夜啼园。
Especially valuable. Taiwanese miscellaneous chant and 100 rhymes, recorded 22 poems. The red-haired pheasants are half ruined, the 2 columns are blurred by the sea air, and they all refer to the old ruins of Helan, and there are night-crying apes in the empty garrison.
郡治红毛楼与安平镇红毛城对峙海上，乃贺兰所著。深冬泛晓指春衣，遇着村村路未稀，到处青林间绿野，海东风景绝全非。
The Hongmao Tower in the county and the Hongmao City in Anping Town face each other on the sea and were built by Helan. In the depth of winter, only spring clothes are revealed at dawn, and the taro and sugarcane villages are still covered with dew, green forests and green fields are everywhere, and the scenery of Haidong is completely different.
吊古潘金属请缨，攻城相壮令严敏，笑他伪镇称人武，窃向黄池学弄兵。施公郎以开台有功，是相壮侯。伪镇刘国轩屯兵于城北，名曰
Diaogupan, and now who is asking for a tassel, he has achieved Xiangzhuang, and the order is strict. He laughs at him for pretending to be Renwu, and secretly learns military tactics from Huang Qi. Shi Gonglang was posthumously named Xiang's Wanghu for his meritorious service in establishing the platform. Lu Guoxian stationed troops in the north of the city, named
人武镇，则竟于通斗六门山牛窑处压荒村，化开地险须重丈，主角寮边戍卒屯，斗六门去主角寮20余里，为生番隘口，其地有牛象出山。
Renwu Town. The flat path leads to Dolio Gate, where mountain oxen touch the desolate village from afar. The terrain is dangerous and requires heavy obstacles, and soldiers can garrison at the edge of Teka Lao. There are cows touching the mountains.
邹前赤符接双杆，远亚游车夹道看，跳舞翻铜怪装饰，铜铃响处与为官，小番禺髻上插雉毛，铜铃以示官，每过一村，必用竹竿结彩。
In front of the post, the red gauze is tied up with 2 poles, and the gondolas are lined up in the distance to watch. The dancing children are decorated with strange things, and the feathers are crowned where the copper bells are ringing. Colorful bamboo poles.
鸣金以迎，劳栓竹篾怕身肥，待恐频频剪就尾。爱汝细腰斜凤补，楚王宫里梦双飞。藩南至14、5岁，即以竹箍其腰，束令极细，以便节走。
Ring gold to welcome. The bamboo strips are fastened tightly to avoid fat, and the holes are frequently used to reduce the old girth. I love your thin waist and the phoenix divination, and dreams fly together in the palace of the king of Chu. Go by convenience.
方能得富，既牵手，乃除去。必察文书任所知，飞行马达好难耳。双旋飒齿声生应，赢得蛮娘竟说起。番未取者马达，专递公文。万上多类同串。
Only then can you get a wife, since holding hands means getting rid of it. Put the document in your arm and let it go. Flying Mata is a good man. The double hanging Sachai echoes, winning the barbarian girls competition. The unmarried Mata specializes in delivering official documents. There are many copper bracelets on the wrist.
复制2铁卷如小荷叶状，名曰萨齿仪。急走时反击万倍，与同串击状声远。番女闻而悦之。小番斗节走如风，拓得围场万竹中。
The 2 iron rolls are copied in the shape of small lotus leaves and are called sa chowi. When walking fast, they are tied to the back of the wrist, and the sound of the collision with the copper hairpin is far away, and the fan girl is happy to hear it. Xiao Fan Do moves swiftly like the wind and conquers thousands of bamboos in the paddock.
想及同龄一阵马，当先争夺锦标红。小番以善走为雄，因系红布于杆上，令数十人于7-8里外竞走夺之，名曰夺标。角同教侧独空群。
When the bronze bell rings urgently, it is suspected that the horses in the formation will be the first to compete for the red prize. Xiao Fan is known for his good walking. Because he tied a red cloth on a pole, dozens of people raced to win it from 7 or 8 miles away, which was called winning the bid. Cunning boys, teaching book to Konkan.
俄管横描倭篆文，验说红毛就识字，好将番集记分云。番同有习红毛字者，以俄管蘸墨横书，自左而右，谓之校册。凡一射出入不及。
The goose tube horizontally traces the scroll seal script. Yen talks about the old red-haired calligraphy, so as to record the various fan books. Some Fantong people who are accustomed to red-haired calligraphy use the goose tube dipped in ink to write horizontally, from left to right, which is called teaching book, every club's entry and exit records.
皆经其少，老番拜五复回旋，细扣生平句可怜。叹息穷荒生世苦，丁尧田父说当年老番年可7-80，能言伪正时事，每叹息正之科。
All passed through his hands. The old fan worships and dances and pirouettes, but the life drama of Shiko is pitiful. Sighing about the hardships caused by poverty and famine, Ding Corvée and Tian Fu talked about the past. The old man was probably 70 or 80 years old and could talk about the fake Zheng current affairs, and every time he sighed at the harshness of Zheng's government.
今缩清之夜深文，独木须中注又分，织就天衣无纱缝，眼毛五色达歌文，翻覆织布，以独木广五，6尺者须其中为基，织毛为五色，曰达歌文。
I was tossing the golden shuttle lightly and smelling it late at night. I saw a pomelo split in the hollow of a single tree. I wove the heavenly clothes without any seams. The 5-color dago pattern was cut out of the hair. Machine, the knitting wool is 5 colors, called dago pattern.
邱进官催任想忙，一思一宿尽书匠。最连番俗须重义，西贺中以保社商，社皆有享。每秋未则献引诏令任享，是以10英完纳也。
At the end of the autumn, officials are busy urging people to pay their salaries, and every drop is lost. The most pitiful customs have to be retranslated, and the rivers and valleys are full of social merchants. Also,
翻因苦不可晓，必赖通事代办，故社商虽急，而通事请委实难尽除。参封宿禄为当官，素食经巡夷饭丸，多少豪民安保甚，动云翻性乃饥寒。
Fan Yin is hard to understand, and he must rely on tongshire to take care of it. Therefore, although social businessmen are reformed, it is difficult to eliminate the falsehood of tongshire. When you are an official, you have to eat and sleep in the dew. You can eat a rice pill every 10 days. How many wealthy people are well fed? It is said that the nature is resistant to hunger and cold.
翻出鹰叉，只以双手团熟饭一块系于腰间，阵日疗饥只此。其实翻译叹饥苦，有可悯者，非尽其性然也。北番风俗半传闻，竹堑遥通8里奔。
When you are on an errand, just put a piece of cooked rice together with your hands and tie it around your waist to calm the day and cure hunger. In fact, Fan also laments hunger and suffering, which is pitiful. It is not because he has exhausted his nature. According to the customs of Bei Fan, it is half rumored that the bamboo cut leads to Belize in the distance.
甘豆门边湖水阔，卧饶千里隔烟云。竹堑8里奔，皆涉名也。甘豆门乃入基隆、淡水之总路，并进内山生番地界，传其内有大湖，多高鱼之地。
The lake beside Ganduman is vast and fertile, separated by thousands of miles of smoke and clouds. Zhuqian and Belize are both community names. Ganduman is the main road leading to Chicken Coop and Danshui, and is close to the boundary of Inner Mountain. It is said that there is a large lake in it. A blessed place.
内设诸番气未训，如魔如鬼独称神，扎鸡巨弓飞走，跳跃猿挠是比邻。北番种类个别，有鸡巨番，两足多一指向后如鸡巨然，走穿树木如飞。
The various fan chi in the inner society are untamed, like demons and ghosts, and they are called gods alone. The chickens are flying away from each other, and the leaping monkeys are next to each other. Walking through trees like flying.
履平地则远不及人，荒陇传来偶时迁，纷纷窜集占闲田。可知地利不虚尽，生具应思及100年，半线以上，土番荒圃甚多，时亦欲招人垦种。
If you walk on flat ground, you will be far inferior to people. There are tens of thousands of people gathered in the barren ridges, and they all rush to occupy the idle fields. It can be seen that the geographical advantages do not need to be exhausted, and the gathering should last for hundreds of years. Above half the line, there are many barren ponds. At that time, it was discussed that people would be recruited to cultivate the land.
细察情形，宜听土著之民见此开辟，不宜一时照垦置地利尽而流民急也。金汤永固及雄兵，极北分屯淡水营，黄气渐消田渐辟。
Observe the situation carefully. It is better to let the indigenous people gradually open up the land, and it is not suitable to call for cultivation all at once until the land is used up and the refugees gather. Jintang is always solid with the help of powerful troops, and the fresh water camp is divided into the far north. The sulfur gas gradually disappears and the fields gradually open up.
廖应天筑海边城，淡水南北，地极旷远，尚可增治郡邑。闽人轻惰越人勤，垦治田园内外分。战及莫嫌多客载，曾兼诸祖作前军，台阶闽。
Materials should be added to build a seaside city. The land is extremely vast to the north and south of Tamsui. Additional counties and cities can still be built. The Fujian people are lazy and the Cantonese people are industrious, and they cultivate and divide the fields inside and outside the country. They do not want to have too many guests to occupy the country. They once wiped out Zhu Zu's former army. Taiwan is both Fujian and
越人错处，凡越人庄田，只曰客载庄，又曰内庄，与闽人气味个别。辛丑之变，两不相容。朱一贵原名朱祖，其前军为越人所附。
The mistake of the Cantonese people is that the Cantonese people in Zhuangtian refer to it as Kezi village or Nizhuang. It has a different flavor from the Fujian people. Xin Chao's changes are incompatible. Zhu Yigui's original name was Zhu Zu, and his former army was overthrown by the Cantonese.
二林乙走里街三林，淡水营回碱水深。极目沧波浮海市，一泉真玉啸题岑。自北而南，沿诸港而行，海天空阔，是一溪一壑。
The second forest meanders next to the third forest. The fresh water is thick and alkaline, and the water is deep. As far as the eye can see, the waves are floating on the sea, and one punch makes you want to laugh. A gully.
真仓明中之典陈也。观音山径几弯环，罗汉门边虎豹关。笑指当年空手术，但知深谷有污蛮。罗汉门为台，凤、珠三义总路与生番地址相近。
It's just a speck of dust in the ocean. The path to Guanyin Mountain is surrounded by several bays, and is adjacent to the Hubao Pass at Luohan Gate. He smiled and pointed out that he used to guard the garrison in vain, but he knew that there were Wuman in the deep valley. Luohan Gate is the main road of Tai, Feng, and Zhu Sanyi, and is close to the address of Xingfan.
昔年诸贼笑聚于此而一人不成也。手刃番薯血上兴，盲捐击鼓作人形。变身竟赌人多少，方信当场赎冠经。番美杀人，必于己身赐一人形。
In the past, Zhu thieves gathered here and the people of the city were dishonest. The blood is still raw when cutting millet, and he is busy carving out the muscles and bones to make a human shape. He is betting on the number of people all over his body, and only then can he believe who is the one on the spot.
杀番则刺腰以下及两足，杀汉人则刺腰以上及两手。以人形多者为雄，同舍人俱不敢与抗。为连唇闷上尖先，实或交通烈士缠。
If you want to kill a ban, you should stab him below the waist and both feet. If you kill a Han, you should stab him above the waist and both hands. Those with more human forms are regarded as male, and no one in the same society dares to resist. In order to pity the dull and boring people, food and goods are sold in the shops.
最是居其无赖子，动将宽正作监员，生番设无言，不美与熟番，汉民互市。相言祭酒，有土豪巧取重利以包番，名曰番歌，因之勾引作奸。
The most unusual is the scoundrel who moves the general to commit treason. there is no salt or cloth in Xingfan society, and they trade with Shufan and Han people every time. For a long time, there are local tyrants who cleverly extract huge profits to strip Fan, which is called fan cut. Because of this, he was seduced into committing adultery.
生番屡为民害。吴廷华，廷华，字忠林，号东壁，清浙江钱塘人。雍正3年间，任福建海防同知，其后常奉袭查台湾仓库。
Xingfan repeatedly caused harm to the people. Wu Tinghua. Tinghua, whose courtesy name was Zhonglin and whose name was Dongbi, was from Qiantang, Zhejiang province in the Qing dynasty. During the 3rd year of Yongjing's reign, he served as the magistrate of Fujian's coastal defense. Later, I was asked to inspect the warehouse in Taiwan.
并协同诸罗县米平民变，有渡台湾及社寮杂诗之作，后题已有20首见于淡水厅志，文从第172种。渡台湾，君问台湾路，苍明地玉符。
And cooperated with Zhuluo County to suppress civilian rebellion. He has written Crossing Taiwan and Miscellaneous Poems of Shiliao, and 20 of the latter titles can be found in Sui Ting Ji, Wen Song No. 172. Crossing Taiwan. When you ask about the road to Taiwan, the vast land seems to float.
时更约1000里，海州以更计里，更约70余里，巴屿之孤州。旁衔金门岛，横冲黑水沟。相传旧疆域，随号小琉球。出海之前路，指南还向东。
10 watches are about 1,000 miles, a sea boat is measured in miles, and a watch is about more than 70 miles, and bayou is only a solitary boat. Keep an eye on Kinmen Island and rush across the Heishui Ditch. According to legend, the old territory was named Shaoliuqiu in the Sui dynasty. Going to sea knows the way forward, and the guide still leads east.
真诚万里浪，怕趁10分风。鸟雀渺无影，鱼龙自有功。年来送青雁，飞渡见神功。社寮杂诗20首外5首。10万官粮300群，慎防侵号及红尘。
If you really ride a wave of thousands of miles, you are afraid of taking advantage of the wind. Birds are invisible, fish and dragons have their own palaces. Come to sing the Qing banquet every year, fly across to see the magic power. Miscellaneous Poems of Shiliao, 5 out of 20. 100,000 official grains and 300 grains. Be careful to guard against encroachment and waste.
岛民倘立司图职，何属仓人及廪人？奉义仓粮多存入社，番以死守之。临流架竹作福田，俚语除云世事变。万顷仓民倘一事，蜃楼藏尽农年。
If the islanders were assigned to the post of situ, they would be assigned as Tsang people and Lin people. Most of the warehouse grain in Fengyi was deposited in the cooperative, and Fan would defend it. Lin Lu builds floating fields with bamboos, plowing rain and hoeing clouds. Everything is easy. If the vast hectares of Tsangming are moved, mirages hide all the agricultural years.
水沙浮雨，有架逐水上，不土下种者，谓之福田。耕获不易长亩。秦坠何从问垦塘，闺中瓜瓞万篇长。朱姑伯子家人聚，不见男行见女行。
On the floating islands with sand and water, there are bamboos planted on the water and covered with soil, which are called floating fields. The harvest is not more than an acre. Why did Qin Zhen come to ask the court? The melons and vines in the boudoir were too long. All the aunts, uncles, and family members were gathered together, but no men were seen walking around and no women were seen walking around.
男必出坠，为女守室中，故男散而女聚。一拳伏于永清仓，砥柱中流念里长。天各琼楼并玉宇，蓬莱端在水中央，水沙浮雨，在水里湖之中。
The men will have children, but the women will stay in the house. Therefore, the men will be separated and the women will be together. A fist of floating islets is green, and the mainstay is 20 miles long. Add a jade tower and a jade house, and Penglai ends in the middle of the water. Water, sand, and floating islands are in the water, in the lake.
一峰孤庸，四面溪流，番人结社其路，待以意境。军声到处急如雷，石峡重重一旦开。铁骑横通三港路，将军真个自天来，石峡两山壁立。
A solitary peak is surrounded by streams on all sides, and people gather at its foot. It is almost a strange place. The sound of the army was as fast as thunder everywhere, and once the heavy stone gorge was opened, the cavalry crossed the Sangang Road, and the general came from the sky. The stone gorge has two mountains standing on the wall.
中横小道，通南北港。山顶林树交密，阿密于树顶置据时，小道密插竹箭。卫兵司马恩杰北射守胡斯赖为之通道，乃达南港。前期
The Zhongheng Trail leads to South and North Ports. There are dense trees on the top of the mountain. Ami placed huge rocks on the top of the trees, and planted bamboo arrows densely in the path. Weibin Sima and connected with the leader of the Beishi society, Huslai, and made the passage to reach Nangang. Qian Qi
字于沙，一字乡人，清浙江仁和人。乾隆16年，任巡台御史，着有成璧斋诗钞。台湾方志听收，时有所遗者。后渡海歌，岛屿湾湾36。
His courtesy name is Yusha, and he is a native of Renha, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. In the 16th year of Qianlong's reign, he served as the censor of Taiwan. Author of Qing Bizhai Poetry Notes. After listening to the local chronicles of Taiwan, there are indeed things left behind. The song after crossing the sea. Bay of Islands Bay 36.
孤蓬叶向湾头宿，残缸未灭鼓东东，又趁寒潮出海角。海角有路为青天，海角有水如苍烟。帆浮斜栖高浪覆，船烧倒立远峰巅。
The solitary canopy stayed in the bay at night, the drum was still in the remaining vat, and it took advantage of the cold wave to go out to the cape. There is a road on the promontory but only a blue sky, and the water on the promontory is like smoke. The sail is slanted high in the belly of the waves, and the stern of the boat is inverted on the top of the distant peak.
中有老鱼跳波出，大者10丈，小7尺。兴风怪雨吹幽荒，夹角牙须森见己。须臾惊恶争潜逃，珊瑚倒影翻银涛。远岸入云清密密。
There are old fish jumping out of the waves. The big ones are 10 feet and the small ones are 7 feet. The fishy wind and strange rain are blowing in the quiet wasteland. The horns and teeth are thick with swords and halberds. For a moment, baleen whales and crocodiles scrambled to escape. The reflection of coral turned over the silver waves. The clouds on the far shore turned green.
荡鹰插足猿萧萧，3两两渔舟聚，洗水如飞岛前路。汉使秋城斗盼茶， 渔人春入桃源渡，万家烟火画图中，沙胶铁线索重重。
The tassel is inserted into the foot and the edge is xiao xiao. Fishing boats gathered in twos and threes, flying over the water to guide the way forward. Envoys from the Han Dynasty rode on the banks of the river in the autumn, and fishermen crossed to Taoyuan in the spring. In thousands of fireworks paintings, the sand reef is heavily locked with iron wires.
鱼龙窟报昆深曲，虎豹关开鹿耳雄。此时正值春光好，绿荫夹岸风诺诺，再得恩波叫海宽，回头一望苍冥晓。秋日灯翅嵌城。
The fish and the dragon hold the kun in their arms, and the tiger and the leopard close the deer's ears. At this time, spring is in full bloom, and the green shade on the shore is blowing by the wind. The waves carrying the grace are wider than the sea, and when you look back, you can see how small the sky is. Climbing the Red City in autumn.
一字冰消日月光，牛皮尺地换沧桑。空余芳草埋荒蝶，无数残风卧夕阳。歌扇舞山春寂寂，海潮山月夜茫茫。从来不尽登临星。
As soon as the army is gone, the sun and moonlight are gone, and the ground is filled with vicissitudes of life. The spare grass is buried in the deserted battlements, and countless broken swords lie in the sunset. Singing fans and dancing clothes are silent in the spring, and the waves and mountains are vast in the moonlit night. I will never be happy again.
何处秋风是故乡？龙虎岛。凉风从西来，幽翳散清晓，潮过万里溪，舞上龙虎岛。岛势曲如盘，湖光成四爪，水汽忽荡摇，山云互缭绕。
Where is the autumn wind, my hometown? Longhu Island. The cool breeze comes from the west, and the tranquility disperses at dawn. I cross the Wanli River towards Longhu Island in the afternoon. The island is as curved as a disc, and the lake is as clear as a marsh. The water vapor suddenly swayed, and the mountain clouds surrounded each other.
遂有湖中龙，游戏现林沼。其上幻云亭，八角称天表。俯瞰岛屿湖，一幅米家稿。坐久不知寿，夕阳催归鸟。因忆故园山，环湖清未了。
Then there was a dragon in the lake, with scales and claws appearing in the game. Above it is the Huanyan Pavilion, with its octagonal support for the sky. Overlooking the island and lake, there is a Mijia manuscript. Sitting for a long time without losing weight, the setting sun urges the birds to return. Because I recall my hometown mountain, the lake around me is still green.
年年牛马走，湖山笑人老。乃于瀛海外，好景自搜讨，所得偿所失，字迹颇不少。凡事有溯源，异物造化巧。前望绿条条，天涯指芳草。钱大新。
In 20 years, the cows and horses have gone away, and the lakes and mountains laugh at the old man. But in overseas dynasty, I searched freely for the good times. I gained a lot to make up for the losses. Everything has a long-term destiny, and I will gradually realize the cleverness of nature. Looking ahead is a vast green field, and the end of the world refers to the fragrant grass. Qian Daxin.
大新，字小征，号新梅，又号竹汀，清浙江嘉定人。官至少詹事，有《前言堂诗文集》等著作。题李希华给鉴赏番图6首。
Daxin, also known as Shaozheng, also known as Xinmei and Zhuting, was born in Jiading, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. Officials at least take care of things. There are works such as collected poems of Qian Katong, inscribed on Li Shihua's admonition, appreciating Fantu, 6 poems, dash.
奇绝平生，此度由长风驾浪送扁舟，从来不信谈天眼，真到婆沙第一州。青罗澳外凤山篇，班赏诸藩历9言，麻达仙郎抢复出。
Qi Ju spent his whole life traveling in the wind and riding the waves in a small boat. He never believed in talking about the sky, but he actually reached the first island of Posha. Outside Qingluaio, on the Fengshan mountainside, various rewards have been handed down for a long time. Mata Siam Lang Xianfu came out.
一时罗拜秀一前，辕门出其属辖分，义气宣宣属使君，帐下见而分家事，是将满语问参军。河间高下足官租，织就歌文新样书。
For a while, Luobai was in front of the embroidered clothes. At the beginning of the morning, the twilight dawned on the gate, and the spirit of the envoy was high. The able men and women under the tent were waiting for them, trying to ask the barbarians to join the army. The grass between the grass and the grass is full of official rent, and we weave new and special patterns.
风俗依然是唐魏，不知身已渡澎湖。游宣别国足轻叹，蛮俗方言略已安。撞出南中闲草木，只闻端河傲饥寒。天南尽石像如结。
The customs are still those of the Tang and Wei dynasties, and I don't know that I have already traveled to Penghu. I have thoroughly explored other countries in Jingxian, and I have already become familiar with the barbaric dialects. I have seen the grass and trees in the south, and I heard that it matches Ao Jihan. The whole world knows each other like a festival.
海外征船遇局师，重遣吴庄图粉本，吴欠城外赏番时。姚奈，奈，字吉传，清安徽桐城人。以古文名重天下，因有桐城派之目。有西报宣集。
The Jade Bureau poems are being passed down overseas. Powder copies of Wu costume pictures are being sent to the public for viewing outside the city. Yao Nai. Nai, whose courtesy name is Ji Chuan, was born in Tongcheng, Anhui province in the Qing dynasty. He is famous all over the world for his ancient writings because of his affiliation with the Tongqing school. There is Shibao Xianji.
为其著作之一，赏番图为李希华侍郎题，与西岛穿书沟渠，4载不及东南虚，漫天长海游龙鱼，西界闽越东尾驴，百岛散绰黑子如。
One of his works. Appreciation of the pictures was inscribed for Li Shihua, the minister of the People's Republic of China. Yushi led the river and dredged the ditches, but in 4 years it could not reach the southeastern ruins. The sky was full of water and dragon fish were swimming in the sea, and the western boundary was Minhua and the eastern end. Hundreds of islands are scattered like sunspots.
自汉部属王吴诸，圣朝持载配地于，正是侍妾满岛居，岛不及守朝殿厨，人皇在座2季余。天歌南指皆入厨，设立郡县鬼同车。
Since Han Dynasty, he has not belonged to Wang Wuzhu. During the Holy Dynasty, the Jing family lived on the barbaric island for generations. The island was not built until the imperial palace was removed, and the benevolent emperor lived in the 2nd century. The south finger of Tiangu is all hoeing, and the county and county tracks are set up to share the same train.
御史监郡法秦初，遂在困敦月在于临川黄门受诏书，南征遥船前见鱼，举航渡海丰为区，宣恩欲得遍礼卢。 是10万象蒙旭虚。
At the beginning of the Qing dynasty, when the imperial censor supervised the county, he was trapped in Dundu for more than a month. He received the imperial edict at Huangmen in Linchuan, and marched south to conquer Jin before building the city. It's a time when everything is shushing.
其之辟之其称居，绕屋种竹及八居，狗狼与干叶冰驴。40清经白骨书，留之稻米有余许，转是海内连渠除。立志清净绝诈居。
Open the house and build it with tangerines. Plant bamboos and cypress trees around the house, as well as wolfberry, cocoa, and palm. At 4 o'clock in the season, there are hundreds of green vegetables, and the oily rice has a surplus of glutinous rice, which is transferred to the market, and the sea is full of rice and bamboo shoots. Officials govern with tranquility and avoid deceit.
因俗世里两相余，海风不负千元居，番人秉性起一隅。与民杂处图与图，春秋涉猎山作区，灭带束腰瞻耳渠，深衣路皮公廪迂。
Because the customs and etiquette are the same, the sea breeze no longer moves. How can the human nature be different? He mingles with the people, hunting in the spring and autumn. He wears a strip of ribbon around his waist and looks at his ears, and wears deerskin, a bow, and a harpoon.
鲨鱼登岸脱田淤，巨月300如蟾蜍。头禅祭速登山祖，寒食厉龟及豪猪，相聚千必饮以拒，好人怒受或举语。辅之有道难自书。
The sharks land on the shore and fill up the mud, leaping 300 meters away like a toad. The heads are wrapped around the mountain, and there are turtles and porcupines. They gather together to hold hands and drink alms, and the good people are angry with the beasts or have discord. It's difficult to relieve yourself if you have a way to care for it.
草至勤米起一语，使者制定米分拿，乃命颁赏不厌誉。天津海燕风阳居，使者之卧面广须，诸藩部长从长须，相排压备绝巨须。
Isn't it fair to use grasshoppers, fowls, and kiwi? The envoys were ordered to reward Buyen with a reputation. The sky is clear and the sea is feasting, the wind is raising the train, the messenger's face is wide and empty, the ministers of the various departments are lined up to press their backs and horses.
佩刀手将贵举区，受命分赐金帛须，千阳煎酒吃金汤。祭祀拜武欢情书，蛮歌震鼓移宫虚。使者月岁自未奢，贵于江，怀超清徐。
The sword-wielding general knelt down and lifted him up, and was ordered to distribute gold and silk. He held the sheep's shoulders, drank wine, and held the silk and silk. Not only are they given worship and dancing, but they are also full of joy, and their wild songs are so exciting that they are suspicious of earthworms. The emissary read that the rice had not yet passed, and returned to Yujiang, Huai, Chao-Qin, and Su.
清妙众气声繁禺，司空夺地九则诛。苗比外郡邻举入，有番海上思唏嘘。道上严格策广处，宫与群儒连佩居。春风思远梦，曲曲。
In the Qing dynasty, the important weapons of the Qing dynasty were raised, and the sikong was used to save the land. On the road, the pavilions and books are widely stored, and the public and the Confucian scholars are connected with each other. The spring breeze reminds people of distant dreams.
陈图士客言记且。聊哉谷放龙蛇举，天子带来恩泽序。上楚、中楚次一如，黄吴之国少踌躇。于今绝域复夜区， 卤鸡带胡如属鱼。
Chen 2 shows that the guest is speaking. In the ancient times of Liao Zai, dragons and snakes were released, and the emperor came to express his kindness and blessings. Shang Chu and Zhong Chu gave him clothes, and the country of the Yellow House rarely hesitated. In today's vast territory, armpits are covered with cockroaches, and Lu chickens replace swans like Sichuan birds.
此图积点以保宝居，乃知柔远述不书。卷3，台湾诗钞卷3。弘历，赵毅，陈寿祺。弘历，弘历，姓爱新觉罗氏，即清乾隆帝，在位60年。
This picture is based on the classic book Yibao Zhu, which shows that the skill of Royuan is not sparse. Volume 3. Volume 3 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Homely. Zhao Yi. Chen Shouqi. Homely. Homely, surnamed Aixinjueluo, was Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. He reigned for 60 years.
庙号高宗，在位时征伐吴宁鬼，有出定金川，出定准噶尔，再定准噶尔，平定回部，再定两金川，平定台湾，平定缅甸，平定安南。
The temple name is Gaozong. When he was in power, there was no Ningdial in the conquests, including the first Ding Jinchuan, the first Zungar, the second Zungar, the pacification of the Hui tribe, the second pacification of Liang Jinchuan, the pacification of Taiwan, the pacification of Burma, the pacification of Annan.
出定库尔喀即在定库尔喀等10邑，称为十全大功。所作有关10邑之诗文，经其廷臣彭元瑞及其有御制诗文十全集一书，其中平定台湾。
The 10 battles of the initial determination of Gorkha and the redetermination of Gurkha are called 10 complete achievements. His poems and essays about the 10 battles were collected and compiled into the book 10 Complete Collections of Imperial Poems and Essays by his courtier Peng Yuanrui. Among them, Pacifying Taiwan.
只是19以令鉴于钦定平定台湾纪略，文从第102种卷首。承光殿集景有感，春期禅里又方谈，路变承光盘以还，福免入斋因一服。
19 of his poems have also been found in the first volume of Chronicles of the Imperial Pingding of Taiwan, Type 102 of Wen Song. Immediately feeling the scenery of Qingguang Hall. There is an altar on the right side of the spring prayer ceremony, and there is a CD on the way. Fu Mian enters the fasting room because it is easy to dress.
七池巨案遂传参，南瞻正切吉文节，上年冬底，福建台湾彰化县大理义等庄匿民林爽文等结党倡协会，谋为不轨。总督常清驻扎厦门。
Chi Chi reported the case and passed on the meal. Looking south, I heard that at the end of the winter last year, Lin Shuangwen and other villagers in Dalizuo and other villages in Zhanghua County, Taiwan, formed a party and initiated an evil association to commit evil acts. Governor Chang Qing was stationed in Xiamen.
调遣官兵剿捕，水师提陈皇事检，陆路提陈仁承恩各带官兵，已于正月初4日先后抵台湾。节次据常清奏报。
Officers and soldiers were dispatched to suppress the arrests. Huang Shijian, the navy chief, and Ren Qinzhen, the land chief, each led their officers and men and arrived in Taiwan on the 4th day of the first lunar month. According to the Chongqing Memorial Report.
黄世简等连日用炮击杀贼众数千人，余党遁入内山， 以传旨令长清渡台湾都率文武援便，务期搜捕净尽，不留余孽。
Huang Shijian and others used artillery to kill thousands of thieves in the past few days, and the remaining party members fled into the inner mountains. An order was sent to Chongqing, the governor of Taiwan, to lead the civil and military officers Bian to hunt them down and leave no trace.
然黄世简等抵台湾越余，自以痛加歼灭，而尚未报剿贼结因，日夜切盼，北驾非关欲问安，回忆10年无此事，不禁抚颈暗凄酸。戊申春帖子。
However, Huang Shijian waited for more than a month after arriving in Taiwan, and he was annihilated in pain. But the news of the victory of the suppression of the bandits had not yet been reported, and he was eagerly looking forward to it day and night. He drove north and wanted to say hello, recalling that this incident had not happened in 10 years. He couldn't help feeling sad. Wu Shenshen's Post.
12月28日，去岁嘉平念8雪，悠瞻方庆海分文。去岁腊月28日，长清等奏道，台湾逆匪林爽文滋事。今以28日立春之前。
December 28th. Last year, it snowed in Jiaping, and I heard about the atmosphere in Fanqinghai. On the 28th of the 12th lunar month last year, Chongqing and others reported that Lin Shuangwen, the rebel bandit in Taiwan, was causing trouble. Today, it is before the beginning of spring on the 28th.
先得结因，即海上玄师，春生奏凯，亦正当其时矣。今年春入夏前日，是日为夏祭太祖前1日，奏凯行将反大军，入至山北门云秀轩小憩。
Get the sound of victory first, plan to sail the troops on the sea, and the sound of spring will sound triumphant, which is also the right time. This spring comes on the day before Qi. This day is the day before Qi's sacrifices to Taizu, and the army will return after the victory. Enter Yangxiuxuan, the north gate of Jishan Mountain, and take a rest.
岳龙底地理奇缘，回避西拥入北门，闲步假山云护秀，兴看真树雪铺根。初春交太石为凤，是西游今亦与存。妾是未书一念者。
Jumping into the Liji garden of Yuelong Mansion, walk back to the west and enter the north gate, stroll around the rockery and enjoy the view of the snow-covered roots of the real trees. I only serve you when the spring comes, and I look at the past and keep it from the present. He is a person who has not given up a single thought.
或取节信代之繁，福康安奏，前以攻克大理义贼巢。至今又月数日，而擒获逆首之报尚未迟到，谓之玄切耳。杨分港得失，4首录一。
It's troublesome to wait for him to get his trust, Fu Kong'an reported. The robber's nest in Dali has been conquered before. It has been several days since then, but the reward of capturing the rebel leader has not yet arrived, so I am hanging my ears for it. Poems from Yangfengang, one of 4 poems recorded.
秦桧海外竟邀分，2副传来一歹文。进阶江苏府陈敏鄂元奏报，逆匪林爽文已押解入江南境，及其2支庄太田。
Captured Kuei overseas to appease the demon atmosphere, and he was also captured when he was bound. Closely, Jiangsu Fuchen Mina Yuan reported that the traitor Lin Shuangwen had been escorted into the Jiangnan territory. That is, his second home, Zhuangtadian.
亦不日即闻福康安擒获之信，故尔日判此结因，又略交集，切命生祠立敕欠。台湾风俗刁汉，此番大家成疮之后，若不明示武威。
Not long after that, I heard the news that Phu Kangon had been captured. Therefore, I have been looking forward to the good news recently, but I am a little anxious. The Chia Mingxing Shrine is erected in Chikai. Taiwan customs are very tough, after this heavy punishment, if you don't show your military power.
恐该处民人事过极忘，无所畏惧，因命于世郡后，将服康安、海兰察及鄂辉、普洱普。
I am afraid that the people in this place will forget their mistakes and have nothing to fear, because they have ordered that after the incident is over, Fukangan, Helancha, Ahui, Pupu.
数量等咏略最著者于台湾郡城及嘉义县两处各见生词，令众触目惊心。是于所加者实际，而非盖燕人之立生词也。此阳分乃是阳分。
Xu Liang and other most courageous people built shrines in the county and Jiayi County of Taiwan, which frightened and alarmed the public. This is a real deed for those who are praised, not a shrine for those who are disliked. This praise is a real tribute.
寻幸天津，回避至玉园作。陆则清于水则船，金门发币玉园悬。官民颇遇丰年值，去岁基府，统计8、9分收成，竟逆间从远海船出驻金门日。
I visited Tianjin and returned to the Imperial Garden to do. The land is light, the water is the boat, and Jinmen sails to the Imperial Garden and spins. The people watch the Hunan harvest year. Last year in Jifu, statistics are 8 or 9% of the harvest. Jingni and the distant sea are spread, the first day of stationing in Jinmen.
即得生擒庄大田家印，将回銮，并直谢系林爽文服制，因即加庭训，然后押赴西市政法，以张国宪而快人心。3月嘉春正明媚。
That is the good news of capturing Zhuang Datian alive. He will return to Luan and capture Lin Shuangwen, who is a member of the military department, because he is about to be interrogated by Jia Ting. He will then be taken to Shishir to rectify the law to honor the country's constitution, which is very popular. The spring in March is bright and beautiful.
一心望雨独琴前，那更倡议看花玉，为是因忧虑麦田。李世尧奏报民省雨雪，二麦情形，施以至位。去岁兵兴济，多方筹计粮。
Watching the rain with all my heart, I am diligent and pious. Then you can enjoy the flowers more freely, but you are more worried about the wheat fields. Li Shiyao reported on the rain, snow, and wheat situation in Fujian province, and wrote poems to comfort him. Last year, when the army was in full swing, we made various efforts to raise supplies.
台湾以上年逆匪滋事，未免有误耕种，均许民时，必得预为筹备。因节赐命江南、江西、浙江、四川。
Taiwan has rebelled against bandits and caused trouble in recent years, so it is inevitable that farming will be carried out incorrectly. The army must make preparations for the food of the people. Because of the festival orders, Jiangnan, Jiangxi, Zhejiang, Sichuan.
湖广等拨米100余万担，并台州9邦以手动不及受兑之米，陆续运往接济。昨据李氏遥奏，军务已竣，民间俱已归庄耕种。所有运到之米。
Hu Guang and others allocated more than 1 million shur of rice to the 9 gangs in Taizhou to keep the frozen rice that could not be redeemed and transported it to relief one after another. Yesterday, according to Li Shiyao's report, the military affairs have been completed, and the people have returned to the village to farm. All rice shipped.
散用有余，其未经运往之40余万。可以停止，自由用不尽，更值若雨阳， 二麦可补收，早到播种忙，李氏遥奏，民省上东雨水调匀。
There is more than enough for scattered use. The more than 400,000 that have not been shipped can be stocked. It is still inexhaustible, but it is worth the rain. The second wheat can be harvested, and the early rice is busy sowing.
正月内各属频得数雨，兹省成于2月初5、6日又复雨雪交加，极为瞻足。二麦得此，倍加畅茂。该省气候和暖，农事较早，各处播种早到。
In the first month, there will be frequent rains in each zodiac. On the 5th and 6th day of February, rain and snow returned in the provincial capital, which was extremely beneficial. With the help of this, Ermide became more prosperous and luxuriant. The province has a warm climate and farming started early. Sow early rice everywhere.
田水盈满，园蔬杂粮益聚茂盛，大冰之后可计丰收。览奏，委之欣慰。海外贼寂静，各属民虚康。兵后无凶年，额首庆难忘。然而复元气。
The fields are full of water. The garden vegetables and grains are also luxuriant. After the war, we can hope for a good harvest. Reading the memorial is a false pleasure. The overseas thieves are in peace, and the people of each country are in good health. After the war, there will be no bad years, with foreheads and hands looking southward. But he recovered.
匪一耳上忙，致远斋，迭去岁月。思斋曰致远，致远宁一处，俱为唱卷阿，亦甚谨政务。昨虽著此时，台湾报变故，以为两提臣同往起之物。
The bandit ear shangfang. Zaiwan's the rhythm of the past year. Sijai said Ziwan is a peaceful place. It is easy to scroll, which is beneficial to the government affairs. Yesterday, when I was stationed at this time, Taiwan reported an incident. I thought that the two ministers would go together. How could it be a mistake?
谁知护官望，剿凶伐游律。上年台湾逆匪林爽文等滋事，黄世简、任承思两提督带兵王剿，以为即可歼灭，乃一二人懦怯无能。
Unexpectedly, they waited and watched each other, and there was no time to worry about suppressing the evil. Last year, the Taiwanese rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others caused trouble, and two admirals, Huang Shijian and Ren Qingxi, led their troops to suppress it, thinking that they could be wiped out. The two of them were cowardly and incompetent.
南北互相观望，不能阐释，因将一二人革职治罪，而令长清过台湾督办。亦将为奋略，固守如一律，虽未资后患，始终具前故，长清即为将军。
The North and the South are watching each other and can't do anything. Because they were dismissed from their posts and punished, Chongqing was sent to Taiwan to supervise the case. General Yi is said to be aggressive in his strategy and stick to the same rules. Although he does not cause future troubles, he is always afraid of looking ahead. Chongqing is a general.
初到台湾时，尚能调度整顿，既复驻守郡城，不能埋根守进，以致贼匪滋漫。虽郡城借以保守无失，而始终瞻前顾后，坐守基岩之救。
When I first arrived in Taiwan, I was still able to organize and reorganize the army. I continued to restore the villages and guard the county town, but I could not bury the roots and advance in, causing bandits to spread. Although the county and city were kept intact, they always looked forward and backward, sitting on the blame for delay.
时不可换， 以此遣重臣，擒贼成功具，幸与逐于己先，命福康安、海兰察等率8屠虏、侍卫、张经等100余人驰往，并调集四川屯练。
Really unacceptable. With this, he dispatched important ministers and successfully captured the thieves. Fortunately, Zhu was able to capture the thieves a few days ago. He ordered Fukangan, Helancha and others to lead Bachelor, guards, Zhang and other hundreds of people to rush there, and mobilized Sichuan troops to train and train.
前楚两广兵丁进剿，福康安飞渡台湾后，数日之内解围破贼，历险穷追，设法生擒二凶，渐次扫荡余党，全台平定。于是府集良民。
Soldiers from Guizhou, Chu, and Guangxi advanced to suppress the attack. After Fukangan flew to Taiwan, he broke out of the siege and defeated the thieves within a few days. He pursued the culprits in many adventures and managed to capture the 2 culprits alive. He gradually wiped out the remaining gang members, and the entire Taiwan was pacified. So he cared for good people.
得以复安耕作，回思昨岁著此筹办军书，顺已经年矣，遂乃府前离，闾言安寝屋。回思杂岁况，汛灾朝雨暮。
To be able to resume farming. Recalling that I was stationed here yesterday to prepare military documents, it was already 20 years old, then I went to Fu Qianli, and Lu Yanan went to bed. Looking back on how old I was, morning and evening passed quickly.
护理福建巡抚印务一折不奏报雨水收成分数，施以治魏。银亮成连就督衔，李世尧历任总督，素称能事。上年因剿捕台湾逆匪，调任闽浙。
Ijibu, who was responsible for the printing of the governor of Fujian, reported the rain harvest score and wrote poems to comfort him. Yin Liang sincerely took pity on the old governor Xian. Li Shiyao served as governor successively and was known to be capable. Last year, he was transferred to Fujian and Zhejiang because of the suppression of Taiwan rebel bandits.
驻扎厦门办理军储，一切俱能迅速周妥。 随即加恩赏还伯爵，以示宠眷。去意秋间以肩背生疮，遂尔克氏，身为怜惜，辅臣海外未言旋。
He was stationed in Xiamen to handle military reserves, and everything was quickly settled. He then returned the favor to the count as a token of his favor. In the autumn, I suffered from sores on my shoulders and back, so I passed away. I feel deeply sorry for him. The Fu minister did not return overseas.
福建巡抚徐嗣增上年度台湾经理粮饷事务，即大功告产，所有善后事宜，虽经福康安于回京以前俱已立定章程，然台湾府经平定。
Su Sizeng, the governor of Fujian, went to Taiwan last year to manage food and salary affairs. Now that the victory was over, all the aftermath matters had been settled by Fukangan before he returned to Beijing, but Taiwan had just been pacified.
不可无大员，在彼安吉抚随。据奏年前当可选省，而此时则尚未内度也。即真心检方登道，前因李世尧病逝未能集权。
It is necessary to have high-ranking officials there to organize and fusue. According to the report, it was possible to return to the province before the memorial, but at this time, the internal crossing had not yet occurred, that is, Zhen Xian Jian was able to ascend the road, previously due to Li Shiyao's illness. He could not recover immediately.
以命福康安驰往暂行署任。 似得李世尧之信，因念海疆府定，非检用重臣不可。而福康安威名已着， 即令捕授闽浙总督，实为地官有弊。
Fukang Anchi has been ordered to act temporarily. After receiving the trust of Li Shiyao, he thought that the Haijiang territory had just been settled, so he had to appoint simple and important ministers, and Fukangan had already gained a reputation, so he was granted the additional title of governor of Fujian and Zhejiang, which was really helpful for local officials.
但登徒未及1月，继承上尉至比尔，护理因之得奏监，藩司一折部现在护理府传，地方事务立得陈奏。河道秋收8分上，原因宇则期敏权。
But the journey has not lasted more than a month, and the journey has not yet reached Bayer, so the nursing staff received a memorial. The feudal lordly Chebu is now nursing the seal script, and the local affairs regulations have been reported. The autumn rice harvest is about 80% due to the reason that Yuza Chi Minquan.
一折不奏，福建省城自9月12、3以后，连次得雨，各属亦聚火沾握，并奏报收成分数，9分有余者永安等4县，9分者顺昌等12州县。
Ijabu reported, since the 12th and 3rd of September, the provincial capital of Fujian has received continuous rains, and all the tribes have received good harvests. He also reports the harvest score. 9 points are more than enough for Yong'an and other 4 counties, and 9 points are good. Chang and other 12 prefectures and counties.
8分有余者平南等13县，8分者闽县等31州县，7分者福清等4县，合计通省实在8分有余。粮价平减，民情甚为恬适。
Pingnan and other 13 counties have more than 8 points. 31 prefectures and counties including Fujian County have 8 points, and 4 counties including Fuking have 7 points. According to the calculation, the province has more than 8 points. Food prices have fallen, and people are very comfortable.
总荣安都陆子港，乃系包桑氏远迁，7月间命奎林往代普吉保为台湾镇总兵，已经数月，总未得抵任之信，谓之浅念不至。兹据一折不奏。
The commander-in-chief's crossing to Luzai Port was tied to Baosang Shiuan. In July, Kuelin was ordered to go to Pujibao as the commander-in-chief of Taiwan town. It has been several months, but he has not received the trust to take up the post, and he is still thinking about it. According to Ija's memorial.
奎林初次放羊后，将抵陆子港，被风吹回，在永定澳登岸，由陆路复从武澳守封。4于10月初9日放羊，11日已抵陆子港登岸等语。
After his first overseas voyage, Kuelin arrived at Luzi Port and was blown back by the wind. He landed at Yongdingao and then went overland to Chongguao to guard the wind. We sailed overseas on the 9th day of the 10th month, and on the 11th day we arrived at Lutsai Port and landed.
渡海守封，议事之长，但奎林不及据实奏闻，以为锦怀，殊属不小事体。今得确信，且畏且斥之。
It is normal to cross the sea and watch the wind, but Kuelin did not tell the story according to the facts to comfort his heart, which is a sign of ignorance. Now I am convinced, comforted, and warned.
嘉平21日于西苑进年班各部并台湾升藩，是以兵西即事得郡。贺征进远必来同，抚育平于言语通，今早往西苑用膳办事。
On the 21st of Jeping's reign, all the ministries and students of the New Year class in Shiyuan gathered in Taiwan to express their feelings by saying, Bingshi. He Zheng, who has come from afar, has come to visit us. His instructions are as follows. I will go to Shiyuan this morning to have a meal and do some work.
所有年班帆部暹罗共使向于西华门外营业，今岁并有台湾生番头目府副道榜詹进，平于抚育，具个通事议奏，具见成捆，至蒙古回部。
All the vassal tribes and Siamese tribute envoys came to greet him outside the Shihua gate. This year, there were also Taiwanese leaders who prostrated themselves on the road to pay homage. Based on the advice of public officials and the translations and memorials of various general officials, it is full of sincerity. To Mongolia and Hui tribe.
则与素习其语，不待蛇人之传也。西北新番称旧仆，四位拉绰罗斯部、和硕特部、都尔伯特部、图尔忽特部皆属心腹，然今都似旧臣矣。
Then I am familiar with his language and don't wait for others to tell him, but now they all look like old ministers.
东南部陆学宾弘，上年福康安征剿台湾逆匪，生擒逆首林爽文、庄大田。其实内山各社生番遵袭协力效命，颇为踊跃，当即后加赏积。
Bin Hong learned from deer hunting in the southeast. Fukangan conquered the Taiwan rebel bandits last year, and captured the rebel leaders Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian alive. At that time, the students from various communities in nation followed the instructions and worked together, and they were very enthusiastic, so they immediately added generous rewards.
玄据福康安奏，各番目情愿来京谢恩，加其诚恳，因允所请。自乌鳌总社番头目垂笃洼少及所辖六社番目。
According to Fukangan's report, everyone is willing to come to Beijing to express their gratitude. I commend them for their sincerity and agree to the request. The head of the Wuao headquarters is Gongdawasheo and the 6 branches under his jurisdiction.
阿里山总社番头目阿巴里及所辖8社番目，大乌龙总社番头目勒巴洪及所辖5社番目。
Abalai, the head of the Alishan headquarters and the 8 societies under his jurisdiction, Lebahong, the head of the Dalalong headquarters and the 5 societies under his jurisdiction.
傀儡山总社番头目加6赛及所辖7社番目并通事，社丁共42人班营西华门外，随入西院刺史，并令与官兵息。
A group of 42 people, including the leader of the Puppet Mountain headquarters, Jia Lusai, the general manager and the generals of the 7 societies under his jurisdiction, and the members of the society, welcomed him outside the Shihua gate, followed him into the Shiyuan, gave him food, and ordered them to watch the ice and play.
该生番等平日以捕鹿为业，山野之幸居然拜跪如礼，而形色义具及恭敬欢服，以命于直贡图增惠补编，以致国家抚育广远。
This student, who usually hunts deer as a profession, actually bows down as a courtesy in the mountains and fields, and is extremely respectful and joyful in appearance. He has been ordered to add a supplement to the tribute map, in order to support the country and protect the country.
义力亲承帝佑，兵西仍欲结荣训，愿尽都怀奉硕中，众喜康强颂嗣德，独身前拱号恩盟。紫光阁赐宴外番作，即有紫光小日射孤棱。
Ili Qingqing Emperor blessed. Bingxi still contains the training of the army, and all the people in the garden have the heart to serve Shua. Everyone is happy and prosperous and praises the 4 gains, but only Gong Hao is deeply pious and graceful. Ziguang Pavilion gave a banquet to the foreign vassal to write, Geo. Ili Qingqing Emperor blessed. Bingxi still contains the training of the army, and all the people in the garden have the heart to serve Shua. everyone is happy and prosperous and praises the four gains, but only Gong Hao is deeply pious and graceful. Ziguang Pavilion gave a banquet to the foreign vassal to write, Geo. Purple light shines on the goblet at dawn.
家宴平番历世仍，纵目宜农积冬雪，因新保太凛春冰。莫垂新部须宜熟，图尔扈特、多尔伯特各部虽皆心腹，然以履职年班，拜贵俱能如仪。
The example of the banquet of Pingfan is still there. As far as the eye can see, it is suitable for farming to accumulate winter snow, and to protect the peace and the cold spring ice. The new tribe of Mohan is familiar with the rituals, although the tribes of Turhut and Turbot are all newly attached. They have been on duty many times, and they can bow and kneel as expected.
台侨生番许惠成，台湾乌鳌、阿里山、大武陇、傀儡山寺舍生番头目30余人，上年随福康安协力剿贼，甚为出力，自愿赴京沾尽。
Su Huicheng, a student from Taichiao, more than 30 leaders from the four communes of Wuao, Alishan, Dalalong, and Puppet Mountain in Taiwan, worked with Fukangan to suppress the bandits last year and made great contributions. I would like to go to Beijing to pay homage.
是日并与入宴，以嘉其相化之成。德保残蒙天旷旅，两番战胜又徒增。上年1岁之中，台湾、安南两产大功，俱令于阁中补徽战图，用招号况。
On this day, I also had a banquet to commend him for his sincerity. His weak virtue was shameful and he was beaten repeatedly by the sky. He won 2 battles and gained more.
台湾战图补勇4首。丙戌年曾为西施战图补勇6首，续而行之。盖其势力5岁，地于万里，不为2类，故久积薄仿而后图成。自台湾之意。
Taiwan War Map contains 4 additional poems. In the year of Bingshu, he added 6 poems to the battle picture of the Western Division, which are written in preface. Because the story is 5 years old, the land is more than 10,000 miles away, and the tribes are divided into 2 categories, so the map was completed after a long period of extensive visits. This is the Battle of Taiwan.
虽越重阳至内山府生番，然成功未至3月，全师凯旋。前袭亲巡，历历明明，故前以勇。而后滋补，隔岁而产以全。虽然，余更有深具于斯者焉。
Although they crossed the ocean and reached the inner mountains to Fushenfan, they did not succeed until March, when the whole army returned triumphantly. I inquired personally at the front table, and it was clear and clear, so I chanted it before and then supplemented it, and I completed it every other year. Although, there are more people who are deeply afraid of this.
二逆背里倡乱，天见昭然，其取灭亡，故不待数计而归补也。然而林爽文既入内山欲南赴，庄大田忽自移而北返，是亦其也。
Second, if you go against the principles and promote chaos, it will be clear from heaven. If you take it and destroy it, you can't wait for a tortoise to predict it. However, after Lin Shuangwen entered nation and wanted to go south, Zhuang Datian suddenly became suspicious and returned north. This is a strange thing.
林爽文当大礼义既破之后，向南逃至集集浦、小半天等处，当欲直赴南路与庄大田合并。
After Lin Shuangwen was defeated in Dali, he fled south to Jijipu, Xiabanshan, and other places. He wanted to go straight to the south road to merge with Zhuangdatian.
因福康安于南路阿里山等处 派兵预防篡逆，并屡次拿获林爽文、庄大田通信之人，贼人彼此既不知去向。
Because Fukangen sent troops to Alishan and other places on the South Road to prevent the escapees and repeatedly captured the correspondence between Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian, the thieves had no idea where they were going.
而林爽文似又不甘投奔庄大田处，且其实本欲以内山为遁迹之所，以为官兵必不能穷追至此，于是迟疑向北，复至生番狮头、乌鳌等社。
However, Lin Shuangwen seemed unwilling to defect to Zhuangdation, and he originally wanted to use the inner mountains as a refuge, thinking that the officers and soldiers would not be able to pursue him here. So he hesitated and headed north, returning to Xingfan Shi, Wuao, and other communities.
不知福康安先以后赏，遵豫各社协力同击，追奔数百里，绞杀万余人，遂于老渠其地方将林爽文擒获。庄大田食进海，而伏讨海，已入内山。
Unexpectedly, Fukangen had already rewarded him generously and urged all the societies to work together to arrest him. He chased for hundreds of miles and killed more than 10,000 people, and then captured Lin Shuangwen at Laoki. Zhuangdation was actually close to the sea and could not escape to the sea to enter the inner mountains.
又一起也，庄大田闻福康安带领巴图鲁及各省进兵过海，意之畏惧，唯不能得北路林爽文信息，是以上复窥伺府城。但当大兵南下之时，
Another strange thing, Zhuang Datian heard that Fukangen was leading troops from Bachelor and other provinces across the sea, and he was also afraid. However, he could not get the information from Lin Shuangwen on the northern route, so he still took a look at the city. But when the soldiers went south,
庄大田在凤山一带距海甚近，一其避及赴海逃遁，以图幸免，乃又被官兵追杀至极南廊桥山内，而各社生番俱受福康安御斥。
Zhuang Datian was very close to the sea in the Fengshan area, so he must flee to the sea immediately in order to survive. Then he was chased by officers and soldiers to the Langqiao Mountains in the extreme south, and all the members of the community were blessed with good fortune and safety.
非为不敢容留，并且一同堵截，于是官兵分队四面合围，将庄大田及其大头目40余人一并生获。及此，足验上苍佑助也。
Not only did they not dare to tolerate him, but they also intercepted him together. So the officers and soldiers surrounded him on all sides and captured Zhuang Datian and more than 40 of his leaders. This is a sufficient proof of God's help.
幸而福康安欲内山生番，后于赏相，故内山之番皆为我用，二逆皆为番所遮以救我兵之勤，是杞人力哉？天也！上天佑予。
Fortunately, Fukangen predicted that the inner mountain would be rich with rewards. Therefore, all the inner mountains are for my use, and the two rebels are all covered by the enemy, so that they can be captured by our soldiers. What manpower is there? Heaven. God bless you.
并又于所用之臣、所发之兵，不有图形迹迹以经其劳，亦非所以达名况以示后坤也。且福康安者，故大学士傅恒之子，而孝贤皇后之侄也。
He also gave blessings to the ministers he used and the soldiers he sent. There was no graphic record to show his efforts, and it was not the reason why he responded clearly to show his future success. He is the son of Fu Hang, a great scholar, and the nephew of Empress Shaoxian.
使不能成此功，朕必重罪之。今幸成此大功，切于之望。 不重赏以表忠，则与为矫情，其何以利众臣哉？故与之切怨在兹，惧怀亦在兹。
If you fail to do this, I will commit a serious crime. Fortunately, I have achieved such a great achievement, and I am very happy with my hope. If I do not reward you generously to show my loyalty, it would be hypocritical. How can I encourage all the ministers? Therefore, the comfort and desire are growing, and the fear is also here.
观斯文者，其庶几有以量与乎？亦庶几有以知与乎？大普林之战，诸罗为解，即进攻斗六门，贼匪万余，分据大普林各庄，阻截道路。
Looking at gentle people, how can they forgive me? Is it possible for a common man to know this? The Battle of Tai Pa Forest. Zhuluo surrounded them and immediately attacked Duliamen. More than 10,000 thieves and bandits occupied Dabu Lingazhuang and blocked the road.
福康安令普吉堡等进攻大普林，鄂辉等进攻大普尾，海兰察等率兵驰射，克其中林。于是大普林、大普尾同时并自追奔20余里，杀贼六。
Fukang ordered Pu Jibao and others to attack Dapu Lin, and Yi Hui and others attacked Dapu Wei. Helansha and others led their troops to shoot and captured the forest. So Dapu Lin and Dapu Wei were attacked at the same time and chased for more than 20 miles. Kill the thief 6.
700名，枪毙贼目10余人，贼器遂夺。诸罗为解以南通，福康安等于上年11月初8日祭解诸罗为后。
700 people were killed, and more than 10 thieves were shot, and the thieves' spirit was taken away. The siege of Zhuluo was relieved at Nantung. Fukangan was the first to relieve the siege of Zhuluo on the 8th day of November last year.
自山路以至滨海村庄为贼所占据者，即日奋勇绞杀，权衡收复，而普洱浦亦即将以南至府城道路打通，于是大兵得以专力直攻斗六门。
Those who were occupied by thieves from the foothills to the villages near the sea were bravely killed on that day, and the whole line was recovered. Pupu also opened the road from the south to Fucheng, so the soldiers were able to concentrate their efforts on directly attacking the 6 gates.
夺贼要隘，斗六门当所必攻，不与侠因操胜计，破其间，乃易成功。 路经三浦皆酣战，贼拥千群上四哄，大伯大柔消顷刻，雄风和一卷飞蓬。
To seize the enemy's key pass, the 6 gates must be attacked. If you don't have time to use winning strategies, it will be easy to succeed if you break the stronghold. There was a fierce battle in the 3 ponds passing by, and thousands of thieves gathered in groups to fight. The big tanned arms disappeared in an instant, and the majestic wind swept up the flying canopy.
吉吉浦之战，贼巢既破，林爽文同贼火往来水沙连之水李社等处，欲为退守地步，而吉吉浦为入山要路，地形斜佳。
The Battle of Jijipu. After the thieves' nest was destroyed, Lin Shuangwen and the thieves went to Schwilish and other places in Shuishalian, preparing to retreat. Jijipu is the main road into the mountains, and the terrain is sloping.
南北两山中，横大溪明浊水溪，沿溪数万亩田，借此灌溉。贼匪拥恶溪水，即为破胁良民之计，并垒石斗看上，阻溪自固。 即官兵至西。
Among the 2 mountains in the north and south, the Hengda River is called Zhuoshui River, and tens of thousands of acres of fields along the river are irrigated by it. The thieves and bandits blocked the stream to intimidate the good people. They also built steep rocks on the ridge to prevent the stream from solidifying. And the officers and soldiers arrived at the stream.
贼约万余人，避墙发火器，官兵排枪前进，兼用大炮，避贼甚众。海兰察等乘马拂过，福康安等都催官兵齐进，人人求水竞渡，直催贼来。
About 10,000 thieves covered the wall and fired firearms. The officers and soldiers advanced with guns and cannons, killing many of the thieves. Helansha and others floated by on horseback, while Fukangan and other supervisors urged the officers and soldiers to advance together. Everyone swam across the river and directly destroyed the enemy base.
自入内山，战功此为第一。公开大礼逆潜逃，领众追踪不至牢。其率箭兵射西险，别差旌旗据峰高。贼匪固守吉吉浦。
Since entering the inner mountain, this is the first battle achievement. Attack Dali and flee in reverse, leading the troops to follow and put them in prison. They all led the strong soldiers to cross the dangerous stream, and the elite cavalry were stationed at the top of the mountain. The thieves and bandits clung to Jijipu.
并于北山草岭设卡自防。福康安派令普尔普、许世亨等由山路进攻，及官兵过西，普尔普等亦攻克草岭前来会合，痛加剿洗。
They also set up a blockade at Chaoling in Beishan for self-defense. Fukangan sent Pupu, Su Xiang and others to attack from the mountain road. When the officers and soldiers crossed the stream, Pupu and others also conquered Chaoling and came to join them, and they severely suppressed and washed them.
有奔无路贼投水，官兵即刻吉吉浦，虽将溪水当时开放，而一时不能尽泄，其老幼妇女不及奔避，投水死者不可胜计，恩病危行是引劳。
There were thieves who had no way to escape and threw themselves into the water. The officers and soldiers defeated Jijipu, but even though the stream was opened at that time, it could not drain out all the water for a while. The old, young, and women could not escape in time, and the dead who threw themselves into the water were too many to count. He was kind and threatened the travelers to drink the mash.
此是内山第一战，守凶将逮捕其高。大乌陇之战，小半天山战胜之后，林爽文旋即救秦。福康安遂遗师而南，土角庄大田。
This is the first battle in the inner mountain, and the first culprit will be caught and put in a kettle. The Battle of Dalalong. After the victory in Shaoban Tianshan, Lin Shuangwen was captured immediately. Fukangan then moved south to suppress Zhuang Dadian.
为时南路贼匪屯巨大乌陇山内。于是有大乌陇之战，守逆已从内山获，次为南路大田、庄、村，北路林爽文虽已救秦。
During the Weisher South Road, the bandits gathered in Dalalong Mountain, so there was the Battle of Dalalong. The first Anai has been captured from Nation, followed by De Tian, Zhuang, Cun from the South Road. Lin Shuangwen from the North Road has already been captured.
而庄大田在凤山一带上复窥伺府城，设令使急遁海逃逸，使难捕获。待后福康安令乌什哈达带水师战舰绝其去路，并即生擒大田。
However, Zhuang Datian was still spying on Fucheng in the Fengshan area. He ordered him to escape to the sea in a hurry, and it was difficult to capture him. After being captured, Fukangan ordered Ushahata to lead naval warships to cut off his way, and immediately captured Datian alive.
真所谓自作孽，不可换也。当车上作唐必记，吴陇空船以镇屯， 福康安寻知南路贼屯聚大五垄山内，令鄂辉、许世亨、乌氏哈达。
As the saying goes, you can't be fooled if you do your own evil. When the carriage was still on the mantis's arm, the ant formation was sent to Wulongkong. Fukang and asked to know that the thief camp on the south road gathered in Dalalong Mountain, and ordered Yi Hui, Su Xiang, a shahada.
67等于正月19日带兵前进，贼匪放枪炮抵御，官兵扑上山梁压下，赶过大五垄河，杀贼300余名，生擒100余名。
On the 19th day of the first month of the 67th year, he led his troops to advance. The bandits fired guns and cannons to resist. The officers and soldiers rushed to the mountain ridge to press down, and drove across the Dalalong River, killing more than 300 bandits and capturing more than 100 alive.
士普尔普亦由内山大埔等处搜剿至大五垄隘口，带领格崩额等分路迎贼，斩首400余级，生擒120余名，余党旋即溃窜。
Shirpupu also searched and suppressed from Dapu and other places in nation to Dalalong Pass. He led Gabangi and others to separate routes to meet the thieves. He beheaded more than 400 people and captured more than 120 alive. The remaining party immediately fled.
决力破坚千队分，退京会窜一师奔。周师更遣预防海、于备、林爽文为郎，庄大田则备也，真诚府邸魂。方辽之战，余匪自大五垄南下。
Thousands of teams fought hard to break through the strongholds, and their beaks ran away in surprise. The boatmaster sent more troops to prevent the sea, and Yunong, Lin Shuangwen was a wolf, Zhuang Datian was Nongya, became the soul of the cauldron. The Battle of Fangliao. The remaining bandits moved south from Dalalong.
复在方辽聚集，福康安至皮头，即令海兰察、鄂辉等进剿。福康安沿途搜捕，随后接应，杀获无算。庄大田是已成擒矣。方辽、吴龙比邻接。
They gathered again in Fangliao. When Fukangan arrived at Beitu, Helancha, Yi Hui and others were ordered to attack. Fukangan searched and arrested along the way, and then responded, but the killing was futile, and Zhuang Datian was already captured. Fangliao and Wolongbi are adjacent to each other.
败后贼人据守岑，颇泄盐山节后路，那防剿队出深林。正月26日，贼匪2000余人沿山抄截官兵后路，海兰察与贼遇，即分木可登阿。
After the defeat, the thieves gathered in Cien Poji cut off the retreat along the mountain, and the anti-suppression team came out of the deep forest. On the 26th of the first lunar month, more than 2,000 bandits cut off the retreat of the officers and soldiers along the mountain. Helancha met the thieves, that is, divide Mukdina.
梁朝贵等被贼南来，分许世亨、67、乌氏哈达等回兵迎击，而自由这园内出其不意，横冲贼阵，射死贼目10余人，杀贼300余名。
Liang Chaogui and others prepared for the thieves to come south, and Su Xiang, Liuqiu, Ashahada and others returned to attack them. However, they were surprised in the free sugar plantation and ran rampant through the bandit formation, shooting more than 10 thieves to death and killing more than 300 thieves.
乘胜追至海岸，复杀贼1000余名，其余自行投海及挤入海淹毙者不计其数，夺获马匹、枪炮、器械甚火。丰屯以杂都丧胆，倡乱惩奸而悔心。
Taking advantage of the victory, they pursued them to the coast and killed more than 1,000 thieves, the rest threw themselves into the sea and drowned countless others, and captured horses, guns, and equipment. All the ants in the bee colony are frightened, and they are regretful for their treachery and rebellion.
投海杀虫不计数，大田山寸带生禽。庄大田若是欲逃入海，当亦无计穷追，唯其奔窜内山。于是福康安令巴图鲁等分队合围。
The sandworms that threw themselves into the sea were not counted, and they were scurrying up Datian Mountain to be captured alive. If Zhuang Datian made him escape into the sea in advance, there would be no way to pursue him. However, he ran into the inner mountains, so Fukangan ordered Bachilu and other detachments to encircle him.
不啻代秦伏法，可知负载不容，断难漏网，有若因夺其破者然。台湾提督奎林、布政使万中杰奏报生藩前请赴京祝寿，是以致仕更虚。
It's nothing more than waiting to be captured and subdued. It can be seen that the overload cannot be tolerated, and it is difficult to break through the net, and there are those who are like those who take away their souls. Taiwan's Admiral Kue Lin and Chief Envoy Wan Zhongjie reported their births and invited Fan Qian to Beijing to celebrate their birthdays. They wrote poems about their ambitions, Gingshu, dash.
生藩朝内山，化外教无班，竟逆家立柱，朝政后四还。前福康安等带兵剿捕台湾逆匪林爽文、庄大田时，内山生藩军之相化，协同搜解。
The students in the inner mountain nested in the inner mountain, but there was no foreign teaching. Jing Nijia helped, and the court gave him generous rewards. Formerly when Fukangan and others led the troops to suppress the Taiwan rebels Lin Shuangwen and Zhuang Datian, the inner mountain students all knew about Xianghua, and cooperated in the search cut.
比凶渠不致漏网。台湾平定后，吴敖等涉生藩于53年腊月入晋朝政，因忧家厌饥遣还。陆三须献社，胡万愿随班，资奎林等奏。
So that the evil channel will not slip through the net. After Taiwan was pacified, Wu Weihao and other social officials went to the imperial court in the 12th lunar month of the 53rd year, but were sent back because they were given a banquet. Lu Sangsu admired the club and called for all wishes to follow the class, Ziquelin and others reported.
北路之狮仔等四社，中路之八洞关等四社，南路之旺仔利等四社，共生藩头目12名，恳请赴京叩祝万寿。
12 leaders of the four symbiotic communities including Shizai on the North Road, Badongguan on the Middle Road, and Wangzali on the South Road sincerely requested to go to Beijing to pray for longevity.
于3月内风浪田径时内渡等语，虽曰服官正，国威畅海还。台湾提督奎林等报收早到8分，施以至位。5月收早到，地方制显同，各省早合。
In the third month, when the wind and waves are calm, you can cross the country, etc. Although it is said that it is not a government policy, the country's majesty is worthy of the sea. Taiwan Admiral Kue Lin and others reported that the early rice harvest was 80 cents, and wrote poems to comfort them. Early rice is harvested in May, and the local communities share early crops in all provinces.
每6、7月为收获之期，为台湾郡地气较暖，兹据报。5月中旬，早稻俱已成熟登场，此内地所不及也。以新接民时，况复获中丰。
Every June and July is the harvest period. However, the climate in Taiwan County is relatively warm, and it is reported that early rice is already mature in mid-May. This is unmatched in the mainland. People are enjoying the food supply, and the harvest is bountiful again.
闽郡仍资记，据奎林等奏，该府雨阳时弱，枣核蓬茂，除台湾一县不种枣核外，于一厅3县均匀计算，枣稻收成共有8分等雨。
Fujian County is still rich, according to Kue Lin et al. If the rain falls in this prefecture, the early rice crop will be plentiful, except for one county in Taiwan that does not plant early rice crops. The remaining 3 counties in Yiding County have an average harvest of 80% of the early rice crop.
仲夏为青黄不接之时，得此可称中人。在台郡既有一民时，而民省章，全各郡并资接济。览奏，时为辛未，海江早掩公，相余仅5倍。
In midsummer, when there is no harvest, this can be called zhongmin. In Tai County, it is beneficial to the people's food, and Zhang and Quan counties in Fujian province also provide financial support. It is really gratifying to read the memorial. The sea frontier has been defeated early.
台湾历任总兵率多营私谋利，以致5倍废弛。自逆犯林爽文等就府之后，命奎林以提督衔任总兵，严加整顿，奸民盗匪须就捕获。
Taiwan's successive commander-in-chief led many private operations for profit, resulting in a weakened military preparedness. After the traitor Lin Shuangwen and others were appeased, Kuelin was appointed as the commander-in-chief with the title of admiral, and strict rectification was carried out. The traitors and bandits were captured by Su.
海江自此可常享绥靖之福矣，永敬切身中。台湾总兵奎林、按察使万忠杰奏报早稻收成8分，是以知味辛亥。海江杂处民风消。
From now on, Haijiang will enjoy the blessing of appeasement forever, and will always be content and contented. Kue Lin, the commander-in-chief of Taiwan, and Wan Zhongjie, the inspector general, reported 80% of the early rice harvest and wrote poems to comfort them. Xinhai dash. People everywhere in the sea area are noisy.
弹压乱后自大辽，台湾当逆匪林爽文等就擒之后，余匪篡逆，尚需剿捕，因命奎林为台湾总兵，前往弹压并搜获余党，以绝根诛。
After suppressing the rebellion, the senior officials of the capital, Taiwan's rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others were captured. The remaining bandits fled and needed to be suppressed. Kuelin was appointed as the commander-in-chief of Taiwan's army to suppress and capture the remaining bandits in order to eradicate their roots.
尔年萧峰渐息，各安耕获，兼之连岁有收，闾阎元气可复，尔来俗略减偷挑，正宜休养农务调。其地后暖收更饶，自称早稻中人妖。
In recent years, the turbulent wind has gradually subsided, and everyone has been able to farm and harvest. At the same time, there have been harvests year after year, and the vitality of Lu Yan can be restored. Recently, the customs have been slightly reduced, and it is time to rest and adjust to farming. The climate is warmer and the harvest is more fertile. It is hereby called early rice zongminjing.
兹据奎林等奏，台湾北路淡水一厅，彰化一线雨则调云，早稻颇为蓬茂。及中路之嘉义，南路之凤山，虽雨水少缺，尚有内山水源可资灌溉。
According to Kuelin et al., the early rice produced in Tamsui No. 1, North Road, Taiwan, and Yuza, No. 1 County, Zhanghua, was well mixed, and the early rice was quite luxuriant. That is, Jiayi on the middle road and Fengshan on the south road. Although there is little rain, there are still internal mountain water sources for irrigation.
复于4月21日南北两路军报得雨，早到正当街市之时，更自饱战。现在陆续登场，据各属分析禀报，除台湾一线土性扶松。
On April 21st, rain was reported both in the north and south. The early rice was just about to bear fruit and was in full bloom. Now they are appearing one after another. According to the clear report of each species, except for the soil-type floating pine in one county in Taiwan.
项不中道外，其余全部一听三县匀算收成，却有8分，米价平减，地方极为凝密，养与时若邪气招，闾阎安堵盗贼消，幸灾难顾未远翘。
With the exception of rice cultivation, the harvests of all the other 3 counties, 1 hall and 3 counties, were evenly calculated, and it was indeed 8 points. The price of rice was flat, and the place was extremely peaceful, fortunately Nan Gu Wayuankio.
此方望雨仍新交。台湾提多哈当阿，道元阳亭里奏报早到收成8分有余，是以至未癸丑。一听三县属切广，早到8成报有余。
Looking at the rain here, I am still anxious. Taiwan's Admiral Hadange and Taoist Yang Tingli reported that the early rice harvest was more than 80%, and the poem comforted them, Guicho, dash. 1 hall and 3 counties belong to Chigwang, and 80% of the early rice will be more than enough.
台湾南北两路今春自栽插早禾以后，阳雨应时，禾苗畅发。兹据哈当阿等奏，本年节后较早，各处早稻俱已成熟，陆续易货登场。
Since the early crops were planted in the northern and southern areas of Taiwan this spring, the rain has come in season and the seedlings have flourished. According to Hadong et al.'s report, the festival is earlier this year, and the early rice has matured everywhere and has been harvested one after another.
除台湾县土性扶松，项不中早稻外，其淡水一厅及凤山、嘉义、彰化3县通计收成，共8、9分有余。现在米价平减，是也田溪等雨。
Except for Taiwan County, which has loose pine soil and does not grow early rice, Tamsui Yiting and Fengshan, Jiayi, and Zhanghua counties combined have a harvest of more than 8 or 9%. The price of rice is now flat, Tianxi Shiya said.
鱼米乡仍自内地、台湾一地，内称鱼米之乡，岁获丰收。内地漳全一带，每年资其拨运接济，闾阎丰久静安居。
Yumi Township still benefits from the mainland. Taiwan is called the land of fish and rice, with bumper harvests every year. The Zhang and Quan areas in the mainland receive financial aid from it every year, and Luyan is a place where people can live peacefully for a long time.
该处自逆匪林爽文等就擒之后，数年以来，闾阎安居乐业，元气久复，绥靖如常。府自海晏年丰比，亦切界营未满语。北塞南营性实弱。
Since the rebel bandit Lin Shuangwen and others were captured in this place, Lu Yan has been living and working in peace and contentment for several years. His vitality has been restored for a long time, and the peace has remained as usual. The feast at Fuzi Si will bring prosperity to him, and he will be full of caution and fear. Bei Sai Nanning is lucky.
今岁各直省麦收多在8、9分以上，而日巡幸避暑山庄，历览塞外农田，一级蓬茂。自北及南，与阳性俱实弱，寸中亦增感替。
This year's wheat harvest in various provinces is mostly over 80% to 90%. I recently visited the summer resort and saw the farmland outside the Great Wall, which is also extremely luxuriant. From the north to the south, rain and rain are coming all the time, and my heart and mind are getting more and more alert.
惕然方寸感书如。赵毅，毅，字云松，号欧北，清江苏阳河人。乾隆间，官至桂西兵备道。台湾林爽文事变，常佐闽浙总督李氏姚牧。这
Be cautious and dare to feel comfortable. Zhao Yi. Yi, whose courtesy name is Yunsong and whose name is Obei, was born in Yanghe, Jiangsu province in the Qing dynasty. During the Qianlong period, officials went to Guishi to prepare troops. The Lin Xuanwen incident in Taiwan led to Li Shiyao, the governor of Fujian and Zhejiang.
皇朝武功继胜一书内有平定台湾数略篇，见文从第213种海滨大事记所收，纪临便是。另有欧北诗集，亦有颇系台事之作，连横。
The book, Chronicles of the Martial Arts of the Imperial Dynasty, contains the chapter, A Brief Summary of the Pacification of Taiwan. See the Seaside Events, section 213 of the Wen Song, which records the Lin incident. There is also the Obei Poetry Collection, which also has works related to Taiwan affairs.
台湾师承已路有若干首。李钦斋治府以兵士入闽，邀于同行，复城。忽随使节别江村，为扫闽南帐务昏。超以重臣威海国，我残退士入军门。
Several poems have been recorded in Taiwan Poems. Li Qinzhai set up the government to enter Fujian with military campaigns, invited others to go with him, and presented a gift. Suddenly I followed the envoy to Bijiang village, and I was in a coma to clear away the miasma in southern Fujian. The court relied on the important minister Weihai State, and I was ashamed to withdraw my soldiers and join the army.
彼无草席新才思，倒有征蛮旧血痕。莫笑挂冠翻入目，报师恩及报君恩。实在江湖稳调州，忽参戎木左军仇，人疑白首何清出。
The pen has no grass to express new ideas, but the sword has the blood stains of conquering the barbarians. Don't laugh, hang up your crown and turn into the curtain. To repay your teacher's kindness is to repay your king's kindness. 10 years. For 10 years, the rivers and lakes have been stable for fishing, and suddenly he joins the army to assist the army. People wonder why the whitehead comes out so easily.
我为青山未便游，野电客魂机碧帛，书方满语鸟驱舟。平天一卷闽南草，翠碧啼鸣处处流。海上望台湾，极目苍明浪接天，中藏长大依山川。
I haven't traveled all over the mountains. The soul of the guest in the wild shop is like a chicken with its arms on its back, and the barbaric language of the other side is like a bird's twitch. With the addition of a volume of Aminan herbs, the inscriptions are left everywhere on the green wall. Looking at Taiwan from the sea. As far as the eye can see, the waves are touching the sky, and in the middle, there are mountains and rivers as big as the palm of your hand.
当年曾比天横岛，就为海逆郑成功所据，今日重返杨浦船。据历后来风有母，腰分扫去水无仙，用孙恩氏。临流原想雄金都。
Back then, it was Bidianhang Island, formerly occupied by Jing Qinggong, the Haiyanai, and today it is back to Yang Pu's ship. The wind has a mother when it roars with hurricane force, and the demonic atmosphere sweeps away Shui Wuxian, Yu's son Enshi. Lin Lu misses Governor Xiongjin from afar.
曾破周流定海王岩。闻官兵屡捷致喜，绝角兵歌望凯旋。江潭别注选亲贤，龙翔飞渡无亭轨。标旗成恩正少年，过海地非头痛国。
He once defeated Zhou dynasty and left Dinghai, Wang Yan. I am happy to hear that the officers and soldiers have achieved repeated victories. The soldiers are fighting in the hope of triumph, and the altar is built separately to select relatives and sages. The dragon flies across the sundial without stopping, and the hussar rides on the graceful young man. Crossing Haiti is not a headache.
俏官人有肉非鲜，先生早落么麻外骨内胆。神策军来一抵千，西南北夷武功阶，起义东明起帐埋，容所将才挥玉垒。
The people in Xiaoguan are like flesh-flying immortals. Are they brave enough to fall early? Hemp outside the bones and inside, they are brave, and the army comes with a divine plan. One is worth 1,000. The north, south, west, and north are all already skilled in martial arts. How can we expect a miasma to come from the east? Rong Sua's territory is restored to its original glory.
直方地垦弃朱崖，兵收碧海彭营岛，兴冠琼霄碧昂界。从此万方清宴奏，企图韩笔记平淮。吊汤苇塘，殉难凤山。衣冠海外正班春。
Are you willing to abandon Jia? The soldiers retreated to Pengying Island in the sea, and the stars penetrated the sky and Biang Street. From now on, there will be a banquet in all directions, but it will only be a matter of Han Jiping and Huaihe River. Jiaotang Weitang was martyred in Fengshan. An official overseas is on duty in the spring.
伏藏无端起结臣，绝角沿江城守则，明场刺客阵亡身。民皆相率登皮窟，贼一群惊暗见琛，挺剑杀贼而死。定有他年月社稷。
The ambush caused a catastrophe for no reason. Jueo Yanjiang City was responsible for guarding the city, and a famous poet died in battle. The people all went up to the Pipi to weep, and the thieves were also shocked and pressed their swords in anger. There will definitely be a Lesh festival in another year.
传八曲里送营山，宋唐贤处赴银间，不以财传以劫船，换远寺飘罗沙国，魂复好妇假胡传。生前时有题金集，军籍尽人句，作诗画数卷。
Welcome God in the ballad. In the leisure space of the court, there are many people reciting notes, and they are not passed down based on their talents but with integrity. The officials are far like the Piao Luo Sha kingdom, and the sole women like to attach themselves to Jia Hu's boat. There is a collection of poems he wrote during his lifetime. You collected recent poems and composed poems in several volumes.
身后家无父郭田，慢读孝经堪退贼，可怜死父尸边，长君巡夜从死。海上极目苍茫水皆空，兵分遥指海天东，人犹作巨然霄黑。
Guotian's family will be no fault of his family after his death. Reading, the classic of filial piety, can ward off thieves, but the poor boy dies next to his father's body. Sun Yi, the eldest king, died from death. Maritime. As far as the eye can see, the water meets the sky, and the military atmosphere points far away to the sea and the sky to the east. People use oil as torches to burn in the dark night.
鱼眼如星射浪红，眼角无才非仗力，战场有鬼是英雄。纷纷伏莽何时定？乔望征南绝朔翁。 军中勤逆手林爽文件送过全记事。
Fish eyes are as red as stars. A fire without talent is not a miasma, but a ghost on the battlefield is a hero. When will the chaos be resolved? He is looking forward to conquering the South. Chronicle of Lin Shuang, the rebel leader in the army, sent across the spring by Wen Jian.
木龙装球与鸠鸡，兵未促成片云黑。不须路不夜长间，家道争看海东贼。海东贼本一细民，岂读兵书习不乐，半夜无端笑停歌。
Prisoners in wooden cages are chirping, and soldiers and guards are clustered in a black cloud. There is no need to expose the cloth and drag long strings, and the streets are lined with people trying to see the pirates from the east. The pirates from the east of the sea are small people. How can they read military books and study military affairs? They whistle for no reason in the middle of the night.
沙利公乘血流赤，是时鼎沸虽披昌，促起犹堪灭朝时。后先航海诸宿将，持重养威势不测。隔海调兵动几旬，兵天1万贼天意。
Killing officials and attacking the city shed blood. At this time, although the cauldron is boiling and rampant, the sudden rise is still worthy of destroying the meal. After that, he first sailed to all the senior generals to be cautious and alert to any unforeseen circumstances. They mobilized troops across the sea for several decades, adding 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of millions of thieves.
孤城遂困重围中，康河巨空逐旅急。倘非妙算绝大举，决倒腰分几十息。及今就复入舰车，不过圈牢一屯徒。若论精碎军资费。
The isolated city was trapped in a heavy siege, and all the chaff was boiling. If it hadn't been for the temple's decisive move, when would the enchanting atmosphere of the island be extinguished? Now he is bound to the chariot, but his buttocks are only tied tightly, if we talk about military expenses over the years.
10两黄金1两谷，台湾浮球洛邑谢送内地，再作凯歌。海丰田，海波阔，翻墙洛邑知福归，口目虽去贼犹活。出以海外人，琵琶支腿6轴身。
10 taels of gold and 1 tael of bones. Prisoners from Taiwan are sent to the mainland in droves, and they sing triumphant songs again. The sea breeze is calm and the waves are wide. The sails and rafts are coming one after another to hold captives back, and the mouths and eyes are clear and the thieves are still alive. When I first doubt foreigners, the legs of the pipa stick to my body.
持可绞铁碎，手能梳钩身。谁知入搜险，隐隐一群犬。无外头，沉吊眼，而泳衣河面涂冕。当时若早擒搜爬，举耳不摇牙，踢耳不用靴。
Its teeth can chew iron into pieces, and its hands can stretch out its hooks. Who would have thought that if you search for wolves, you will find a group of dogs? Wu tilts his head. Chen Diaoyan, Yongyi is so shy. At that time, if you searched and crawled early, you would chew without shaking your teeth and kick without boots.
胡为养成洛玉度，大于宋公谷。与其经年使旧秦，以废庙磨遣龙武。呜呼！一击何用牛刀割？不是牛刀割不得。朝端应有黑头功。
Hu Wei cultivated Luo's belly, which was bigger than Song Gong's drum. Yu Shijing was captured at the beginning of the year, and he spent a lot of money to send Long Wu. Alas! Why use an ox knife to cut a chicken? Otherwise, it cannot be cut with an ox knife. There should be a black-headed male at the end.
世上乃无白头贼。军事将产，余归有日矣，师以至喜。久坐华阳陶隐居，其七老出治军说。廉颇以自三仪使，冯复何堪在下车。
There are no white-headed thieves in the world. The military generals will return one day, and I will return someday. The poem expresses the joy of ambition. I have been living in seclusion in Huayang for a long time. How can I expect that I will always publish military regulations? Lianpe has already killed himself 3 times. How can Mrs. Feng get out of the car again?
香梦迢迢千里外，晨踪碌碌1年余。烧心奏凯期将尽，既日归寻就草庐。无端伏莽报兴荣，一片重沙小节中。做贼岂闻头道白。
The dream of hometown is thousands of miles away, and the traces of dust have been lingering for more than a year. I'm a little happy that the time for the victory is approaching, and I plan to return to the old thatched cottage in a few days. There is no reason to ambush and repay the army, and it is a small calamity in the sand of insects. How can a thief turn his head white when he smells it?
屈民以遍血流红，时平力醉笙歌乐，是起兵寒草木风。至此使之公渤海，卖刀买毒是奇功，也是陈劳债未偿，为仇知己一番忙。
The expelled people were bleeding all over. At ordinary times, the officials are drunk and playing music and singing in the moonlight, while the soldiers are in the cold grass and trees and the wind is blowing. Only then did we know that Gong Bohai's miraculous feat was to sell knives and buy calves. It is also the unpaid debts of worldly labor, and I have done a lot of work to reward my close friends.
卿曾经是韩文曰：“我绝不为臣自强。”目下使才论吕基，灯前握算条除粮。上平文管恩私地，兼报当年时太仓。本为游山父与汉。
Your Majesty once made an appointment with Han Wen, but I will never do it for Chen Ziqiang. Under the curtain, people discuss materials and shoes, and in front of the lamp, they hold calculations and prepare grain. Shang Pinguanguan's favor is private, and he also reports that he lived in Taicang. This is a tour to the mountains with Yuhan.
九流军府最无端，肯从阴铁还甘露，翻似流绵上练官。万湖楼传兵渡海，两针伏鼓将登坛。天教倦客归朝宿，一战先闻定百蛮。70字硕。
Staying in the army for a long time is the most unreasonable. Being willing to return the salary from Yin Tai is like Lu Mian still being in love with the official position. Wanhula's boatmen and soldiers crossed the sea, and Tuzhan floating drums were about to ascend to the altar. Tired guests from the Tianjiao returned to the court quickly, and the 100 barbarians were first heard and determined in the first battle. Self-report at 70.
烽火争传海上舟，故人邀我作闽游，也因国事来交俄，岂必边功自出头？人命死生3寸比，君处盈缩5更愁。谁知大戟长枪里。
The war is spreading across Haizhou, and my old friend invited me to visit Fujian. I am also worried about national affairs, so why should I do my best on the side? A person's life and death are only 3 inches apart, and the military reserve is in surplus and shrinking in 5 shifts. Who knew there was a spurge in the spear?
保有书生易得谋，台湾用兵，佐理钦斋幕府1年。陈寿奇，寿奇，字公甫，号左海，清福建闽县人，历官翰林院编修，晚号隐平山人，着左海文集。
Bo Yuxing came up with a plan Taiwan used troops, and assisted Li Qingzhai in the shogunate for 1 year. Chen Shoqi. Shoqi, courtesy name Gongfu and nickname Zhuahai, was from Min County, Fujian Province in the Qing dynasty. He was an editor of the Hanlin Academy, and his late title was Yinping Shanren. Author of Collected Works of Zhuahai.
降服草堂诗集等书，有海外记事诗8首及平定台湾功绩6首，以见连横传台湾诗成，文从第64种。
Jiangtao Thatched Cottage Poetry Collection and other books, including 8 poems on overseas chronicles and 6 poems on peace in Taiwan, have been published in Taiwan Poetry, written by Lianhang, Wen Song, No. 64.
平定台湾为郭参军停云上嘉勇公服大将军100韵，圣代遥接舞，夫公奏帝归，圣魔一日遇，使节卷星起，子集神微波，同庭数计息。
Taiwan was pacified by General Guo Shinjun, Jun Tingyun, Jiayong Gongfu, and General Bai Yun. In the prosperous age, the Yao dance performed the Skingong performance of the emperor's concubine. The holy emperor Moe was in the sun, and the envoys rolled up the star flag. The divine power of Ziji spreads, and the concubines in Tongting perform well.
南车平庙略，左岳拱天仪。凤仪分始，孪生动曰底。归张方诏命，官配恶褒资。志具文渊米，心同谢复起。扑敦香万马，谈笑却千匹。绝角通蓬奥。
The south chariot rests on the temple, and the left axe arches the heavenly instrument. Feng Yi splits his arrows, and the sound of the luan moves about Zhou. Gui Zhangfang calls for orders, and wears a crown of ease praise. The wisdom gathers in Wen Yuanmi, and the heart is in Xiafuqi. Thousands of horses are spread out, but thousands of horses are laughed at. There is no way to connect Pengyou.
安澜打海锤，谁令斗蛮处，折泥舞逢矣。鹿尔尼经去，昆身勿陀随，深宫推古日，高屋建陵时。甘笋丁南极，刀挺勿教尺。
And Landa reaches the border of the sea, who makes Do Man touch him and often wants to dance with Feng Yi? When the deer's ears and neon banners are gone, the Kuan's body is followed by the mist. When the sun shines in the deep palace, when the high house is well positioned. Qianzhen Ding Nanji, Dao Collar Wu Xiaoji.
承游岩叶谷上今夏，浓味俱春滋。神武深刚纪，平藩尽一尾。空同元帅下，肝胆至尊至。大野区雕恶，高台素虎皮，蜀、黔、京、粤吕。
It's still a dark night in the city, and the farmers haven't gathered in the spring. Shenwu Shengang Ji, Ping Fan is doing his best. Under Marshal Kong Tong, the liver and gallbladder are supreme. The eagles and ospreys are driven out in the great fields, and the tigers and ospreys are lodged on the high platforms. Travelers from Shu, Guizhou, Jing, and Vietnam travel.
筑石爪牙兹，铜马勋明远，廊桥道理迟。比挥诸葛义，愁运子防伪。横海飞楼鲁，连消解福喜。清明猎雁隼，白日踏椒吃。暗竹香摇跛。
Pillars and minions. The bronze horse honor is famous far away, but the Langchao road is late. The pen is written at Zhuge Station, and the curtains of the ovary are planned. Flying towers and oars across the sea, undressing the gauze all night long, flying geese and falcons in the blue sky, trampling on dragons and dragons in the daytime. It shakes according to the shape of the boat.
穷明自渺靡，波涛障中信，呵护拜灵芝。参军记录云：重武登州凡100余卒，2昼夜同抵鹿港。侧受栾书玉，军身鹿港期，上命由鹿港进师。
The poverty is self-defeating. The waves are loyal and faithful, protecting and worshipping the spirit. The record of joining the army says, Chongwu boarded the boat with more than 100 boats, and arrived at Lukang together in 2 days and nights. So received the Luanshu's order and the army applied for the Lugang period. The army was ordered to enter the army from Lukang.
大邦威赫赫，剑足架睽睽。早破风狼胆，阴阳一股眉。赤囊征远近，单杖望左移。五旗从天降，双参逐日驰。是换3剑定，学士一枪挥。
The great state is majestic, and the soldiers who built it are riding high. If the seal of the wolf's gallbladder is broken early, the falcon's eyebrows should be raised. If the red bag is used to conquer far and near, the red bag will look forward to the emperor. 5 cavalry descended from the sky. Their 2 horses galloped against the sun. The warriors were trained with 3 arrows, and the learned men were commanded by 1 spear.
公令副将军海公先侦贼于彰化之八卦山，仅携5骑行，射一贼3人，擒2人已归。明日复往，杀数人，贼退20余里。大甲先攻取。
The Duke ordered the Deputy General, Hai Gong, to first detect the thieves at Bagua Mountain in Zhanghua and capture only 5 riders. He shot 3 thieves and captured 2 before returning. Go back tomorrow and kill several people. The thieves will retreat more than 20 miles. Dejia attacks first.
袁常入险西，公令领队舒某入大甲，期会攻大礼义，而自由鹿港发元长以援诸罗。横云张壁垒，却越阵藩篱，鸟阵何须布，龙涛总得移。
Yuan Chang entered the dangerous army. The public order led Shu to enter Dejia, expecting to attack Dali Jiao, and Free Lukang sent Yuan Chang to aid Zhu Luo. The clouds are forming a barrier, but the moon is holding down the fence. There is no need to move in the bird formation. The dragon Tao is always suitable.
浙元森任朔，竹栅雍平资，先是台湾贼多伏于浙元、竹围之内，分遣巴图鲁率鸟枪手分御之，被水城方服，依崖不一击。征丙陈鹤烈。
The sugarcane garden is forested with razors, and the bamboo fence is surrounded by water. First of all, many Taiwanese thieves lurked in the sugarcane garden and bamboo fence, and Bachilu was sent to lead the gunners to defend them. The water is on the back of the river, and the winged skips are laid on the cliff. Chen Healy.
步伐整于立，万造屋峭静，千山画角吹。微湖天外指，步丈月中移。卷席昌高阜，焚巢失旧魁。屯兵毗邻，焚贼庄数10所。牛栏空射鼠。
The steps are graceful, thousands of stoves are humming and their sheaths are quiet, and thousands of mountains are painted with horns blowing. The mighty arc points to the sky, and the steps move in the middle of the moon. Rolling mats to Gaofu, burning nests and losing old houses, stationing soldiers in Pilan, burning dozens of thieves' villages, empty cattle pens to capture rats.
虎竹又分追，先至牛栏西，有贼2万余人。二角腾朱勒，中间控子思，将军衔100步，都护己双之。电影穿秦号，星芒耀贺西。
Huzhu chased them separately. First they arrived at Nilan River, where there were more than 20,000 thieves. The 2 horns are Tingzhu Lu, and the center is strong and controls the purple silk. the general has 100-step string, and both guard the 2 branches of the halberd. The movie wears Qinghao, and the star shines Heshi.
愿遣山换魏甲，侠也扫吴金方锥。战气鼓于勇，军声将万磁。前锋秦锦府，后拒敌司迷。不取山难汉，逐营众不疲。
Oh, the mountain was destroyed by Wei Jia, and the wild land swept Wu Jin Fangquan. The fighting spirit is still strong, and the sound of the army is strong. Qin Yun's father is at the forefront, and Di Yumi is rejected at the rear. The Buka mountain is hard to shake, but the bamboo camp is never tired.
诸生从奋击，下立效偏疲。原常有诸生以一兵3000制，攻令停云帅之行。大埔奋残戍，诸罗整老雷，贼奔大埔，师遂尽援诸罗。
All the students fought hard, and the subordinates were more effective than others. Dapu fought hard and was destroyed, and Zhuluo saved Lao Lei.
金凤诏改嘉义，三朝尽管谷，万户蔡成吹，诸罗为解，攻遣一民取谷于贼庄。2日间得万余石，而民始得使。以学通诸道，胡宗变两齐。
Now the imperial edict was issued to change Jiayi. In the 3 dynasties, Jingguan grain was produced, and tens of thousands of households were cooked in Kaicheng. Zhuluo was surrounded, and the public sent volunteers to collect grain from the thieves' village. In 2 days, more than 10,000 stones were obtained, and the people began to eat. An ant's nest leads to many paths, and a fox's trail can distinguish between 2 paths.
登台过一谷，大理列金皮，兵至亭台庄，改为登台庄，遂攻大理邑。节水银钩浮，周玉弩劈，牙璋尊世界，铁镜走崎岖，攻令诸路兵伏隘口。
After going up to the stage and passing the hub, Dali laid out gold coins. The soldiers arrived at Tingtizwang, which was changed to Dengtazwang, and then attacked Dali. He cut off the mercury and laid down with silver hooks, and wore Zhou's jade crossbow. Yezhang obeyed the oath and commandments, and walked along the rugged road with iron shanks.
贼追至尽起，贼气泄遁。鼓舞操全胜，持巡狩抚随，影从袁凯旅，云集众华师。刀佩斯公遂，胡参着赵衰，雕提尊缺拱，聂尔率灵披。
The thief chased him to the end, but the thief abandoned his weapon and escaped. He was victorious in encouraging and exercising, and he maintained his discipline and was comforted. His shadow followed Yuan Kai's brigade and gathered in Zhonghua's division. The sword is worn in memory of Gong Sui, and the pot and meal promote Zhao Shui. The carving inscription honors Ke Gong, and Nia Air leads the spirit beast.
攻之贼魁必入生番，乃赵诸射丁，通事奖励制。淡水徐同之领北射生番诸营，攻赏之变，且宣明朝廷得意，由是生番制者数十地。
It is known that the leader of thieves will definitely enter the Xingfan, so he summons all the social officials and generals to reward him. Su Tongji of Tamsui led the various camps in Beishi, and rewarded them everywhere, and declared the imperial court's virtue. From this, dozens of people came to the camp.
急方一阵，岩上手皮，众雕手独挥，列寨吼灵魁，师至急浦，贼垒石头成于浊水溪，海公率师渡溪，飞炮击之，石头成线。极易多翘足。
Jijifang moved the formation, saying that he should still guard Pai. He set up a blockhouse to guard the poisonous anvils, and the troops roared at Linkue. Stone City fell. The wings are many and the feet are raised.
枯林居阵旗，悬看岛峻。兔带鸟哭，不甲一牛皮。草席出欢朋，长鹰竞颈鸡。从刀斑白转，争笑抱胆齿。
The withered scales vibrate the harem. The whirling watch smashes the whole of the rabbit, which is like a cowhide. The first straw calligraphy is praised with joy, and the long tassels compete for the invitation. From the time when the straw is awarded, it is written in vain, and the performance is rewarded by Dan Chi.
平云真知林贼家属逆水社生番通事杜夫家，请愚公召其业户携一民王小之，遂以林贼家属献于君。是义也，立功者咸被赏击。
Tingyun found out that the family of the Lin thief was hiding in Shui society, and was a general servant of Du Fu's family. He asked the public to summon his family members and volunteers to Xiaoji, so he dedicated the Lin thief's family to the army. This is military service, and those who have made meritorious deeds will be rewarded.
更竹头林右，穷搜带剑迷。天梯飞鸟渡，雪蹬入云微。剑拂清霜冻，弓烧赤月垂。五丁开西聂，六甲邪魅赤。弓遣诸将攻水社，不赦。
More and more, they throw themselves into the forest, searching for the elk with arrows. Birds fly across the ladder to the sky, and the snow falls into the clouds. The sword is brushing against the green frost. The bow is carrying the crimson moon hanging down, Wooding is opening the gate, and Liujia is carrying the devil. More and more, they throw themselves into the forest, searching for the elk with arrows. Birds fly across the ladder to the sky, and the snow falls into the clouds. The sword is brushing against the green frost, the bow is carrying the crimson moon hanging down, Wooding is opening the gate, and Liujia is carrying the devil. The generals are sent to attack Shuishi and Push.
而林贼以一于浦子离，海公率师援绝壁上，行五昼夜追击之。是亦战死且病者万余人。顷刻脱狂肆，连篇设恶痴，重杀皆自化，唐府亦合之。
However, the Lin thief had already escaped in Puzili. Hai Gong led his troops to the cliff and marched for 5 days and nights to catch up with him. In this battle, more than 10,000 people died and became sick. In an instant, it screams wildly, and shoots evil owl in a row. The insects and sand all melt by themselves, and there is no way for the mantis to use an axe.
戊申正月4日，秦林贼等7人。28日，秦蔡贼等数十头目。29日，秦庄贼等数十人。余党皆先后救父。仗雨萧丹溪，蛮云散绿梅。
On the 4th day of the first lunar month of Wushan, 7 people including the forest thief were captured. On the 28th, Kai thief and dozens of other leaders were captured. On the 29th, dozens of village thieves and others were captured. The rest of the party were bound one after another. The miasma rain disappears, and the wild clouds disperse into the green sky.
军需罢废具，民用故羌矣。鹿岛沈淹出，基隆阁五亏，三雕挥海殿，五虎拓昆尾。北路三雕者，为吴沙所据代数十年。淡水徐同之欲降其众。
The military supplies are gone, and the civilian supplies are fixed. Smoke rises from Ludao Island, and the chicken coop can be seen through the mist. 3 minks restore Hadian, and 5 tigers expand Kunwai.
台山之脉，自福州五虎门湾亭渡海而东。见说蓬莱水，仍通太液池。神州离白腹， 荒域引黄之。西避风停宿，荣枯两路资。长瞻五尘浮。
The vein of Taishan Mountain meanders across the sea from Wuhumen in Fuzhou to the east. It is said that Penglai water still leads to Taipu. Baifu in Shenzhou is connected to the Yellow Branch in the deserted area. The wind and thunder are solemn, and the prosperity and decay are dewy. Always look at Wuchenfu.
深枕一人思，上赏班车服，书勋乐鼎仪。竹恩同策命，陈度尽千围，并受藏沼矿，肩夫著往词。穷言表忠义，干时问疮痍。大则龙蛇远。
One person thinks deeply about Zhen. He is rewarded with shuttle bus uniforms, which is a special honor for Ding Yi. The Lord is kind and supportive, and the ministers are humble and considerate. They also receive blessings from the swamp, and apply blessings and kindness. A poor eaves indicates loyalty, while eating on the eve of the lunar calendar indicates wounds. Day's dragon and snake are far away.
空山雀属鸡，捐除安景屋，荡涤府琼离。麦陇双前柱，瓜庐两后至。似浇花满线，几处雪翻尺。公请以善后事宜归徐巡抚办理。
The empty tits are hungry, the mice are hungry, the house is cleaned and the wells are cleaned, and the beards are caressed. Melongshuang was built in front, and melons and huts were built in the back. The surrounding suburbs were full of flowers, and snow fell in several places.
诏免52年至54年钱粮杂税，赐粤民包中额，流民经一额。又请给庄民苦盖银，借以子种，发施平跳，恩无不至。战役成春转。
The imperial edict exempted money, grain and miscellaneous taxes from the 52nd to the 54th year, and granted the people of Guangdong a loyalty amount and the refugees a jingyi amount. Also, please give the people of the village a lot of money so that they can grow seeds so that they can have enough food to make a living. Your kindness is always there. The warbird takes advantage of the spring.
灵球聂景琦，锦衣文绿角菜，羽卫护离师。朱陆轩金鼓，清渊叶翠蕊，还同用堕劳，归正采繁起。以奉寒安节，仍敦阙古诗，干成真可以。
The spirit show rides on the scenery, the brocade clothes are heard and the feathers and guards are tied to each other. The ibis sings the golden drum, and the green kite flutters the green bud. They also use the vines to work together, and they gather the qi. I have worshipped the Hanan festival, but I still admire the poems of Qiansheng. Qiansheng is really reliable.
风飞必无疑，自负从容易，须培济世思，愧无班，传笔学草软，陈词。况故吟于代，安知白马词？宁图游木作，先何事题诗？灵阁难参画。
Feng Fei must leave nothing behind. Since he went to serve in the army, he only accompanied the secretary of the recording office. He felt ashamed that he had no class and passed down his pen, so he studied Ruan and Chinci. Guanggu Gu's bag of silver fish, and Ji White Horse Temple. Ningtu sits on the oil curtain and pays shirty to the doctor first. It is difficult to paint in the Bell Pavilion.
朱前独卧骑，观流州服部，送比鲁元司。下赖三丘葛，摩崖百丈碑，及今图位，或长辞府宣西。代题王明府旅集海运图，男儿须破万里浪。
The pearl seal is unique and strange. The official stayed in Zhou dynasty but could not serve it, and praised by Lu Yuanxi. There are 3 autumn boats in Xiao Lai, and there are monuments on the cliffs of hundreds of feet. They are now Tuwei and Hua, and they have been supporting Xian and Shi for a long time. Inscribed on behalf of Wang Mingfu's auspicious sea transport map dash. A man must break through thousands of miles of waves.
许国王屈心始壮，依稀梦已宣台阳，军来捧席资馈饷，白羽谈兵碧海东，朱旗飘宿青天上。五虎门前绝蟒开，中流击楫飞高唱。
Sugua's body and mind began to strengthen after his death. Recalling the past, I dreamed that ants were swarming in Taiyang, and you came to offer me money and pay. White feathers talked about military affairs in the east of the blue sea, and red flags fluttered in the blue sky. The 5 tigers were defeated in front of the gate, and the middle stream attacked Ji Fei and sang loudly.
京剧熬作不复之，鸡伯杨侯两相抗。翻清传册更卓为，虽有高师安可朋。唇交舌必经七朝，偶得银鳞满盆盎，得非海外晚天河。
It is no longer known how the whales are croaking, and Ji Boyanghu is fighting against each other. The sails are tilted to the side of the ship and the masts are cut, although there is a pole master who can safely lift them. The lips are burnt and the tongue is dry. After 7 dynasties, I occasionally get the rain and the rain fills the basin. I don't have to go overseas to stretch the Tianhe River.
一洗龙兴秋水涨，入险谁知出险难，暗交见几曾相像，譬如坏木遭金枪，性命鸿毛才一晌。苍茫不晓天地心，忠信终与幽冥亮。
After washing away the dragon's smell, the autumn water will rise. When you are in danger, who knows when you are out of danger? The reef is full of swords and halberds facing each other. For example, when a dead tree is cut down, your life will only last for a moment. The vastness does not know the heart of heaven and earth, but loyalty and trust finally make peace with you Ming.
蓦然沧波碧溅来，一夜风强吹无两。渔舟转运护军处，却达临江为沉壮。独蒙宽照免闲劳，幸免军书干奏当。是时晚海皆安澜。
Suddenly a wave of waves came with a sword in his arm, and a leaf of wind blew 5 liang. The fishing boat was transferred to protect the military reserves, but it reached the neighboring border. He only received a wide edict to show mercy to the virtuous and hard-working people, but he was spared the responsibility of serving as a military official. At that time, all the seas will be peaceful.
绝岛秋涛兮欠况，始从震叠失皇威，乃信怀柔有神相。张南昨日同牵丝，百里雷锋须保障。已看见善烈贤良，岂有威文素官棒？
The autumn waves on the Judao Island are gentle and broad. I first recognized the power of the emperor from the shaking, and I believe that there is a spirit in the gentleness. Jiangnan had the same ties yesterday, and the thunder seal of hundreds of miles needs to be protected. I have recommended the virtuous people. How can I be slandered by the officials with a small article?
急今奔走进天颜，定邀恩遇拜仙丈。宾行是我经海图，回首风波莫惆怅。王郎脱剑休徘徊，意气感激犹跌宕。背应自是离风尘。
Now I am running around to worship Tianyan, and I will definitely invite you to meet me and worship the immortal warrior. As I walk along the sea map, I look back at the storm and feel melancholy. Wang Lang took off his sword and stopped wandering around, his mood still fluctuating with gratitude. The eagle is naturally far away from the wind and dust.
赛马何须论得丧，留取奸微旧日新。 昌河排云纵此庭。题吴锡麟赞抚赤欠从军图。好友一致班生比，冬至赴丧看日出。楼船夜渡婆娑洋。
There is no need to talk about gains and losses when racing horses. Retaining the heart of the old days of hardship and danger, the clouds and clouds are arranged in this court. The inscription, picture of Qi Qi joining the army, of Wu Xilin's mansion. A wealthy traveler throws a banching pen and points to the mulberry trees in the east to watch the sunrise. A high-rise boat crosses the whirling ocean at night.
绝岛焦驼折驱翅，幕府亲临府汉飘。斗窝战倚空坟桥，红毛城廓旌旗肃，白玉山亭会北萧。王粲从容经岁月，眉高持席长时发。
The island is driven away by dragons and catbirds scolding. The shogunate came to Fuan in person, fighting with snails and burning ants in the sky. The red-haired city's broad banners were solemn, and the white jade mountain pavilion disappeared. Wang Can served in the army for many years, and Mei Gao often went out to sing.
谈笑曾吟满腹余，衣裳莫怪参军骨。及今海外劲风涛，回首营门侧院曹。慷慨谁磨寻洛盾，勋名应赠吕钱刀。海上受降图，朱之浦太守属题。
Tan Xiao once sang about the fish of Monfu. Don't blame the falcons who joined the army for their clothes. Nowadays, the wind and waves are calm overseas, and I look back to the gate and toilet of the camp to help Chow Chow. Whoever sharpens Sun Luo's shield should be given the honorary title of Lu Qian's sword. Picture of Surrender at Sea is titled by Prefect Zhu Jipu Dash.
众臣随副总容击，海上风云在指挥。直向黄池收赤子，换船楼砍卷红旗。胡来鱼鳖桥能架，射进荆泥水不飞。茫茫虎门天际闭。
The important minister Suefu is in charge of the army, and the storm on the sea is in command. Go straight to Huangqi to collect the innocent child, and pass the red flag on the building's threshold. You can drive the fish and turtle bridge when you call it, but you can shoot all the whale salamanders out of the water without flying. The vast human skyline is green.
赴丧初日照崔巍，10年战鼓怒朝文。竟报降城驻海喷，地念蛟龙之改恶，谁言鸟鼠不同群？高公定后凡帷幄，麦见归来乐耕耘。
The early sun shines on Chui Wei. After 10 years of war, the news was so angry that the city was reported to have been surrendered and the sea was built. The emperor thought that the dragon knew how to change his evil ways. Who said that birds and mice are different from each other? After the bow is fixed, I am troubled by the curtains. After selling my sword, I am happy to work hard.
独有同袍老兵卒，至今垂泣李将军，为壮烈伯礼忠烈功。虎竹春行卷赤尾，草家服饰井狗生辉。太平共此2000担，一指咸于10万师。
There is only one veteran soldier who is still weeping for General Li, called the heroic Uncle Li Zhonglia. Tigers and bamboos roll up red curtains in the spring, and Fu Shern police dogs are born. There are 2,000 stones in total in Taiping, and one piece of paper is as good as 100,000 divisions.
臧觉下车真解散，寇寻遮道愿追随。多公安不忘危戒，敢是淮阳可握志。卷4，台湾诗钞卷4。阮元、孙尔准、查元鼎、王渠、陈维英、杨军、阮元、元。
Zhang Ju got out of the car and was really disbanded. Ko Sunjidao was willing to follow. Duo Gong's precept, don't forget danger when you are safe. If you dare to rely on Huaiyang, you can lie down and treat it. Volume 4. Volume 4 of Taiwan Poetry Notes. Ruan Yuan. Sun Erzan. Cha Yuanding. Wang Chu. Chen Weiying. Yang Jun. Ruan Yuan. Yuan。
字伯元，号以台，清江苏仪征人。嘉庆中，常两任浙江巡抚、都敕理长庚等功角者，闽、粤海盗蔡谦等各邦甚利。着有研经事集，有诗。
The courtesy name is Boyuan and the name is Itai. He was born in Yizheng, Jiangsu province in the Qing dynasty. During the Zheqing period, he served as governor of Zhejiang twice, and ordered Li Changeng and others to attack and suppress the pirate, Kai Qian and other gangs in Zhejiang, Fujian and Guangdong. He is the author of Collection of Sutra Rooms, and has poems.
戊辰5月半贼至宁波，为前提督壮烈伯里忠义公见昭忠祠，哭祭之。粤海。闽天皆岁风，大兴如斗坠残冬，一声精气成鸡尾。
In the 5th month of Wuchen, the thieves arrived in Ningbo. In order to supervise the heroic uncle Li Zhongyi, he built the Zhaozhong temple and offered sacrifices to it. The Sea of Guangdong and the sky of Fujian are connected to the beacon, and the big stars are like falling in the dying winter. The essence of life rides on the tail of the G.
百战功名称鼎中，死后人之真尽竭，生前地许得重封。至尊震道廷臣窟，早有孤中洞九重。谁遣孙恩胜一传，非公追不到南天。
The name of Dingzhong is the result of hundreds of military achievements. After death, people will know the truth, and the emperor will be granted the title of Chongfeng during his lifetime. The supreme being was shocked and mourned, and the courtiers cried. There had already been a lonely loyalist who moved the 9th level. Whoever sent Sun and had only one boat left, and the non-officials could not catch up to Nantian.
攻击千余粤海，侯坚被炮轰。后蔡谦为胜耽搁，逃入安南海中。远探教学5000里，苦历经波20年，隔岁过门皆不入，公连年在海不归，即归。
Gong Zhao led him to the Guangdong Sea, and was shot in the throat and died. Kai led him to a single boat and fled into the Annan Sea. I have traveled 5,000 miles to explore the Jiao Cave, and endured the waves of whales for 20 years. I have not been able to come in every other year.
一旦在镇海修船备粮，未尝一返家属，成朝彻夜每无眠。雅之若与劳之和，早建棚，台覆水仙。6载相依作弟兄，结楼风雨共筹兵。
He also repaired the ship and prepared food in Zhenhai and never returned to his home office. He rode the tide and had no sleep at night. If the elegance is combined with the prison, you will see Peng and Taiwan-bound Narcissus early. We have been brothers for 6 years, and we have raised troops together through thick and thin.
袁一筹以忧去浙后，总督每撤攻肘。至有岳阳之变，手中曾击千州道，攻与元所共击灭，攻散如水澳、凤尾、补网、麦油、七都等邦。
After Yuan Icho went to Zhejiang due to worries, the governor held back the government every time, which led to changes in the Guangdong Ocean. He once attacked thousands of boat pirates. Gong and Yuan Suo jointly destroyed and scattered them, such as Shui Ao, Fengwei, Mending Nets, Selling You, Chidu and other gangs.
前后不下千艘，海上如连万里程。掘坑原之官气数，季牙早已断归秦，功在扬，封所落齿季夫人，以身许国，恐无归称也。谁怜伯道中无子。
There are no fewer than 1,000 ships in front and behind, and the sea is like a city stretching thousands of miles. Zhu Yan originally knew how good the relationship was, but Jia had already lost his love for his return home. My father-in-law was in a foreign country, and he was granted the title of Jia by his wife. If he pledged himself to the country, he might not be able to return to his family. Who can pity Bo Dao for ending up childless?
号语因秦代管生，公无亲子，袭侯者族也。其女婿同知陈大从从公九知道情，于奏留浙江补宁波同知。涌上重来特见词，旧时不取竟依谁？
I am kind and attentive to my nephew. The Duke has no biological children, and he is the one who attacks the Marquis. His son-in-law knows Chen Daizong, who has been with the Duke for a long time, and knows about the theft. Yu Zhou stayed in Zhejiang, and complemented the same knowledge in Ningbo. When I came back to Yongshang to build a special temple, who did the old songs depend on?
陵园封冷将军戍，余来涌上，欲提督虚蜀中，泮水台申叔子碑，公捐修府学，曾自传碑文。如此至深真不恨，为何机智也休矣？
There is a wind-cold general tree at the end of the bell. I came to the Yong to live in the admiral's office, and the moss in the water is deep in the steel of my uncle, who donated money to build a government school and wrote his own inscription. I really don't hate my body like this, so I don't have any doubts about my ambition.
麦城九河关家趁，庞佛英封满庙旗，公出师时，导于宁波关帝庙，得签诗，有到头不立无家室，留得声名万古传句。8月15日。
Maicheng has been praying to the Guan family for a long time, as if the heroic spirit filled the temple flags. When Gong left the army, he prayed at the Guandi temple in Ningbo. He signed a poem with the sentence, "In the end, my family's affairs are not good, but my reputation will be passed down forever." August 15th.
浙江提督邱公梁公会福建提督王德禄于宁波普陀阳。17日，先追及蔡牵于台州虞山阳，击之。18日，复会击之于温州黑水阳，沈其船。
Admiral Qiu Gonglianging of Zhejiang joined forces with Admiral Wang Delu of Fujian at Putuo Yangtze in Ningbo. On the 17th, he first pursued Kai Qian and attacked him at Yushan Yangtze in Taizhou. On the 18th, he reunited and attacked the Haishuiyang River in Wenzhou and sank his ship.
千及妻子皆死于海，是以至位。8月温，台籍水师，孙恩海上卒权宜，定之固帅神灵在，为温州总兵胡公振声，提督壮烈伯礼忠义公。
He and his wife both died in the sea. The poem comforts him. In August, the navy of Wenzhou and Taiyuan was in a hurry, and Sun Enhai's tribe was completely barbarized. He must know that the old commander's spirit is here, called Wenzhou's commander-in-chief Hu Gongzhensheng, and the admiral's heroic uncle Li Zhongyi Gong.
看尔长经旧路时，蔡逆灭于温州，竟见御制春盛连句诗注。孙尔准，尔准，字平书，清江苏金贵人。道光3年，任福建巡抚，5年主闽浙总督。
When you look at your long whale and kill it, Kai and I died in Wenzhou. Please see the poem notes of Imperial Spring Victory Couplet. Sun Erzan. Erzan, courtesy name Uncle Ping, was born in Jingui, Jiangsu Province in the Qing dynasty. In the 3rd year of Daoguang's reign, he was appointed governor of Fujian. In the 5th year of Daoguang's reign, he was promoted to governor of Fujian and Zhejiang.
当4年初常渡台巡阅，至6年中又曾率兵入台米平地方事变。着有太云堂诗集、台阳杂咏、关门飞燕塞、官渡门在淡水东杀气四龙堆。
At the beginning of the 4th year, he tried to patrol Taiwan. In the middle of the 6th year, he led troops to Taiwan to quell local incidents. Author of Tiantang Poetry Collection. Miscellaneous chants from Taiyang. The gate is not a wild goose gate, Guandu Gate, in the east of Tamsui, and the sand moraine is like a pile of dragons.
假壤田畴辟，真盘是舶来。云容情后满，山圈黑带丹雨中开。晴霁，则诸山烟霭苍茫；若山光透露，即为雨之争。梦蝶，鸣季里冒春元明。
A land field is opened, and a needle plate market is imported. When the clouds are clear and then full, the mountains are blooming in the rain. When the sky is clear, the mountains are covered in mist. If the mountain light is revealed, it is the sign of rain. Mengdai, name of Li Maochun Garden in Ming Dynasty.
无寻处，名媛复结辉。芒甲传枯木，枯木为船。名芒甲，龙香寄歌弦。焚轮风有火，沸井水无烟。洞户争好响，山居送栗田。沿流平换渡。
Nowhere to be found, the famous garden is ashes. The python armor boat cut wood, the cut wood is the boat, named python armor. The dragon incense agent cuts the saliva, the burning whirlwind has fire, and the boiling well water has no smoke. The oysters are collected in the houses, and the oyster fields are litigated in the mountains. Frequent calls for crossing along the current.
99溪边，风节心无节，风草春生无节，则是岁无台风。霜云窃走边，竹阶丛生，笋不出丛外。玉香花媚晚，金缀菊迎年。湖彩罗纹石。
By the 99 stream. The wind festival is joyful without knots. The wind and grass grow without knots in spring, which means there is no typhoon in the year. The frost is timid and whips away. The bamboos are all in clusters, and the bamboo shoots cannot come out of the clusters. The fragrant jade flowers are beautiful in the evening, and the golden chrysanthemums welcome the new year. Lake mining whirlstone.
翻通马涧前，忽看方物急，新返荷兰船。拱蜀曾名曲，敦瓯即作梁。朝于京海熟，于隋朝大上，名曰海熟。火鹿闽番荒，鹿为烈火惊散，名曰番荒。
Fantong Ma Jian money. Suddenly I looked at the collection of square objects and returned to the Dutch ship. The gong rat once made a famous song, and the crouching gull borrowed it for food. The tide fish frightened the sea and ripened it. The fish followed the tide, and it was called sea ripe. And the fire deer pity the wild people. The deer were frightened by the fire, and it was called fan huang.
赊岛蓬莱酱，样字始见于正桥通志，俗名番蒜，用唐学上眼下之，曰蓬莱酱。椰青沆蟹姜，椰子大如瓜，剖之有青叶可玩许，名曰椰酒。
Pound Penglai sauce. The word yang first appeared in Jing Xiao's Tongji. The common name is garlic. Use sugar to make it Penglai sauce. Pour coconut milk into it. Coconut is as big as a melon. Cut into pieces. If there is clear liquid, you can take a bowl of it, which is called coconut wine.
并来反米卦，俗上屋。并折言客子诗携搓米蘸之， 曰米卦，三宝有一将。相传明三宝太监至台所执将，可疗百病。佛记波罗蜜，先敷优波坛。
The illness came to bother Migua. Common people are still practicing witchcraft. When illness comes, Hakka masters often bring handfuls of rice to occupy it, which is called Migua, and Sanbao had leftover ginger. It is said that the ginger planted by the eunuch Sanbao in the Ming dynasty when he came to Taiwan can cure all kinds of diseases. The Buddha's bun is filled with permitha, and his fairy skin is blessed with bowl.
灵抽方一苦，焦包鹿牙干。南凤3杯素，3杯素产凤山县，西罗5寸干，西罗产干极佳。问谁能编织？名状漏饥寒。方法唐僧寿，唐大力中。
The lings are fragrant and the koik's tears are bitter, while the peeled bananas are sweet and tooth-bearing. Nanfeng 3 cups of millet, 3 cups of millet, produced in Fengshan County, and Shilua 5-inch tangerines. Shilua produces excellent tangerines. Asking who can knit. The name is missing. The method was taught by Tang monk, in Dali of the Tang dynasty.
邹和尚使之浙塘，宁兵虑浙江，书足连不污，善力走翻墙。未压浅山雪，光期送景霜。原之于都县，何简木奴香。见习书方俗，何辞过海门。
Monk Zhou began to make cane sugar, condensed ice and filtered cane pulp, rented a house with a row of houses, and was good at moving sails and rafts. The taste overwhelms the snow in Shishan Mountain, and the light overwhelms the frost in Songjingjing. We know Yudu County by fate, why not mention Munu Township? Gradually getting used to different customs, why bother crossing Haimen?
吉凶占雀语，必雀翻鸣在。每出猎，听雀语以占吉凶，更鼓听鸠鸣。白鸠能知气候，鸣之更鸟。铁树珊瑚细，金睛蛱蝶轻。铁树花如珊瑚。
Good or bad luck is determined by the bird's voice. The name of the peppermint bird is here, and every time you go hunting, listen to the bird's voice to predict good or bad luck. Listen to the dove's call. The white dove can know the climate, so it is called robin. The iron tree has thin coral, and the golden-stemmed butterfly light. The flower of iron tree is like coral.
金睛花俗名金丝蝴蝶，二花番女多簪雉。游亭心远眺，云脚画心情。云脚，画家绘水时，其下横染一丝如芥者是也。虽浓云以待。
The golden stem flower is commonly known as golden butterfly. The two-flowered female has many hairpins. Looking far away from the postal pavilion, the clouds are painted in the clear sky. At the clouds' feet, the artist paints water and rocks, with a trace of horizontal dye like a boundary underneath. Although the clouds are thick and gloomy.
有脚可见必不语。到来时令意，何处问神功？倒数3春早，蝉鸣2月中。夏战幡后雨，秋是指元风。叹息无行远，真看地轴穷。茶园顶。
If there are feet visible, it will not rain. When the season comes, where can you ask for magical powers? The rice is ripe in early spring, and the cicadas are chirping in mid-February. In summer, it rains, and in autumn, kites blow in the wind. Sigh, I have traveled far, I really see how poor the earth's axis is. Cha Yuanding.
园丁子小白，清浙江海宁人。咸丰初，游牧台湾，遂居竹堑。有草堂引草，以蚕。新竹陈朝龙作小引，见本书附录。杂咏20首录2。
Yuandingzi Xiaobai was born in Haining, Zhejiang Province in the Qing dynasty. In the early years of Xianfeng's reign, he traveled to Taiwan and settled in Zhuqian. There is Chao Chao Cottagine Chao, which has become incomplete, and Xiao Yin, written by Qin Chaolong of Xinchu, see Appendix of this book. Miscellaneous chants, 20 poems recorded too.
桂林无杂树，兰丛多极经。秋菊寄篱下，独泉高隐明。白腹折江州，琵琶泣同调。我亦有乡亲，钱塘苏小小。澎湖竹枝词，闻道珊瑚海底声。
There are no miscellaneous trees in Guilin, but there are many thorns in the orchid bushes. The autumn chrysanthemums are placed under the fence, and they are unique and hidden. Bai Fu was relegated to Jiangzhou, and the people wept to the same tune. I also have a fellow villager, Su Xiaoxiao in Qiantang. Penghu bamboo branch ci. I heard that corals live under the sea.
从兹时易得闻名，宝光豪浅蛟龙户，错彩魂仪鬼府城。丝更龙赠白斑鸠，浮月曲降乌背牛。导致海中36，不生草木尽平头。
This stone also got the name. The precious light sent a dragon to protect it, but it was picked by mistake and made with a ghost axe. Si Gung caged a white dove as a gift, and served him to drive the black and black oxen. The island stood 36 in the sea, and there was no vegetation at all.
寒窗摇曳一灯清，卷地风声彻夜听。百尺涛头飞作雨，扑帘犹是带龙星。日日风号日日晴，打头破屋读书声。蔡家进士官将右。
A green light flickers in the cold window, and the sound of the wind blowing on the ground can be heard in the clear night. Hundreds of feet of waves are flying in the rain, and the curtains are fluttering with the smell of dragons. Every day the wind whistles and the sun shines. The first sound is the sound of reading in a broken house. Kai Jejin Sergeant Jiang Yu.
李孝廉宠太白明，玲珑石柱矮回墙，檐下窗开尺许长，能避狂风能避暑，家家鱼蟹做侯粮。乌云乱晚影婆娑，生小渔家灌塔波。
Li Xiaolian admired Taibai's name. The low back wall is built with exquisite stones, and the windows under the eaves are about a foot long. It can avoid strong winds and summer heat, and fish and crabs are used as food for every family. The dark clouds are chaotic and their shadows are whirling, and the little fishermen are accustomed to riding on the waves.
浓粉青之魂不识，鬓边铺的浪花多。钓罢归来月未斜，凌波微步笑渔娃。莲花出水红油湿，忙把仙鳞换地瓜。一笑低头已钓棚。
The thick powder and light fat make me confused, and there is a lot of spray on the temples. After returning from fishing, the moon is not yet setting, and the fishermen are smiling at the gentle steps of the waves. The lotus flowers are red and still wet when they come out of the water, and they are busy exchanging the fresh scales for sweet potatoes. Smiling, he lowered his head and leaned against the fishing tent.
阿农家住与西东，往来河壁乘风便，朝信朝朝暮暮通。和郭云长茂才，相锦见赠元运。福家营海外，坐骑太无聊。西浙营归梦，东风阻客扰。
Anant's family lives in the west and east of the island. Why travel by wind? The tide of news comes day and night. And Guiyun Shang Mao Kai, Xiangjin, presented Yuan Yun. The floating family is overseas, making plans is too boring. Shi Zhejiang lingers in dreams, and the east wind hinders visitors.
鸿飞流雪印， 仙侣欠诗招。魁使金台柱，琴音西尾叫。惜春30首，并序录4。凌空结传，别具体裁，客底消愁，雨窗浅星。访非清之例句。
Hong Fei left a snow mark, and the immortal couple made poems and moves. The golden platform was built in the beginning of Wei dynasty, and the sound of the piano cherishes the burnt end. 30 poems about spring, with preface, record 4. The poems are written in the sky, with specific styles. The guest house relieves sorrow, and the rain window brings joy. Imitation of Fei Qing's beautiful sentences.
记庄子之寓言，是空是色，疑真疑假，阅者自能领会，作者懒更推敲。闲情提雁北，韵事寄迎东。茶品双枪碧，瓷船一夜红，血红留爪印。
Remember the fables of Zhuangzi. Whether it is emptiness or color, I doubt whether it is true or false. The reader can understand it by himself, but the author is too lazy to think more carefully. The leisurely feelings are written in the north of the inkstone, and the rhymes are written in the east of the east. The tea tastes 2 spears and are green, and the poem tells the story of a red leaf. The snow leaves a paw print.
云雁寄新童，燕体平群雁，游仙入梦中。多病应怜我，兼愁更易渠。入春寒若此，作客亦何如？湖海贫积迹，功名误读书。蹉跎人易老。
Yin Yan has the same heart. The beautiful body comments on the beauty of the group, and you wander into the fairyland in your dreams. You should take pity on me when I'm sick, and I'll remember you even more when I'm silent and sad. If it's cold in spring, what's the point of being a guest? The lakes and seas are full of traces, and the fame is misunderstood. People get old easily if they waste time.
又直落花出，鲲鱼彻明海，驽马练残雏。岛佛缘非佛，侏儒更误如。赠行盘古序，招引往川途。家本西湖住，烟波旧调图。客窗寒料峭。
It's time for the flowers to bloom again. The kun fish swims in the sea, the slave horse loves the cud, the Buddha on the island is not a Buddha, and the dwarf is even more mistaken for a dwarf. The preface to Pangu is given as a gift, and the picture of Wangchuan is hidden. My family originally lived in the West Lake, and I was an old fisherman in Yanba. It's cold outside the guest window.
春雁话呢喃，雁句伤心咏，相思刻骨战。野花变红子，还与杂星闲。莫负湖山景，乘风好挂帆。癸丑元日是比。苏轼、牛僧孺命皆摩蝎恶。
Chuanyan's words are murmuring, beautiful sentences are chanted sadly, and lovesickness is deep-rooted. The wild flowers are red and purple, and the sea and rain are fishy and salty. Don't let the scenery of the lake and mountains pass you by. Take advantage of the wind and hang up your sails. Guichou Yuanri's test writing. Su Shi and Niu Sengru were all destined to be in danger.
右军续兰亭，选楼一奇迹。光阴过客过，我今年半百。非之伯玉飞，往寻而咫尺。海外作蚝油，举家同饭宅。长守太常斋，古相馆成集。
The Right Army prefaces the Orchid Pavilion and selects the building to follow its traces. Time flies by. I am half 100 years old this year. I know nothing about Boyu, but I search in vain for a straight edge. On a lavish trip overseas, the whole family stays in the same house. As a long-term guard in Taichangzhai, the bones control the barrenness of the city.
鬼尊一粒清，丑因自古积。吉利书王政，愿与春风窄。老母以驴望，父米非良策。合唱大刀环，欢成书水市。王小泉，渠，拳头为二引，记诗代简。
Goezun is one example, and the ugly een has been accumulated since ancient times. The auspicious book is Wangjeng, and the spring breeze in the courtyard is narrow. It is not a good idea for an old mother to lean on her house and look forward to losing her rice. She sings the song Big Sword Ring and welcomes the water of Shu. Wang Shaoquan, Chu, Quan Tu surrounded Een and sent poems to Cambodia.
一韵达志，琴瑟不专一，哀乐因自疏。车力本忘形，聚散亦何如？生平性五俗，为君见区区。辟笔拱璧真，侠岂能掩于？清风拂露竹，绿水映红渠。
Answer according to rhyme. The zither and harp are not specific, and the sounds of morning music are different. The chariot and hat are forgotten. So what is the purpose of gathering and dispersing? He has been disobedient to the customs in his life, but only the king can judge him. For example, if he is a treasure, how can his flaws cover up his beauty? The breeze ruffles the bamboo, and the green water reflects the red sorghum.
南北千万里，萍水得相与。摩顿草飞袭，溪曾温灵居。惊崖彻银海，祭祖展天衢。目下无鱼子，心中不保语。何其文字恶，快捷方式争奔趋。
Thousands of miles from north to south, we can meet each other by water. The shields are grinding and the grass is flying. In the past, when Lingju was there, the whale's teeth grab the sea, and the feet stretch out to the sky. There are no children left under my eyes, and I don't want to give anything less in my heart. In this period of writing, shortcuts are competing for each other.
魑魅于钟馗，梅鹤招林波。引偶分招式，鸣鹤损疾除。香草寄美人，杖藜怒畅咏。小青莲照影，洛神父子虚。三载清张游，一任牛马乎。
The evil spirit flatters Zhong Kue, the plum crane attracts Lin Bu. The secrets are divided into the court and the market. How can the name harm the kitchen? Vanillas send beautiful women, staffs and quinoas sing angrily. Shaoqing shines in the shadow with pity, and the Luotian blesses the child. 3 years of traveling in Xinjiang, one time letting the cows and horses roar.
场频诸傀儡，自还探六婆。重访紫云阁，穷回莫敌车。怀携银星简，年随豪气卒。寄酒击南国，梦飞绕西湖。风雨来故人，要路折苍夫。
The puppets are chased frequently in the field, and the posture of Lu Pu is still sighing. I revisited Ziyun Pavilion and returned to Mo Zhai in a car. I was pregnant and sang together, and my excitement diminished, and I wandered around with my pride in my years. I have been in the southern country for a long time, and my dreams are flying around the West Lake. When the wind and rain come, my old friend will be banished to a coward.
枣花书鸡白，盐酸别梅珠。芝兰道一交，交亲既肯书。皮袍一饭书，故我同悲于。意气清肺腑，鬓毛惊头颅。蜀锦换冰雪，汉书蜜葫芦。
The blooms of algae are white, and the hydrochloric acid is used to treat plum blossoms. Zhilan Road is a righteous friendship, and the traces of relatives are willing to be sparse. The silk robe makes Uncle Fan look after me and share my happiness. The spirit is deep in the heart, and the hair on the temples is frightening. The Shu brocade is covered with ice and snow, and the Han Dynasty book secret gourd.
山木悬魔蚁，光驰过细居。必复壤伯虎，捕墨报雌乌。翻开退飞翼，战练突尾驴。举家同饭宅，海外是鸡区。道路日已远，依于其那鱼。
I admire the whirling ants, and the light flies through the gaps. If you fight against a tiger with your arms, don't repay the kindness of a crow. The sails are flying away from the flying kites, and the bald-tailed donkeys are falling in love with each other. The whole family is in the same house, and things abroad are driving us away. The road is getting farther and farther, and we are still there.
裤衩成张骞，一毛拔杨朱，在怀短主簿，各置添一语。偶然弄柔汉，燕体尽豪粗，磨母不忘事，悉心不依语。傲骨之嶙峋，空教鬼揶揄。
Zhang Qian was riding on a dry tree, and he plucked out poplar trees with a single hair. He carried a short master's book, and each one was stuck in a corner of the sky. Occasionally playing with Ruhan, the beautiful body is forbidden to be bold and rough. The mother-in-law does not forget to dress up, and the ruthless heart does not cure the fool. The proud bones are jagged, and the empty teaching ghosts are teasing.
管城无肉相，此论非虚污。平子似仇勇，留一箪15，与君赋同调，清贫乐有余。竹溪我是志，瓜带君方图，我才助行脚，君又理君虚。
Guanxing has no physical appearance. This theory is not false. Pingzi sings about the four sorrows. Lu Yi sighs at the stone and has nothing. He is in the same tune as the king, and he is poor and happy. I arrived at the Zhuxi River at the right time, and took charge of your plans. I just stopped there, and you took care of military supplies.
哀鸿敖彭岛，除宿晚征途。使君心似佛，报国结于奴。挂席诗海月，调色得明书。抚奏迎冬季，高翔揽北服。云仍舍田云，与比雁北鱼。
Ai Hong pouted the Peng Island, and cut millet to hold up the march, making the king's heart like a Buddha, serving the country like a fool. Hanging up the mat to pick up the moon, and playing the harp, she was named Shu. As soon as I reported the achievements of Ying Dong, the orchids were flying high in the north. The yun still left the field yun, and its fatness was better than that of the inkstone in the north.
相逢下车衣，相思借已书。须眉犹愁兮，寒温续欧如。饮君以村酿，遇君以圆书。欣赏雍卓勇，运斗大，小苏。自君渡蓝冈，胜此昂藏区。
When we meet, we get off the car and bow to each other, soothing our lovesickness. The men's eyebrows are still like those of the past, chatting with each other in the cold and warm. Drink the wine from the village and drink the vegetables from the garden. My heart appreciates the languorous chants. The rhymes are big and small. Since you crossed Langong, this high and hidden body is left.
积云五色开，得君持一书。上言长相思，下未离群居。烟云满卷至，一一探离珠。轻以送唐风，庭更有悬鱼。言铁剑经济，论不同淤居。
The 5 colors of the clouds bloomed, and a book was found on the emperor's ruler. The upper part is about longing for lovesickness, and the lower part is comforting to live in a group. The smoke cloud is full of curls, and one by one I can explore the pearls. In the Qing dynasty, Tang Feng was praised, and there were even more hanging fish in the courtyard. Salt and iron were economical, and the theory was pedantic.
但忧其蒙逆，不愁陶镜无。积月而已可， 复教家庶乎？马援介子直，赤黑在所如，收其放心放，免为屋下屋。凡君敌旧染，凡君雕朽朱。
But I am worried about the crowd being drowned in the world, but I am not worried about the uncultivated roads. It is only a month, and the wealth and education will increase the common people. Ma Yuan warned his son and nephew that he would be soaked in red and black. Take him and let him go without any worries, so as not to be filthy or filthy. Fan Jun washes away the old stains. Fan Jun carves out the decayed plants.
达君穷遥赠，书到麦秋初。有统贫往来，慎勿吝其居。喜君尽头衔，不为不逾矩。正因以雅乐，东郭陶烂语。复罢在叹意，明月满阶楚。
Replying to Jun Xiaomiao as a gift, the letter arrived at the beginning of my Qiu. The mailbox comes and goes frequently, so be careful not to be stingy with Qi Ju. I like the title of Jun Jin, but I don't want to lose my reputation. I leave the elegant music behind, and Donghua escapes to play you. After finishing the poem, I sigh again. The moon is full and the steps are gone.
努力加餐饭，临溪须皆遇。作书祭酒地有干。池塘春梦海天宽，无限离情下笔难。半壁东南犹战斗，一家儿女幸团乐。不因酒债一长点。
Trying to make extra meals, Linshi sighs. I wrote a letter and sent it to my 9th brother Yugon. The spring dream in the pond is as wide as the sea and the sky, and it is difficult to write about infinite detachment. There is still fighting in the southeast half of the wall, and the children of the family are happily reunited. Don't wear clothes because of wine debt.
聊寄梅花聚一酸，知识客愁迁两地，加餐努力报平安。50初度，4首录3。富春江上客新姑，故国田园久已无。欲报渠劳因复米。
The poem about sending plum blossoms is also sour. Knowing that it is a guest's sorrow that affects both places, we try our best to repay peace by adding extra meals. 51st time, for songs recorded 3. The guest star on the Fuchin River is lonely. The countryside of my hometown has been deserted for a long time. I want to repay my hard work because I have lost rice.
谁怜辛苦饮群厨，熬千饮海心原状。书上秦庭记太虞，纵是晚飞之薄玉，发天斑白炭头炉。身世浑如不济粥，绝居温桥毁遨游。
Who can pity the hard work of attracting chicks? Ao Qian Inghai has a strong heart, but Qin Ting's plan in the book is too roundabout. Even if I don't know Boyu until late, my hair will turn gray. My life experience is as if I am not tied to a boat. I regret my travels with my unique clothing.
功名物尽文章见，富贵交谊妻妾休。蝶梦方酣争得路，却朝出助让名鸠。穷途赖有英豪气，高卧元龙百尺楼。菊英界受尽方尊。
When fame and fame are mistakenly used up, articles are debased, and when wealth and honor are exchanged, wives and concubines are ashamed. Butterflies dream of fighting for deer, and magpie nests are first built to accommodate singing doves. The poor road depends on the heroic spirit, lying high in Yuanlong's 100-foot tower. Zhuiying introduces longevity to Jinfangzhen.
篱下秋光一样繁，出岫云情离客意，始衰静影化失魂。其何能书身将隐，无亦由言舌墨门。感到爱年当扶正，寻常显会不须论。
The autumn light under the fence is as complex as ever, the clouds in Xiao are far away from the guest's thoughts, and the reflection of the mirror begins to fade away, and the soul of poetry begins to fade. How can he be so graceful? His body will be hidden, and he will not be able to speak easily, and his tongue will not touch him. I dare to say that Ai Nian should serve in government, and there is no need to discuss the ordinary and obscure things.
晚台湾令高南青司马，鸿飞四手录一，飒飒逞英姿，萧萧鬓雪丝。贼钢琴巨丑，虑恨诗偏诗。碧血熬冰处，丹心贯日时。魂归瀛海外，拟赴大招。
To save Taiwan, Gao Nanqing Sima, Hongfei, 4 poems recorded in one. He is showing off his heroic appearance, his hair is fluttering and his hair is covered with snow. The thief has just captured the giant ugly, and the law hates the misguided master. Where the battle is fierce with blue blood, and the heart is full of loyalty. His soul returned to overseas, and he planned to give him a big move.
策，晚凤山令王仲甫司马，廷干，四手录二。海郭横财院，班经化旧交，诸生东鲁仲，豪气北明包。洪志玄心境，龙文独手抄，新诗题小草。
Resign. Wang Zhongfu Sima, Tingqian, the commander of Wanfeng Mountain, 4 poems recorded too. In the Hengsai courtyard of Haigua, Ban Jing talks about old friends. Zhu Xingdong Lu Zhong, the heroic Baiming Bao. Hongji hangs his heart in the mirror, Longwen reads handwritten notes. New poems are written on grass.
月下废推敲，至增新质朴，国本古诸罗。画品传摩诘，书名复永和。翠披阿哥凤，绿绕宋庭沙。笔记3年别，悲听谢路歌。题马云博二引，客顿。
Monthly fee is considered. The rank is increased, the new governance spectrum is added, and the ancient Zhuluo of the country is established. The painting was passed down to Maujia, and the title of the book was attributed to Yonghe. H. Phoenix is draped in green, and green sand surrounds the courtyard. After 3 years of separation, it's sad to hear the song Xia Lu, titled Ma Yun Bo Er In, Keduan.
刻诗汇编，诗统传一史，情圣陇头美。金冠披纱简，诸层入选来。轮圆千贵集，坐立往蓬莱。同是击区客，相连磊落彩。杨府山司马，承泽。
Collection of lesson poems. The poem tube is passed on to the post envoy, and the love is better than the plum blossoms in Long Tu. Gold is used to picking through sand, and pearls have been selected. He was born in Guizhou in Yuan dynasty and went to Penglai as an official. We are both hungry and drive away guests, but we have pity on each other and are upright. Yang Fushan Sima, Qingzi.
朝赴兰山，足与鸡笼。灵驼击鼓夜之更，淅淅淋淋一片声。南国雄开东海盛，棋逢翘斜怒涛迸。可怜浩劫成焦土，自竹堑以北至基隆各处。
Recruited to Lanshan to block the rain in the chicken coop. The soul beats the drum and watches the night branch, and there is a sound of rain. The southern country opens up to the East China Sea, and the strange peaks carry the angry waves. The pitiful disaster turned into scorched earth, everywhere from the bamboo ditch to the chicken coop.
大小村庐皆章，全分类，焚烧殆尽，新装尤甚。无逆枪官，贼营扎主3雕。余应聘爽鸠，将穿贼窟而往平之，以转西春照太平。 应是名山起其侧。
Villages and cottages, large and small, were all sorted and burned to the ground, especially in Xinzhuang. Wu and I killed his officials, and the thieves camped in Sandiao. Yuing hires Shuangjiu and will pass through the thieves' cave and go to Pingji. It has turned to Shichuan, a sign of peace. It should be a strange strategy from a famous mountain.
故叫风雨阻行程，小雨初晴，泛舟之栏杆。本来人是地行先，露宿风餐不计年。旭日初升收宿雨，银鞭已发又乘船，客游海外山环海。
Therefore, wind and rain hinder the journey. The light rain has cleared up, and we are rafting on Longang. Originally, I was an earthly immortal, sleeping in the open air and eating in the wind without counting my years. The sun rises and the rain falls, the whip has been chanted and we board a boat again. Travelers travel to overseas mountains and seas.
茶饭天边水接天，指点兰城烟树际，明重阳后雨王前。龟山，此山泊自具灵神，折向迎东大海滨。愧我泥徒游跋涉，羡他潇洒出风尘。
The sky is full of water and the sky is connected to the sky. Pointing to the smoke and trees in Lancheng, they are named Empress Yang and Wang Qian. Turtle Mountain. This mountain was born from the giant spirit god and was relegated to the great seashore of Yingdong. I feel ashamed that I am still trudging in the mud, and I envy him for his carefree life.
筹增眼泛携龙马，倒探城府起凤林。但得石棚战祸兮，波涛险处稳藏身。佛手，兜罗香结印，合掌向人天。不作玩花散，应参一指禅。
Chou Zeng Yanfan rode with his dragon and horse, and Tao sighed and rode on a canopy to beg for Phoenix and Lin. But if you get Shaipanzhan or Shi, you can hide safely in dangerous places. Buddha's hand. Make a seal with the incense of Dolua, put your palms together and face the heaven and earth. Before finishing the flower scattering, you should practice one-finger meditation.
幻行修恶万，魔顶获身权。栽植菩提树，芬芳正大千。初夕，今夕是何夕？岁月堂堂去，51年中，名利曾何惧？做客迎海东，谁悔负谁欲？
Don't hold your hands, rub your head or stretch your fists. Plant the Bodhi tree, and its fragrance will bring enlightenment to the universe. Lunar New Year's Eve. What night is it? The years have passed. In the 51 years, where has fame and fortune been? When visiting Yingheidong, whoever destroys it will be praised.
春风拂疏窗，玉律回西域。云卷玉山明，冲霄万丈暑。努力岁华新，吉祥听谶语。一文引，有引，录二首。商传来台。
The spring breeze blows through the sparse windows, and the jade rhythms return to Shi's control. The clouds roll over the jade mountains, and the dawn rises into the sky. May you work hard to be prosperous, and listen to the prophecies of good luck. Wei Wen Yin, with quotes, recorded 2 songs. Merchant ships come to Taiwan.
传言贼由广德窜入浙江安吉县，纷扰余杭，促陷武林。仓促之间，延吉海昌、罗中城、刘方伯夜观察死之。贼攻齐营，将军固守，焚劫之灾。
Rumor has it that thieves escaped from Guangda into Anji County, Zhejiang Province, harassed Yuhang, and suddenly fell into the martial arts world. In a hurry, it extended to Haichang, and Luo Zhongcheng, Lu Fangbua, and Yiguan died. The thieves attack the flag camp, but the general defends it. The disaster is a disaster.
尤为惨目。仆家住这行，客游营桥，故乡多难，根处于怀，已是当哭。日日闻东越南京之变，将有西晋之危，连累极至。乐天云：但自高声歌。
Particularly tragic. The servant lives in Zhejiang and Hangzhou, and travels to Yingqiao. My hometown is in trouble, and my roots touch my heart, so I cry with poems. He heard about the changes in Nanjing in East Guangdong and analyzed the dangers in Tianjin on the right side of the Yangtze River every day. Lu Tianyun said, but I sing loudly.
数几天听悲，今与古有同情也。作一文引：半壁东南现贼风，邀游信作10年中，同文大抵皆和巧，训妾居然有10重。南郭滥竽偏受赏。
The common people have been humbled for a few days. There is sympathy between today and ancient times. Make een of strange news. Half of the southeast wall was trapped by the thieves' front, and the monsters were provoked for 10 years. Most of the same articles were in harmony with Qiao, and Shichong was the one who died as a concubine. Nangua's Lei was rewarded.
东山高卧议论功，自来怪事休称怪，因好长书多多空。湖山渺渺海茫茫，遥以迎堂望故乡。下榻岂无须孺子，干城赖有段文昌。
Even if you lie down high on the east mountain, you will be able to judge your merits. Don't call strange things strange. Een how often writes empty books. The lakes and mountains are vast, and the sea is vast. I lean against the Yingtang and look at my hometown. Su Ruzi is not here to stay. Qianxing depends on Duan Wenchang.
天涯涕泪悲南国，烽火惊魂吊北邙。若地头簪元凤母，应怜康乐梦池塘。达阳右西二饮，可大。君复为师用，我本不求之，作客来迎语。
The end of the world sheds tears and mourns the southern country, and the spirit of the beacon fire hangs in Beimang. The weak brother throws himself into the hairpin to serve his mother, so he should take pity on the happy dream pond. Answer Yang Yoshi Arian, Keita. Your wealth is for the benefit of the world, but I do not seek knowledge. I come to you as a guest.
相逢读好诗，使艰辛益壮，鱼尾格多奇，笑傲凌沧海，休闲出处迟。时见腰分翅，逢人杀驷马。将军冠壁上，老母隔天涯。踏喜尘波下。
Read good poetry when we meet. When times are tough, my heart becomes strong, and my words are powerful and strange. When I scream proudly across the sea, don't think it's too late. Every now and then I see the demonic atmosphere blazing, killing everyone as if numb. The general is watching the wall, and the old mother is far away from home. I am happy to have Chen Fan come down on the couch.
途穷阮籍介，吴山吊明月，曾照旧繁华。题李镜湖少饮，迎春、吟稿录一首。捧席征兵到海外，扁舟一夜遇长风。风滔天雨开胸臆。
Ruanji sighs when the journey is poor. Wushan hangs over the bright moon. Is it still prosperous? The title is Li Jinghu Shaoyin, Ing Chun, reciting a manuscript, recording a poem, When I went overseas to recruit troops, a single leaf in my boat was protected by the wind, the stormy sky and my open mind.
从此挥毫聚义功，将军行。 将军银印大如斗，统治东南江左右，日费军许数万金，连营千里长相守。相守于今已10年，不教训练不屯田。
From then on, every word will benefit the work. General goes. The general's silver seal is as big as a bucket, and he controls the left and right sides of the southeast river. He spends tens of thousands of gold on his troops every day, and the company camp is thousands of miles long. We have been together for 10 years now, without teaching, training or farming.
百万貔貅江上列，旌旗日色向新鲜。巨寇从来称狡猾，将军好武不好杀。一旦骨皮动地来，兵刃未拔迎先拔。张黄六师径奔走，借问。
Millions of Pishio rivers are listed, and the colors of the flags are fresh on the day. Giant pirates are always said to be cunning, and generals are fond of martial arts but not easy to kill. Once the drums and rhinoceros move the ground, they will draw their weapons before leaving the camp. Zhang Huang's 6th Division was running around and asked,
无头犹在否？将军退守姑苏台，骂贼虽佯攻不朽。长蛇峰始自吞吴，飞来海外征兵符。3000师旅仓皇木，6月重阳泛竹炉。爷娘妻子走相送。
Is my head still there? The general retreated to Gusu Terrace and cursed the thief Sui Yang for his immortality. The long snake conferred the title of pig to devour Wu, and flew overseas to recruit soldiers. 3,000 divisions and brigades were recruited in a hurry, and the ocean was filled with boats and boats in June. Grandma, mother, and wife see each other off.
喃喃翻雨声哀痛。微尊命剑被荣行，耀武无非乌合众。闻道将军计议才，营前驱策皆奴台。贼来破阵如破竹，天下雄兵安在在。
Murmurs of mourning. A man of great authority in command, but a humble man who prepares an army, and a show of force is nothing more than a mob. Hearing that the generals are wary of extraordinary talents, all the troops driving in front of the camp are in vain. When thieves come and break the formation like broken bamboo, are all the great soldiers in the world safe?
半壁东南数千里，角河间击石何意？况令贼势更猖狂，军前谁许同生死？子虚将作怒潮生，细柳营城该下营，父老江东闲属望。
Thousands of miles to the southeast of Half Wall, how difficult is it to suppress and how easy is it to lose? If the situation makes the thieves even more rampant, who can live or die together in front of the army? The Zishu River is roaring with the roar of the tide, and the slender willow camp has become a geisha camp. My father and I are looking forward to the east of the river.
诸君何以答生平？王渠，渠字小泉，曾任依兰头为县丞。稽查小白，幽兰无农妇，古梅香自书，辟比君子交，忘行本淡如。此义君能量。
How can you please give me peace? Wang Chu. Chu, whose courtesy name is Shaoquan. He once served as the magistrate of Tuwei County, Ilan. Sencha Xiaobai. The orchid has no strong fragrance, but the fragrance of the ancient plum blossoms is unique. For example, when you meet a gentleman, you forget your form and are as light as the original. You can forgive me for this.
以此名区区，与君相见时，双江时锦余。我方报绿起，君正负红渠。台岑心契合，诗9日相遇。看山必与斜，盼花必与居，彼此正年壮。
This makes it clear. When I met you, Shuangjiang Nujinyu. I embraced the green flowers, and you are adorned with red flowers. The moss and the green grass are in harmony, and the sun and poetry meet each other. Looking at the mountains, we must be together. Looking at the flowers, we must be together. We are both in the prime of life.
相期到云衢，分金3载后，荣氏俱愁语。忽报元度来，真长已先驱。先然各大笑，有如长素波。竟夕畅谈论，置酒出巡厨，遂唱清采曲。
We will arrive at Yunxiu. 3 years after the separation, Rongshi was in trouble. Suddenly, when the Yuan dynasty comes, the true growth has already begun. Everyone lifts their beards and laughs, as if they are paying for their long-lost love. They talked freely in the evening, and the pheasant wine came out of the Sun kitchen. Then they sang Qingkai songs.
漏尽上永永，从此续良敌，追寻日无虚。我过君狂喜，君至我欢呼。凭据无几时，秋风吹孤仆。我犯使者茶，君登幕府车。一别5、6载。
The leakage is still humming. From now on, we will continue to have good encounters, and the pursuit will be fruitless. I am ecstatic when you pass by, and I cheer when you come. After a while, the autumn wind blows the wild cattails. I sent an envoy to Cha, and you boarded the shogunate's chariot. We were separated for 5 or 6 years.
堂堂岁月卒，前年得喜信，闻君客澎湖，相思不相见，隔水问樵夫。新诗以我读，迟达旷居诸，情思亦何切，行迹亦何说。往岁过逐欠。
The years have passed. The year before last, I received a good news and heard that you were visiting Penghu. I missed seeing each other so much that I asked the woodcutter across the water. The new poems have made me read, and I have been late to reply to those who have lived in the wilderness. How intense are my emotions and thoughts, and how sparse are my traces. I passed the bamboo cut in previous years.
握手新始于，亚军成番鬓，劳我愧头颅。君游压金线，我游画葫芦，3600日，如何似戏居？君有白发亲，心经反哺屋，我似黄羊恶。
I feel happy when I shake hands. I am surprised to see you become a vassal, and I am ashamed of my head. You are still pressing the golden thread, and I am still drawing the gourd. 3,600 days, how can it be like a gap? You have a white-haired relative, but you are frightened and feed the black ones. I am like Huang Yangjun.
心处悬魔驴，众累各一身，都因8口躯，落魄复相同，起义共命于。近墨故长黑，恶子安得捉？试看古来人，为君举一隅，王粲不得志。
My heart is spinning like a donkey. Each body is burdened with heavy burdens, all driven by the 8 mouths. The same downfall and desolation are all the same. How can we share the same destiny? If you are close to ink, you will get black, and if you get purple, you will get red. Let's take a look at people from ancient times and give you an example. Wang Ken was unable to achieve his ambition.
志大才起挫，度亲不迁官，官卑之一隅。悠悠流俗口，何事不揶揄？曾参不杀人，五母谁辩吾？古人贵知己，得一可不孤。我自渡海来。
How can a person with great ambition be rough? Du Qin did not move to an official position, and it would be foolish to know that the official is humble. As the saying goes, why not make fun of it? Zhengshan didn't kill anyone. Who can tell false accusations if he has no mother? The ancients valued a close friend, and if you have one, you will never be alone. I came across the sea.
豪幸日已无，家园万里外，年纪50余，将为身家计，鸡肋何所图？将为功名计，窝角何所需？非不早见机，致我是长途。迎朝酬客宴。
The excitement is gone. Thousands of miles away from home, he is over 50 years old. He is just trying to save his wealth, so what is the use of useless things? For the sake of fame, what is the need for cochlear horn? If I don't see the opportunity early, I will be stranded for a long time. The nesting nest is worried about the guest swallows.
福利炭皮奴，身似生平将，心如薄命书。往岁饥不择，乃非海上福。但未生斗谋，本不计风雨。地必心能静，身闲气少疏，有足免资居。
Fufeng sighs and feels tired. His body is like a general who has been promoted to peace, but his heart is like a misfortune. In previous years, when I was hungry, I would not choose to fly to the sea, but for the sake of promotion and fighting, I did not care about fertility. When the earth is secluded, the mind can be calm, and the body can feel relaxed and relaxed. If you have sufficient strength, you will avoid trembling.
有口免嗫如，敲石孤存酒，开元写晚书。虽无超然台，寻乐学然苏。与是百无补，闲煞七尺躯。正苦无柴办，得君一纸书。并遣惠廉来。
Have a mouth to avoid grunting. I write poems and evaluate the village wine, open the garden and pick late vegetables. Although I don't have a transcendent platform, I have fun and learn to beard. There is nothing to do with the world, and I have a 7-foot body. I am suffering and have no companions, so I get a piece of paper from you. And sent Hualien to come.
四连我所居，君言门下客，我是掌中珠。所愧冷牙斋，无车亦无余，草草俱一榻，情真貌不居。劝令勤学业，日久免荒芜。余味而有暇。
It seems that you take pity on me and live alone. When you talk about your guests, I regard them as pearls in my palm. I feel ashamed that there are no cars or fish in Lanyazhai. I only have a couch made of grass and straw, and my true feelings are unrestricted. Encourage students to study diligently and avoid desolation in the long run. I said you have time.
何不学诗乎？故我非丹青，教其自然如。聊以为幽寂，亦免邪污。2月花乱飞，山中人守株。思君何所寄？新诗脱稿出。我亦将武夫。
Why not learn poetry? I take care of my non-paintings and teach them to be stained by themselves, chatting to suit the silence and avoid evil contamination. In February, the flowers are flying wildly, and the people in the mountains are guarding their branches. I wonder where you have sent them, and the new poems are at the beginning of the draft. I will also be angry.
患君之穷居，起君家珍边，幸物家福玉。明知下里歌，争怕杂声语。其如渺虫令，结习不能除。临风间送倒，倒罢一长须。何扎小白佛手韵。
In exchange for the king's cheongju, I beg you to give me criticism, but fortunately, don't add frivolous reputation. I know clearly that when I sing, the zither and lute are mixed with the sheng in you. It is like a bug that can't be eliminated. Sing and pray in the wind, and then let out a long sigh. It rhymes with Cha Xiaobai's Buddha's hand.
和因成佛果，花雨散诸天。指点菩提树，心参解脱禅。慈云现孤掌，明月映空泉。一握妈撒相，真相互大千。陈为英，为英，字硕之，号于古。
Why do you become a Buddha and rain flowers across the heavens? Point to the Bodhi tree and meditate on liberation meditation. Xiaoyun appears with a solitary palm, and the bright moon seals the empty fist. With one hand holding it and rubbing it, the true fragrance protects the universe. Chen Weiying. Weiying, whose courtesy name is Shuaji and whose nickname is Yogu.
清淡水人，咸丰中曾任闽县教育，回籍后掌教养山、学海两书院，晚著太古朝，与师友笑卧其间，着有《偷闲录》5卷，监国夫人诗，岸夫人。
Freshwater people. During Xianfeng's reign, he served as the eunuch of Min County. After returning home, he took charge of 2 academies, Yangshan and Shuahai. Late in the evening, I built an ancient nest and lay there with my poetry friend Xiao Xiao. He is the author of 5 volumes of Tiao Xian Lu. Poem of the Lady of the Prison. Press Mrs.
陈永华女也，嫁正经长子客，臧上土下。经在厦门，令臧上土下在台监国，才能刚断。逢稀饭诸间继之，经族与经帝聪明智。
Chen Yonghua's daughter married Zheng Jing's eldest son Ku, Zhang Shangtuxia. After the war was in Xiamen, Zhang Shangtuxia was ordered to supervise the country in Taiwan, and then he could just end it. Feng Shifan is jealous of all traitors, Jingzhu, together with Jingdi's Tsong, Ming, Zhi.
柔等谋议位，赠臧上土下，乃明灵子，不堪4位。谋与董国泰，转入杀之，历经次子客爽，稀饭续也。夫人闻变，即议国泰曰：若果明灵子。
Rou and others planned to change the throne, and Zheng was the son of a moth and could not bear the throne. He plotted against Dong Guotai and killed him. He established his second son, Kushuang, the son-in-law of Shifan. When the lady heard about the change, she hurriedly went to Guotai and said, "It's like a fruit borer."
不堪成绩，何不早遣归家？不然，尚可为兵民，何故杀之？叩首长号，请收敛。奉饭3日，从容投环而死。与家其节，故治之。三朝茶饭了声音。
If you can't bear the inheritance, why not send him home early? Otherwise, why should we kill him if we can still serve as soldiers and civilians? When you knock on the trombone, please restrain yourself. After serving rice for 3 days, he calmly threw himself into a trap and died. I commend him for his integrity, so he aspires to it. 3 dynasties of tea and food are the cause of life.
烈女传中第1人，始祖捐躯原死意，驯服无恨恨奸臣。一品夫人诗，按台湾外记，复为临摹判正事谢，班县淮安侯沈瑞，瑞妻郑宾女也。
The first person in the biography of a martyred woman, the ruler sacrificed her life for righteousness, and her husband died without hatred for his treacherous minister. A poem by Mrs. Epine. According to Taiwan Foreign Notes, Fu Weilin plotted against Jing Shixia and captured Shen Rui, the Marquis of Huaiyan. Rui's wife was Zheng Bin's daughter.
将灭沈族，宾起舍女，客爽许之，即于归。 夫人问何事？告之故，夫人毅然曰：儿虽父母所生，但今日之身乃沈门之身，非父母所得爱惜也。
When the Shin clan was about to be destroyed, Bin begged for his daughter's pardon. Kushuang promised her, and you returned. Madam, what's the matter? After informing him, the wife resolutely said, although the son was born to his parents, his body today is the body of Shin men, and he was not cherished by his parents.
生为沈家父，死为沈家鬼卒矣，莫爱而已一笑。即转身出，父母气流，不从，遂于回。及家，锐与地挺，俱以刺勒死。祖母今世亦自缢。夫人好气曰：
It is enough to live as the wife of the Shin family and die as the ghost of the Shin family. Do not love your children to make them laugh. Turn around and go out. The parents wept and refused to stay, so they returned home. At home, Rui and his younger brother Ju were strangled to death, and grandmother Jean also hanged herself. The wife cried and said,
太太先行，媳妇即来矣。继而抄其家，发配家属。瑞之妹、大子、三姑娘于是，崔氏俱自缢。夫人是板息敛之，遂决力，奉饭3日，从容自缢。
Madam, go first. My wife will be here soon. Then his home was confiscated and his family members were distributed. Rui's younger sister, eldest sister, and 3 girls, Yu and Shui, all hanged themselves. The lady collected them from the market. Then she cut off the grains and served them with rice for 3 days before hanging herself calmly.
后姚启圣重提请封一品夫人，都统张孟吉差防御张国柱班诸就入京，择地安葬焉。父母虽生驾即休，沈恩须向沈家仇，能知尽节便为孝。
Later, Yao Qisheng asked Zhang Mengji to entrust him with the title of first-class wife. Zhang Guozhu was sent to guard Zhang Guozhu to move the coffin to Beijing and choose a place to bury her. Even though parents divorce after they are born and married, Shinen must be repaid to the Shin family. It is filial piety if you know how to fulfill your obligations.
何事临行苦死流？三朝奉饭必残生，苟活何如死更容？陈氏曾训监国难，同时其节冠东瀛。奸谋阎翁子今何在？一品头衔万古名。
Why do you have to suffer death before leaving? After 3 dynasties of food, the rest of my life is more glorious than dying. The Qin family once died in the national calamity, and at the same time, Qijie was crowned in Japan. Where is the treacherous plotter, Yan Wang, now? A first-class title has an eternal name.
毕竟殉身原底事，沈家冤案不虚名。栾章一旦下东兜，游碧香车离海隅。未审长安明月夜，真魂犹恋故乡无。癸丑8月8日，会匪击成分类。
What is the reason for his death? The Shin family's injustice does not need to be revealed. Once Wanzhong goes to the eastern capital, the oil-filled incense carriage leaves the corner of the sea. Before the trial of Chang'an on a moonlit night, does his true soul still miss his hometown? On the 8th day of August in Guizhou, the gangsters will be divided into groups.
蔓延百里，诚可哀也。恶意多方恼煞于，奈天降祸莫驱除。权章、闽粤分偏和，就权章分类，兹则同安属权而复章，晋、南、惠安属闽而复粤、翁序。
Spreading for hundreds of miles, sincere and sad. Contain the many annoyances and evils, and do not drive away the misfortune that comes from heaven. Quanzhong, Fujian, and Guangdong are divided into partial unions. The old classification of Quan and Zhang, now Tong'an, belongs to Quan and is attached to Zhang, while Shaanxi, Nan, and Huiyan belong to Fujian and are attached to Guangdong, Wang's son-in-law.
旧生亲译书论及故也。构兵秦，楚时3年，辛有尽，同分类，距今13年矣。今日干戈更蔓延，涂炭生灵灰乌雨，万民双泪一升天。癸丑之变。
My uncles and nephews are also sparse, so because of my family history. 13 years after the war between Qin and Chu, Xi and Eugene, in the same category, 13 years ago, wars have spread more and more today. Houses have been reduced to ashes, and all the people cried, Heaven. The change of Guichou.
兄弟俱死于难。果戈沙场未几时，来收尔骨不胜悲。丰城马列兄坚地，地唱棒诸怪且气。饮恨难消龙木景，洗渊空对虎形皮。
Brothers all died. Not long after I was wrapped in leather for the battlefield, I came to collect my bones, and it was so sad. Feng Cheng is a horse hyena and a younger brother, and the singing of clams and beads on the ground is strange and strange. It's hard to drink hatred away from Long Muel, to wash away the grievances in the tiger-shaped P-Bay.
寒斋独坐孤灯下，何泪挥毫案写诗。9月19日，朱丹元太守造庐商办指斗士，并主代撰文以祭历谢礼阴阳，地方渐静。忽传北海武葱区。
Sitting alone under a lonely lamp in Hanzhai, I wrote poems secretly with tears in my eyes. On September 19th, the governor of Zhu Danyuan built a house for merchants to stop the fighting, and asked his agent to write an article to commemorate Li Xia and regulate yin and yang. The place gradually became peaceful. Suddenly it was reported that the 5 Tsongs were driving in the North Sea.
太守由来是姓朱，促膝窝炉干下问，关心红也苦哀乎？历谈故鬼连新鬼，文苑小屋见大屋。费尽精神流尽泪，汉苗见象雨中苏。秦杠虎形。
The origin of the prefect's surname is Zhu. The old ghosts in Litan are joined by new ghosts, and the small witch in Wenyuan meets the big witch. After exhausting all the energy in shedding tears, the dry seedlings gradually fade into the rain. Capture the tiger in action.
小丑威名浪假借，笑聚绿林具彰化。谁天之义凶系人？蛊惑森罗罪不赦。去年咆哮半县城，负于走险无感应，即翁寝皮而遇害。
The clown, under the guise of fame and fame, gathers in the green forest and takes over Zhanghua. Who can add wings that are so fierce? There is no forgiveness for the sin committed by Ko Dao's senator last year. I roared in the half-lined city, and I didn't dare to take risks. The chicken was killed after sleeping on his skin.
围猎9牢无子兵，鼠辈狐群是其猛，单单逐逐逞又逞，无知妄想称山君，训扰百般死不省。衣贵难为鸭母王，爽闻逐鹿中败亡。
Wuxi being hunted for a long time. Rats and foxes rely on its ferocity, chasing each other with greed and success, ignorant and delusional. They want to call themselves tigers, and they are tame and harassed in every possible way. It is difficult for Yi Gui to become the queen of ducks. Shuangwen competes with the deer and is ultimately defeated.
臣半吃张父记起，豺狼当道难驱止。此由灼灼杠中雄，苗耳跳梁等屯使。 明超虎冠来孝公，堂堂致使筹为中，羽翼3000份鹅冠。
Chen Banzhao and Zhang Fu succeeded him, and it was difficult for the wolves to defeat him. This Yuzuazuo is a brave hero, and Miaoer jumps over the beam and waits for pigs and pigs. The famous Chaohu Temple comes to Shaogong, and the dignified history is being planned. The geese and storks are flying with 3,000 wings.
爪牙10万飞皮熊，冯冯轩天震驼骨，直探虎学秦杠虎。便装打虎说当年，坦替抱虎书于田。晋人冯父善搏虎，纷纷俱以伏虎传。
There are hundreds of thousands of flying bears with minions. When the sky is noisy, I vibrate the drum and go straight into the tiger's den to capture the tiger. It is said that in Bianzhuang, tigers were killed in the past, and the tiger uncle was exposed in the fields. Feng Fu, a Jin woman, was good at fighting tigers, and she was said to have subdued tigers one after another.
而今摇尾干兽首，深山难作不逃叟。笑耳痴痴往邪从，画虎不成反类狗。夜马养山书院记事，拓土开疆念载营，版图出入我出生。
Now you are willing to wag your tail and give the head, but it is difficult to escape in the deep mountains. Laughing at you and obeying is in vain, and painting a tiger will not turn out to be a dog. Chronicles of Yima Yangshan Academy. It has been 20 years since I expanded my territory and established a new territory, and my territory has just entered my birth.
杨公始建詹堂迥，诸子重修陆洞城。学海公园怀子里，仰山对其表兰城。袭前地皆闻昌府，门下天生五库英。枉作虎皮弹一节。
Yanggong began to build the Yutang Hall, and Zhu Shi rebuilt the Deer Cave. The Sea of Learning comes from Waizili. Yangshan faces Kibialan City. The place in front of the banquet is connected to Wenchang Mansion, and the military hero is born under the sect. Talking in vain is easy to exhaust.
自残马谷向南京，俄增乐课新琴教，只摘雷童子细评。仰视贵无寒士气，横人故不得人情。包居平却清沾冷，木须蓬来白水清。
I feel ashamed that the bones of a horse are difficult to master. I have been working hard on my monthly lessons, and I have pointed out the similarities and commented carefully. No matter how valuable it is to raise a scholar, his morale will be cold, but it will be unkind to balance others. The green felt on the screen is cold, and the water is clear when alfalfa is boiled.
教众身心清汉末，如先经术后科名。恐荒屯犬3余夜，忍唱离歌一曲声。东道番禺行且止，北郊张乐宋如营。苍苍云树百回首。
The teaching emphasizes the mind and body but neglects calligraphy. Confucianism is the first to learn and postgraduate names. It is fearful that dolphins and dogs are more than 3 occupations, and it is difficult to bear the sound of singing a li song. On the East Road, Panyu stopped, and in the northern suburbs, people greeted each other with joy. Hundreds of green clouds and trees looked back.
怀氏风光梦寝营，题太古朝。山中甲子不知年，梦入华胥一枕边。壤土原无盘古木，枯枝独辟有朝天。两仪石上搜一记，八卦坛前引散仙。
The scenery of Huai City lingers in my sleep. The title is Taiku Nest. I don't know how old I am in the mountains. I dreamed that I was sleeping next to Hua Su's pillow. There were no ancient tombs in the loam, but there were only dead branches and nests in the sky. Searching for relics on Liangyi Stone, and hiding immortals in front of Baguatan.
自校草庐开混沌，结绳作对乌三船。梁娟，郡，字雪仓，即籍福建侯官。清同治8年，淡水同知陈裴贵研修淡水听制，着有灌毁唐诗文集。连横。
Laughing at the chaos in the thatched cottage, sitting on the 3 rafters of the opposite house with knotted ropes. Yang Jun. Jun, whose courtesy name is Xuezong. He is a marquis of Fujian province. In the 8th year of Tongji's reign in the Qing dynasty, Chen Peigui, a fellow acquaintance of Tam Sui, compiled the Taiwan records of Tam Sui. He is the author of Guanhuitang poetry collection. Continuously.
台湾诗成，文从第64种，以及其诗若干首。和林小明舍人赠行元韵，监视子义茂才并继子寻树长户上2首录一。7度看云海。
Taiwan Poems, Wen Song, No. 64, has compiled several of his poems. It has the original rhyme of Giving Away to Others, by Lin Xiaoming, and also shows his son's talent and talents and sends his son Sun to his concubine often in Shanghai, 2 poems recorded in 1 dash. See the Sea of Clouds 7 times.
劳劳又远行，汴州无见冠，尊酒辱多情。有曰青山在，新见白发生。西风作人语，抵4不平生。9月14日游台阳，16日抵安平。
I work hard and travel far. I am used to seeing you all over the boat, and I respect your passion for wine. There is an appointment with the Green Mountains, and new things are happening gradually. The sound of the west wind's human speech seems to be uneven. We visited Taiyang on September 14th and arrived in Anping on September 16th.
家楚荣镇军在元昭驻蜀中，夜旦有感。双座炉熬汉漫游，雄风相送海山头。衣冠滚滚成萧市，椰竹萧萧尽暮秋。且寻穷荒寻里月。
Chu Rongzhen's army was stationed in Yuanzhou, and at night there was a feeling. The 2 works of Lu Ayahan are roaming, and the majestic winds send each other to the mountains and seas. The city is bustling with clothes and hats, and the coconuts and bamboos are rustling in late autumn. Let's go to poverty and desolate places to find rituals and happiness.
敢将长衣耀公豪，年来我已然稀倦，未与之其不用愁。10月2日，嘉靖堂总容甲南腰同安平关水战。我闻在西昆明池，鱼龙旗五羊旌旗。
Dare the general to bow down and be proud of the Duke. I have been very tired over the past few years, so I pray for the language branch so that I don't have to worry. On October 2nd, General Rong Cannon of Jiajingtang invited Anping to watch the water battle. I heard that in the old Kunming pool, fish and dragons danced and raised flags.
天子教士习水战，驱使河伯如婴儿。又闻3000水西甲，钱塘憨豆喝爽飒。金牛出没叠雪状，至今江上谈兵法。吴家威武称楼船。
The priests of the Son of Heaven learned to fight with water, and they drove Hebo as a baby. I also heard that there were 3,000 water rhino armors. How exciting it was to have a fierce fight in Qiantang. The golden bull appears in the snowy buildings, and we still talk about the art of war on the river. My family is mighty and powerful and is called a building boat.
将军横海多向贤，邀我安平同事目，此事道隔30年。一朝训练百废举，火光轰烈拨心惧。逢疑设伏知其愁， 环环皮虎蒙冲旅。
There are many virtuous generals across the sea. I was invited to Anping to take a look at it. This happened 30 years ago. Once trained, there are hundreds of wasteful exercises, and the fire is powerful and the heart is torched. Fengyi scares the ambush and prays for sorrow, and Huan and Huan travel together.
嘉岸观者如堵墙，兜卢庙祭灯牙墙，盘旋百戏不一足，疾风西下如鸟翔。更入水中猎鹅渠，重开一幅麦林漫。高抬皮鼓正三抓。
The spectators on both sides of the bank are like a wall, and all the masters are showing off their wonderful skills. They are circling and performing hundreds of tricks, and the strong wind blows from the west like birds flying. There are more geese and ducks entering the water, and a wheat scale curtain is reopened. There are drums and drums on the high platform in San Laos.
喊声直欲干霄汉，归来未问望衣寒。持杯老酒三军欢，书生长衣参莫作，技术大笔回紫兰。军容从此留图画，赤嵌城头明月挂。
The shouts are as loud as the sky. Returning to express condolences and forgetting about the cold clothes, holding a cup of wine and the three armies rejoicing, the scholar grew up and bowed to the last seat, and recorded a large number of records back to Xylan. From then on, pictures of the military appearance were left, with red embedded in the city and a bright moon hanging on it.
仗川一伫立东明，只有七坤中流败。沿怀古司马，同年程颐招引附赠。长沙光禄称无师，共登御史罗归起。10年独里，残局服。
There is a pillar in the Barrier River standing in the east sky, and I know that there are 7 kuns flowing in the middle to worship. In the same year of Yanhui Valley, Sima Qingyi invited people to drink and give gifts. Changsha Guanglu called me my master, and I paid tribute to Luo Giki in the Jade Chamber. After 10 years of reading Li, I felt ashamed.
更得左右相挟持，叩门访有道中曲，邀我仗书陪天禄。延陵继子及周侯，日西下上云龙竹。一朝衔命持秦关，语书飞节割刀环。
Even more, we have to support each other. Knocking on the door to visit friends, I invite you to accompany Tianlu with my stick and writing. The youngest son of Yanling and the Marquis of Zhou are chasing the clouds and dragons at sunset. Once he was ordered to fly to Qingguan, Yu Shu flew to the song of Sword Ring.
人生壮游须万里，来看海外三神山。凤凰山下逢岩柱，怀人历历洞庭树。多君尊酒特地开，纵谈如独园虚赋。千秋文字归鼎中。
A great journey in life requires thousands of miles to see the 3 sacred mountains overseas. I met Yan Zhu at the foot of Fenghuang Mountain, and I walked through the Dongting trees with my heart in mind. Duo Jun opened bottles of wine specially, and talked like reading Yuan Shufu. Qinqiu's words returned to Dingzhong.
工业大比扶苍穹，极尽乐石拱搜讨。 几直星宿昌黎宫，介于风尘把臂挽，呼呼又在扁舟返。侧闻图民古赋歌，万家都宝玉田饭。澎湖吊古歌。
The public also used a large pen to support the sky. He searched through the auspicious gold and stone arches, and collected the constellations of Changligang. Sorry, the wind and dust are late, and the boats are coming back. I hear the people on the way singing, and all the families are full of rice from the taro fields. Penghu Diao Ancient Song.
河山半壁足千古，海上单欲留片土。36余底愿开，立滩咫尺生风雨。 一夕千艘金，煞来7年监国胡为在。将军其经去不返，空令复首歌。
Half of the rivers and mountains have lasted for eternity, and a piece of soil has been left behind by the jade on the sea. The 36 islets have open gardens, and the oyster beach is close to the wind and rain. Recalling the past when thousands of ships of gold came to Xiamen, why did you oversee the country for 7 years? The general rides a whale and never returns, giving empty orders to his hands and singing.
大爱，偏舟快肉金已矣，大难孤注称天子。自古蛟龙失水愁，岂知燕雀楚堂喜。一封将表落中原，萧萧耶烛谁招魂？钉子门前挂明月。
Great sorrow. The boat is now a piece of meat, and the great calamity alone calls him the emperor. Since ancient times, the dragon is sad when it loses water, but how can it be known that the sparrow is happy in the hall? A letter of surrender fell in the central plains, who summoned the soul of Xiao Zhaoyezu. A bright moon hangs in front of the T-shaped door.
胡文傲树吼鸡猿，同时更有五飞气，贵子山荒断悲厉，欲于寂寞上人间，溪流一角看日入。欲嗟乎！田横川种500人，致令绝岛争嶙峋。
Suddenly I heard the roar of the AO tree. At the same time, there are 5 concubines weeping, Gizi Mountain is desolate and a monument is erected. Yu is lonely in the world, watching the sun set at the corner of the West Stream. Sigh. 500 people marched across the field to the tomb, and reached the rugged island of Lingjue.
桑田三浅无复道，复与渔郎来问津。有宝藏严寺，平筹万顷绕修黄。一水冷凌下夕阳，不问名山有丝竹，尽收大块作文章。西畿县汝闻清饭。
Sangtian Sanxian had no answer, so he asked the fisherman to ask about it. Visit Baobayan Temple. Thousands of hectares of flat land are surrounded by bamboo poles, and the setting sun is cooled by a cold water. Regardless of the silk and bamboo in the famous mountains, I can collect all the large pieces for writing. I envy you for hearing the pure Brahma.
后夫何人占上方？自孝秀中东海小，且挟泉石入诗囊。
Who is blessed to be at the top? He laughs at the smallness of the East China Sea on his sleeves, and puts his fists and stones in